Hello guys, Croft is here. In this video I'll combine all the Alien and Predator movies to establish the complete and detailed cinematic timeline of aliens, predators, and engineers. In this anthology we'll cover in great depth all the events that took place in 16 movies, 7 short films, and the Alien Earth series. So we'll cover everything from 3.2 billion BC all the way to the furthest point in the timeline with Predator Badlands and Alien Resurrection. I know there are major plot holes if you're trying to connect Predator and Alien canon, such as David seemingly creating xenomorphs and Wayland still being alive after EVP, so I'll also cover how these plot holes can easily be resolved. It all started 3.2 billion years ago when a disc-shaped vessel lands on a primordial Earth. A group of elder engineers leads a younger one to a towering waterfall. The elder engineer passes a mysterious bowl to the young one. The engineer then opens it and takes a cup filled with golden and viscous substance. With ritualistic resolve, the engineer raises the vial in a silent toast to creation itself before swallowing the dark fluid. Almost immediately, his body reacts violently. Veins turn black and spread like cracks across his skin. He convulses but remains standing, sacrificing himself with purpose. His dissolving cells and DNA merge with the planet's waters, seeding them with the very building blocks of life. This ritual is both a sacrifice and a genesis, ultimately leading to the creation of humanity. In 2996 BC, the Predators arrived on Earth and taught humans how to build pyramids, which then appeared across the globe. It is speculated that the engineers might have created the Predators as part of their experiments with the black goo. Every century, the Predators return to Earth to use humans as hosts to spawn xenomorphs in these pyramids. These sites serve as hunting grounds where young blood predators are initiated into warrior status by battling xenomorphs. However, in 2896 BC, after failing to defeat the xenomorphs, the Predators activated a self-destruct mechanism, eradicating all traces of the xenomorphs on Earth. In the 34th year of the Common Era, the engineers prepared to launch a ship filled with deadly pathogen intended to eradicate all life on Earth. However, the pathogen is accidentally released, killing the engineers on LV-223. Only one engineer survived the catastrophe by placing himself in cryosleep, awaiting discovery centuries later. Extra materials from Prometheus suggest that the engineer's decision to destroy humanity was influenced by the crucifixion of Jesus, who was seen as humanity's last hope for redemption from violence. In the year 841, a Predator ship approaches Earth, and at the same time, a Viking ship embarks on a raid, and we are introduced to Ursa and her son Andres. The Vikings, led by Ursa, sail to raid a rival village. But before they attack at a campfire, Ursa tells her son why they're pursuing Zoran, her mortal enemy. Decades earlier, Zoran was responsible for her father's death, mortally wounding him. Then Zoran forced Ursa to kill her own father. This traumatic event transformed her entirely, fueling a lifelong obsession with insatiable bloodlust and revenge. So after successfully defeating a rival tribe, Ursa confronts the sole survivor and tortures him to get the whereabouts of her mortal enemy, Zoran. Eventually we reach Zoran's village. In an incredible fight sequence, Ursa, fueled by fury, showcases her exceptional combat skills, nearly annihilating the entire tribe using only her modified shields, sharp enough to decapitate enemies. Ursa's fighting abilities make her appear almost godlike, a true goddess of death capable of mass slaughter. Observing this, the Predator sees her as a worthy opponent. Eventually Ursa kills all the guards and, along with her warriors, finally confronts Zoran. Then Andres kills Zoran, concluding the revenge arc. But immediately after, the Predator kicks him aside and reveals itself, appearing absolutely massive. Its brute strength is unmatched and Ursa's warriors are completely annihilated. The Yautja slaughters Ursa's warriors one by one, using sheer strength and his advanced power gauntlet. Ursa's clan is picked off in moments and Andres is mortally wounded trying to protect his mother. Eventually, the Yautja's powerful blows destroy the longhouse that collapses on itself as Ursa falls into the river. The predator follows her to claim her skull for trophy, but Ursa eventually outsmarts the predator. She uses his size and strength against him so that the Yautja breaks the ice and plunges into the icy waters. She then tricks the predator to use his power gauntlet that ultimately kills him. In the end, Ursa wins the battle but loses her son due to her insatiable lust for revenge and violence. But before she can realize it, she's taken prisoner aboard the predator's ship. Fast forward to 1609 in feudal Japan, Kenji and Kiyoshi are sons of a powerful samurai warlord. Both brothers prepare for a duel against each other, and the winner appears to get their father's samurai armor and position. While testing a sword's sharpness, the shogun makes a dent in the wooden border, a small detail that becomes crucial later. So when the time to fight finally comes, due to their brotherhood, Kenji lowers his sword. So the other exploits this opening, attacking dishonorably and technically winning the duel and leaving Kenji with a deep scar. Kenji falls in defeat and disgrace. Humiliated by the loss, Kenji flees into exile as his brother claims victory. So this moment splits their paths. One becomes a samurai while the other, Kenji, becomes a farmer, who also secretly trains as a ninja, preparing for revenge and to reclaim his father's position. 20 years later, in 1629, their father dies and Lord Kiyoshi becomes a ruler of their province. In secret, Kenji has spent years training as the sting of betrayal and the scar on his face have never faded. So when Kiyoshi's grip on power seems secure, Kenji decides it's time to return and reclaim his birthright. So once in a full moon, Kenji stealthily infiltrates Kiyoshi's castle. Dressed in black, he slips over the walls and silently eliminates the guards patrolling the grounds. His movements are swift and silent, yet unbeknownst to him, another unseen hunter stalks the castle rooftops. Eventually, Kenji confronts his brother in a fair rematch for their father's position. In an epic fight, Kenji comes out victorious. He pins his brother against the wooden border, making an identical scar on his brother's cheek to the one he received 20 years ago. His brother prematurely puts on their father's armor as if he already won, symbolically jinxing himself. And the wooden border dented 20 years ago finally breaks, causing the samurai to fall, seemingly defeated and dead. At that moment, the predator lurking in the shadows rips through a paper screen. The Yautja brutally dispatches the last few castle guards with ease, clearing the field to fight Kenji 101. Kenji is forced to flee the predator's initial onslaught, and he dives from the castle wall into the same river, narrowly escaping the creature's blades. On the shore, Kenji finds the badly wounded Kiyoshi, who actually survived the fall. The brothers reconcile. Kiyoshi, humbled by defeat, acknowledges Kenji's honor. Their reunion is cut short as the predator leaps down to continue the fight. Kenji and Kiyoshi join forces against the predator, who now activates his cloaking device, turning virtually invisible among the blowing leaves. Suddenly, a single falling leaf lands on the predator's invisible body, outlining its silhouette. Seizing the moment, the brothers attack from opposite sides, slicing the predator in pieces. So the brothers have achieved together what neither could alone, slaying the Yautja hunter. But their victory comes at a price. Kiyoshi has been mortally wounded. He collapses shortly after the predator falls. So Kenji mourns his brother's death as dawn breaks, but before Kenji can react, he too is taken prisoner by the predators. Kenji disappears into the sky, destined for the same fate as Ursa. In 1719, a truly terrifying feral predator arrives on Earth and clashes with Native American warriors in a brutal and deadly fight. But the story starts with Naru, a Comanche healer who has aspirations of becoming a renowned hunter, just like her brother Tabe. While practicing throwing a tomahawk, Naru notices a deer and tries to kill it, but without success. Her hunt is interrupted by a shattering sound and flames of a predator spacecraft that is dropping off the feral Yautja. Naru calls what she saw a thunderbird and thinks it is a sign that she is ready to prove herself as a hunter through a ritual called Kutamiya, which is a hunt of something that is hunting you. Back in the village, Naru's desire to become a hunter is met with resistance from her mother, who wants her to be a healer. But Naru seems very determined about her pursuit and pledges to become a hunter one day. Later, Naru joins a search team following the tracks of the mountain lion that has mauled and taken one of the tribe's hunters. The mountain lion appears to have been scared off by an unknown creature who explores Earth's fauna and gathers the skulls of various local predatory animals. Eventually, the search party rescues their wounded tribe member, and Naru manages to stop the bleeding by giving him the orange flower, which lowers the body temperature and slows down the heart rate. Tabe stays behind to locate the mountain lion and finish the hunt. However, Naru finds a skinned snake and the footprint of the feral predator, so she goes back to her brother to warn him about the unknown monster. However, Tabe disregards Naru's warnings about the monster and decides to deal with the lion first. Naru convinces her brother to let her join the hunt, use this opportunity for her Kutamiya, and kill the lion, finally proving herself as a hunter. She successfully baits the lion to a tree branch by posing as prey, but right before committing to a killing blow, she gets distracted by a flash of light of a predator's ship, stumbles and falls down the tree, knocking herself unconscious. Naru wakes up in her village and her mom explains that the true purpose of Kutamiya is survival and not demonstrating the hunting skill. Tabe returns to the village with the decapitated lion, and the chief with the tribe honor him for his heroic feat. But they do not give any credit to Naru for coming up with the plan and actually striking the lion to the side right before she fell. So the following day, while all women go one direction to forage food, upset Naru literally goes to the opposite direction, sneaking away from her village with her dog Sari. She follows the tracks of the feral Yautja, who just collected another trophy skull of a grey wolf after a gruesome encounter. The feral predator brings the wolf's head in his cave and removes all the flesh with the acidic disintegrator gas. In the meantime, Naru modifies her axe by making it retractable using a thread. The feral predator follows Naru's footsteps and discovers dead buffaloes along with some tracks left by French fur traders, which ignites his interest in this new species that he hasn't seen yet, humans who are now the new worthy prey to hunt. Naru gets stuck in the mud and almost drowns, but intelligently uses her retractable tomahawk to escape the swamp. Naru doesn't realize that the feral predator is actually following her tracks, and although the mud seems to have slowed him down, he is about to catch her up. Later that day, Naru sees a grizzly bear near the river, and after an unsuccessful attempt to kill it, the bear quickly corners her in the beaver dam. The bear tries to reach Naru, but the feral predator sneaks right behind him and engages into a brutal hand-to-hand fight with the beast. At first, the bear overpowers the Yautja, but after regrouping, the feral predator knocks the bear out with one punch and slices his belly, covering himself in blood. Naru momentarily sees the bloody silhouette of the predator and runs away. She manages to escape by swimming down the river and joins a group of Comanche hunters who are sent to bring her back to the village. However, the feral predator oversees the entire scene from above. She tells them about a terrifying monster that she saw, calling him Muppets, which is another creature from Native American mythology that is known to be a giant human-eating owl. Since Naru refers to the predator as Muppets, who's often used as a boogeyman in kids' stories. Her tribe members don't believe her, and their dispute eventually turns into a fight, which ends with them overpowering her and tying her up. The feral predator oversees the entire scene from above, realizing that Naru is unarmed unlike other tribe members, which makes them worthy targets. The Yautja kills the first Comanche with the bolt gun that fires self-targeting bolts guided by the biomask laser system. But one Comanche hits the predator with an arrow, glitching the invincibility cloak, and we get to see the feral predator in full display. The feral predator is unique not only in terms of weapons, but also in his physical appearance, which is a result of him evolving in a different desert-like environment that we'll see later in the timeline. The Yautja then decapitates the other Comanche with a spear, while Naru escapes again and hides in the grass field with another tribe member. They then converse the grass field, but her friend gets brutally killed by the Yautja while Naru gets caught in a bear trap. The feral predator realizes that she doesn't pose any danger, so he lets her live since there would be no sport in killing her. However, the predator finds a new target, which is the French fur hunters, the same group that killed the buffaloes and who now have Naru as their prisoner. The fur traders are actually aware of the feral predator, and the French interpreter Raphael asks Naru what she knows about the monster. After she's unwilling to cooperate, they threaten to kill her brother Tabe, whom they also captured earlier. The French appear to want to capture the predator as well, so they use both Naru and her brother as bait to lure him without realizing that the Yautja will not kill somebody who's unarmed. Eventually, the predator comes in and the French attack him as his leg gets stuck in a bear trap. However, the feral predator kills the French one after the other, seemingly enjoying the brutal hand-to-hand combat. As other Frenchmen fire at him, the predator blocks the bullets with a retractable wrist shield, which has extremely sharp edges and can be used as a weapon. So after killing most of the fur traders with wrist blades, the predator finishes the remaining few with landmines that emerge from the wrist gauntlet. While the Yautja is busy killing the fur hunters, Naru and her brother cut the rope and run to the French camp to rescue her dog and get provisions. At the same time, a badly injured Raffaele Adolini reaches the camp and asks Naru to help him in exchange for teaching her how to use the flintlock pistol. The French interpreter's leg has been cut off, so Naru gives the orange flowers seen previously to slow down the bleeding, which also lowers his body temperature. At the same time, the predator reaches the camp and Naru hides while Adolini pretends to be dead. The predator gets really close to Adolini but doesn't seem to notice him, and that's when Naru realizes that the orange flower makes you invisible to the predator. However, the Yautja steps on Adolini's injured leg, causing him to scream and kills him. Then, as Naru's dog Sari runs at the predator, Tabe sneaks behind him on a horse and hits its head, snatching off the biomask. Then we finally see the feral predator's face for the first time, which looks intimidating and quite ugly. As Naru distracts the predator, Tabe impales him with his own telescoping spear that punctures through his entire body, which surprisingly doesn't kill the Yautja and barely slows him down. As Tabe inflicts more and more damage, the Yautja activates the invincibility cloak and impales Tabe from behind with his wrist blades. Naru, completely shocked, freezes as the predator approaches her for his next kill. However, on his last breath, Tabe manages to distract the Yautja for a few seconds, allowing Naru to escape. Later that day, Naru washes her hands, totally defeated by the brutal murder of her brother, and she notices the leader of Frenchmen near the river. The same voyager who had tortured her and her brother somehow managed to survive. Overwhelmed by hatred, she almost shoots him with the pistol, but then realizes that she can use him as bait to kill the predator that took her brother's life. So Naru knocks out the French voyager and cuts off his leg using the cut clamp that she recovered from one of the Yautja victims. She hands him a rifle that is not loaded to lure in the predator and consumes the orange flower to become thermally invisible. The predator comes in and decapitates the voyager, and as he's celebrating the kill, Naru shoots him in the head with the pistol, which still doesn't kill him but knocks off the creature's mask. Naru collects the mask and runs in the forest to prepare for the final battle. She uses the voyager's leg to lure the predator in the spot that gives her advantage. Naru also figures out that the Yautja targets his prey with the biomask that guides the bolt, which is a feature she plans to exploit. As the predator approaches, she jumps on him from a tree, inflicting multiple blows with the tomahawk. He throws his spear at Naru but barely misses as her dog attacks him. Despite all these wounds, the feral predator jumps from tree to tree, chasing Naru and tries to hit her with the wrist blades but misses, causing the blades to get stuck in the tree trunk. Naru strikes him with the spear, but as the Yautja blocks the attack with the wrist shield, the predator's hand gets cut off, something that happens pretty often as we'll see later in the timeline. Using this brief moment of hesitation, Naru is about to pierce him in the chest, but the Yautja retracts the spear, stifling the strike. Then the predator uses the sharp edges of his shield as an offensive weapon and nearly cuts Naru's head off. However, she manages to push herself in between two stones, blocking the blades. Using his overwhelming strength, the feral predator cuts through the stone with the wrist shield, getting closer and closer to Naru's neck, but she breaks off one of his mandibles and stabs it in his shoulder. Then Naru inflicts multiple strikes with her tomahawk, wraps the rope around the predator's neck, and drags him in the mud in the spot where she prepared to use his projectile weapon against him. The Yautja then emerges from the mud and points his bolt gun at her, thinking that his biomask is lost and far away. He doesn't realize that as he's aiming at Naru, the self-targeting lasers of his biomask are pointing right to his head. So once the predator shoots the bolts and they miss Naru, they are redirected by the lasers to his head and ultimately kill the Yautja. Naru quotes her brother's final words, "This is as far as you go, no more, this is it," as the predator dies, becoming her prey. Naru then cuts off the predator's head and marks her face with his bright green blood. She brings the monster's head to the village where she's greeted by her tribe that celebrates her achievement and grants her the hunter status. Naru hands Raffaello Dolini's pistol to the chief and she finally smiles, enjoying the victory. However, Naru's journey and the journey of the flintlock pistol is far from over as 3 predator ships approach the village. So in Prey 2 that will probably come out next year, the predators kidnap Naru and claim the flintlock pistol that reappears 2 times later in the timeline. On October 10, 1904, a brutal massacre unfolds at a whaling station in Antarctica as predators clash with xenomorphs in a deadly rite of passage. Though the xenomorphs are defeated, the predators vow to return exactly 100 years later to continue their millennia-old tradition. In 1941, at the start of World War II, a young mechanic, John Torres, joins the army with the dream of serving as a pilot in the Navy. Since John is a gifted mechanic, his commanding officer, Captain Vandy, keeps him grounded to repair planes rather than fly them. But in 1942, fate gives John a chance to prove himself in the sky. One day, a mysterious enemy aircraft has decimated an Allied patrol. The description of the attacker is puzzling, it's unlike any known fighter plane. Then John discovers a Yautja engine harpoon in the downed plane, activated by and attracted to nearby engines. When other pilots leave for an attack, Captain Vandy doesn't allow John to fly because John is their only mechanic. However, this all changes when a predator ship attacks and wipes out nearly all other planes. Eager to help, John takes barely functional plane and flies out to help, disobeying Captain Vandy's orders. In the sky, a new kind of Yautja, the Cyber Predator, pilots a special ship that collects engines of other combat vehicles instead of usual skulls. The Cyber Predator is completely integrated into the ship and is actually a part of it as he misses an eye and other limbs. After an intense aerial chase and the Predator killing most pilots, John joins the fight. When one of his engines catches fire, John performs an insane maneuver crawling out along the wing to fix it. At this moment, he realizes that the Predator's ship is attracted by heat. So John and Captain Vandy then fly high to cool their planes, masking themselves from the Predator. Captain Vandy then sacrifices himself to distract the Predator, allowing John to destroy one of the Yautja ship's engines. Using his intelligence and ingenuity, John outsmarts the Yautja by flying through a fleet of enemy warships, causing severe damage. He then baits the Predator into harpooning his plane, which crashes directly into the Predator's cockpit, killing the Yautja, proving once again that humans remain the deadliest hunters even with less advanced technology. Then, sometime after the war in 1945, John gets back home in Florida. However, a Predator ship kidnaps him, leaving mysterious crop circles in the field. John is then put into cryostasis just like Ursa and Kenji from other time periods and taken to Yautja Prime. And we'll see these formidable warriors way later in the timeline. In the mid-20th century, several assassins and killers were born. These individuals would later be captured by the Predators in 2024 and taken to their game preserve planet. For example, Isabel was raised in a religious school but showed violent tendencies from a very young age. Although most of the dates are unknown, the film does provide a few. In 1954, Chichilla was born in Mexico and was drawn to a life of crime following his brother's death. In 1986, in Japan, Hanzo Yakamaki killed the Yakuza boss and began rising through the ranks as a skilled assassin. Later, a mystic fortune teller told him that he is a reincarnated warrior from 1,000 years ago, and soon Hanzo will test his skills against the galaxy's most brutal predators, the Yautja. In 1987, a predator ship flies by Earth and deploys a shuttle that drops in the jungles of Central America. A few months later, on June 12, 1987, Captain Dillon is patiently waiting on the shores of Valverde. And on the sunset, a helicopter arrives with a group of elite mercenaries and their captain, Alan Dutch Schaefer. A general then explains the mission to Dutch, which is to find and rescue a minister whose helicopter crashed in the disputed territories ravaged by civil war. Dutch is surprised that they need him for this mission and learns that he was actually recommended by Dillon, who was watching him from the next room. Dillon is Dutch's old friend and a Vietnam War veteran who's now a CIA agent. The two military friends have a warm greeting, and Dillon explains that it's a simple one-day rescue mission. However, despite him now working in the office, he'll join Dutch to take charge once they find the minister. Dutch usually doesn't allow outsiders on his team, but reluctantly agrees, even though he suspects that there is something off about this entire mission. On June 13, 1987, two helicopters arrive at the drop-off point and unload the team consisting of Captain Dutch, his second-in-command Dillon, Mac Elliott, who's obsessed with shaving his face, tobacco enthusiast Blaine Cooper, Billy Joe, and Rick Hawkins, who likes cheesy jokes, as well as the slick Pancho Ramirez. The group follows the trail and discovers a crashed helicopter with a pilot shot in the head. Billy, who's an expert in tracking and hunting, says that there were at least 12 guerrilla fighters who dragged everybody from the helicopter. But there's also something else out there, something much more terrifying. Dutch suspects that something is off about this entire mission since the helicopter doesn't appear to be a diplomatic convoy. The crew follows the tracks to find the missing personnel. However, instead they discover a horrifying scene of bodies completely skinned and hung on trees, a horrifying atrocity. They find the tag of Jim Hopper, whom Dutch have known personally, suggesting that the personnel were Green Berets, not a diplomatic convoy, which raises even more suspicion for Dutch, who already thinks that there's something really off about this entire mission. Dillon denies everything and says that he has no idea why military personnel were in that helicopter. Using his enhanced tracking skills, Billy suggests that they were shooting in all directions as if they got into a trap. The group is puzzled about what happened here and they go further to find hostages. However, the predator is silently watching them from the trees. Dillon, who was never meant to join the mission, repeatedly compromises their positions, undermining the entire operation. Then they eventually find the guerrilla fighters' camp, and Dutch witnesses how they kill one of the hostages, prompting the team to attack the camp. After surrounding the guerrilla camp, the team strategically ambushes them, creating multiple diversions. Dutch even lifts an entire truck that rams into a tent, causing a massive explosion. The squad uses the mayhem to kill all the guerrilla fighters who largely outnumber them. After killing all the hostiles, they discover that so-called diplomat was actually a CIA official, indicating that Dillon lied to them from the very beginning and tricked Dutch into killing rebels involved in Valverde's civil war. Surprisingly, Dillon admits that he lied to Dutch, saying that he was the only one who could track and find those who killed his men in the helicopter. The team takes the woman, the only survivor, with them and tries to find a spot for the helicopter to pick them up. However, they don't realize that they are also being tracked by the predator. The team moves quickly through the forest to reach the pickup spot, and the predator follows them. Billy's instincts, however, tell him that something is off, and he senses that they are being followed, causing a general sense of unease. The predator is right in front of them, but due to his camouflage, they cannot see it and can only sense that something is watching them. Eventually, the female hostage, Anna, hits Dillon and tries to escape, causing the team to disperse while chasing her. Hawkins runs after her and eventually grabs her. However, as he tries to restrain her, a strange shape from behind kills him, splattering the blood onto Anna's face. Moments later, Poncho reaches Anna, who is covered in blood, and follows the bloody tracks on the ground, eventually finding parts of Hawkins. The rest of the group finds Anna in shock, and they're even more shocked and horrified when they find Hawkins' guts. They are completely disoriented and confused, realizing that whatever happened to Hawkins is the same thing that happened to the people in the helicopter. They were also butchered, indicating that it was done by the same entity. Dutch, determined to get to the bottom of things, orders the team to find Hawkins' body. The team disperses and they eventually find him hanging from a tree. The elusive predator uses the fact that the group is separated and shoots a plasma blaster right into Blaine Cooper's chest, blowing a hole in it. Mac Elliott, who was just nearby, reaches Cooper's body, which is still moving, and he manages to catch a brief glimpse of the predator. Mac is completely shocked, not even sure what he saw, loses control and attempts to kill the predator by shooting uncontrollably. He empties rounds in the direction where he saw the enemy without fully realizing what he's aiming at. The rest of the team joins Mac and they keep shooting in the jungle for a good minute or so, almost using their entire ammo reserves. Once everything gets quiet, they inspect the scene for the body, but only find splashes of green blood. Mac Elliott, completely shocked, doesn't really know what he saw, and the group decides to set up a trap in an area that they wire with explosives. Just like all the other bodies were skinned, they suspect that the predator will eventually come for Blaine Cooper's body as well, so they set up a trap around it. In the meantime, somewhere not too far, the predator removes its invisible camouflage to treat the only injury it received from the gunfire, releasing a terrifying roar. Dutch's team then contacts their command center for extraction, but the request is denied, forcing them to continue deeper into the jungle. The group is completely confused and almost scared, not being able to understand what they're up against. However, Billy, who appears to have almost psychic abilities, senses that what they're up against is not human and that they have no chance of surviving. Even though they are some of the world's most feared and battle-hardened mercenaries, the team starts to unravel one by one, starting with Mac, who becomes fixated on avenging Blaine's death. At night, one of the explosive traps goes off and Mac rushes in to attack the target, only to discover that it's a wild hog instead of the predator. While the group is distracted by this diversion, the predator takes Blaine's body. Then on the morning of June 14th, 1987, the team finally realizes that they're being systematically hunted for trophies by the Yautja. Dutch also notices that the predator is using the trees to move, and Anna finally remembers that the creature changed colors like a chameleon. The group keeps moving through the jungle, and when they're just 10 miles away from the chopper, Dutch decides to set up an ambush, otherwise they'll all be killed before they even reach the extraction point. Anna also tells them that she actually saw the predator getting injured, which gives the rest of the group some hope that they can actually kill the Yautja. And this time the group prepares a proper ambush with multiple traps and explosives, really taking their time to create as many traps as they can to defeat the predator. Then they hide and wait in a spot that has only one way in, trapping every other possible direction. Tired of waiting, Dutch goes in the middle of the traps, trying to lure the predator by using himself as bait. This strategy surprisingly works, and the tripwire is triggered right behind him, trapping the predator in a net. However, using his blades, the Yautja escapes, jumping from tree to tree. Mac Elliott, enraged and almost losing his mind, runs after the predator. After seeing the predator with his own eyes, Dylan follows Mac to kill the monster. Mac appears to have lost his mind completely, abandoning all caution and running like a madman after the predator. Dylan follows his tracks and they both hide under a tree in the bushes. Eventually, Mac spots the predator sitting on one of the branches across from them, and then Dylan tries to go around the Yautja so they can surround him. Both sneak closer and closer to the predator, however, Mac is then brutally killed by the plasma blaster. Dylan reaches Mac's dead body and spots the predator right in front of him. But before he can shoot it with his SMG, the Yautja blasts his arm off. Then, with almost superhuman speed, the predator runs around behind Dylan and impales him with its blades. Dylan dies, releasing an excruciating scream which spooks the rest of the group across the break. Billy, unwilling to be hunted, drops all of his weapons except his knife and stays on the tree, which is the only way across the break, basically waiting for the inevitable confrontation with the predator. After a few minutes, the group hears Billy's dying scream, and literally seconds later, the predator blasts Poncho in the head. In a desperate effort to protect Anna, Dutch opens fire on the predator, but gets shot in the shoulder. Unable to overpower the creature, Dutch simply runs away. He falls off a cliff into a river and then tumbles off a waterfall. He reaches the shore, but the predator seems to follow him even in the water. Dutch crawls through the mud, getting completely covered by it, and hides in the tree roots, hoping that the predator won't see him. Completely unaware that Dutch is there, the predator turns off his active camouflage and reveals itself in its full height and gear, allowing Dutch to inspect it. The predator then shoots a tiny mouse right next to Dutch, and then Dutch realizes that being covered in mud makes him invisible to the predator. Seizing on this discovery, Dutch constructs a variety of makeshift weapons and traps, emboldened by the fact that the mud conceals his body heat. He spends the rest of the evening crafting traps for the predator. In the meantime, the Yautja rips the spinal cord from one of its victims, polishing the skull and adding this trophy to his collection. Dutch, on the other hand, makes a bow with explosive arrows, covering himself in mud, and prepares for the final battle with the predator. On the night of June 15th, 1987, Dutch screams at the top of his lungs, calling the creature to duel. He sets up a giant fire, probably realizing that the predator can only see heat signatures. The predator walks right next to the fire, allowing Dutch to shoot him with explosives, which seem to break his invincibility cloak. However, using the movement tracker, the predator manages to injure Dutch as well and follows him throughout the jungle. Dutch then hits the predator with another explosive, drawing even more of its blood. But following the predator's blood trail, Dutch is tricked by the Yautja, who almost kills him. Dutch then falls into a pond, washing off his mud camouflage, and the predator nearly cuts his head off. After closely inspecting Dutch's skull, the predator seems to be impressed by his abilities and removes its mask for a fair hand-to-hand fight. In its natural form, the predator looks like an ugly reptile with dreadlocks and huge mandibles, and is far physically stronger than Dutch, who is himself a behemoth of a man. The predator beats up Dutch pretty badly, who tries to escape and crawls into a narrow pit with a trap he prepared earlier. As the predator closes in for the kill, it notices the trap's sharp wooden spikes, forcing him to rethink its final strike, while Dutch waits for the perfect moment to execute his plan. Basically, Dutch and the predator are not only engaged in a physical fight, they constantly try to outsmart each other. And it turns out that making the predator think it had found Dutch's trap was exactly what Dutch intended. So the predator walks around from the other side, which is exactly where Dutch wanted him. And he releases a giant piece of wood that crashes down on the predator, but still doesn't kill it. With smashed bones and organs and covered in green blood, the predator activates its self-destruct mechanism in an attempt to kill itself and Dutch as well. However, Dutch, being as smart as he is, realizes what is about to happen, runs as fast as he can, and avoids a massive nuclear-type explosion. So on June 15th, 1987, a helicopter lands in a forest covered in ash and nuclear residue to pick up Dutch. So in the end, only Dutch and Anna survived the 1987 ordeal, boarding a helicopter that takes them to a military base for debriefing. In 1993, Hanzo continues refining his skills as an assassin and massacres an entire Yakuza gang in Kobe City, a violent act which attracts attentions of the Yautja that eventually abduct him. In 1997, a record heatwave hits Los Angeles and the drug war rages between Colombian and Jamaican cartels, turning the city into a Yautja's playground. As Anna explained to Dutch, according to local legends, in the hottest years when the temperature is high, the demon descends from the trees to hunt men. In the scorching heat of LA, LAPD Lieutenant Mike Harrigan fearlessly rescues pinned-down officers as his team forces the Colombian gunmen to retreat into a building. When Harrigan follows them upstairs, mysterious plasma blasts tear through the gangsters. By the time Harrigan reaches the roof, he finds the Colombians butchered. However, he catches a fleeting glimpse of a hazy humanoid silhouette shimmering in the heat before it disappears over the side of the building. Harrigan is puzzled but thinks it was a heat mirage. Back at the police station, Harrigan gets yelled at by his superior Peter Keyes, a federal agent heading a task force supposedly focused on the drug gangs. Harrigan then meets his newest squad member, the enthusiastic detective Jerry Lambert, and they survey the carnage from the shootout. Later the same night, the Jamaican voodoo gang breaks into a lavish penthouse to execute a Colombian drug lord hoping to seize power. As they perform a ritual over the terrified cartel boss, the predator, attracted by the conflict and worthy opponents, crashes through the windows. The Yautja brutally slaughters the Jamaicans, sparing only the unarmed girlfriend of the cartel boss. By the time Harrigan and his team arrive at the scene, the predator is already gone. They find the Colombians dead and all the Jamaican hitmen hung upside down, skinned. But most importantly, they discover a strange spear-tip weapon stuck in the air vent, technology unlike any gang weapon ever seen. Before Harrigan can investigate further, Keyes and a bunch of other feds come in and seize the site. They kick Harrigan's cops out, but they completely miss the weird spear tip. Unable to let it go, Danny sneaks back to the penthouse later to retrieve the mysterious spear tip. As he finally gets the weapon loose, the camouflaged predator brutally kills him. Danny only has a moment to see the creature's shimmering outline before the razor-sharp blade guts him. His scream echoes over the radio, alerting Harrigan. By the time Harrigan finds Danny's corpse, it's hanging dead upside down. Harrigan is devastated, his longtime friend killed on his watch. And now catching this mysterious killer becomes his personal vendetta. He vows to Danny's body that he'll catch the killer. At the police morgue, scientists examine a small fragment of the weapon Danny had retrieved. They determine that it's made out of unknown element not found on the periodic table. This confirms to Harrigan that whatever killed Danny is not human. Desperate for leads, Harrigan consults Jamaican gang lord King Willie, whom he suspects might know about this demon in the city. In a dark alley, King Willie cryptically tells Harrigan that the killer is not of this world and cannot be fought with simple weapons. Shortly after Harrigan leaves, the predator confronts King Willie. In a brief fight, seen mostly in a silhouette, the predator decapitates the gang leader, taking his skull as a trophy. The predator polishes the skull and mounts it on a wall next to other trophies in his hunting collection. One of the trophies is a xenomorph skull, hinting at various xenomorph hunts in the past and future, as we'll see later in the timeline. The city then descends into panic and chaos with the cartels and the elusive killer. Detective Leona Contrell and Jerry Lambert start connecting dots on recent skinned victims and attacks in high heat, linking them to reports from 10 years prior in Central America's Valverde. They, along with Harrigan, realize that they are dealing with the same type of alien hunter that Dutch encountered in 1987, but now in an urban jungle. The predator only targets armed individuals because it spared the drug lord's unarmed girlfriend and only attacked people with weapons. One evening, Jerry and Leota ride a crowded subway when a group of gang thugs start harassing passengers. One thug pulls a gun and the train ride quickly turns into a gunfight, which acts as the cue for the predator. The Yautja enters the speeding subway, massacring everybody with a weapon. However, Jerry heroically tries to protect Leona and the unarmed passengers. In a frantic, close-quarters battle, Jerry empties his pistol into the cloaked creature, but the Yautja fatally spears him. Then Leona, thrown on the floor, is at the predator's mercy. The alien scans her and pauses. Through its thermal vision, it sees a faint heat inside her abdomen. Leona turns out to be pregnant, which makes her not fair game. So the Predator spares the unarmed pregnant detective and slips away in the tunnels. In broad daylight, a young boy notices a shimmering outline of the Predator and innocently aims his toy gun at it. The Yautja briefly considers striking, but Harrigan rushes in at the last second, pulling the child to safety. Pursuing the faint silhouette, Harrigan stumbles upon Danny's bracelet hanging from a tree branch, a chilling sign that the Predator had not only been there but had been watching him all along. When Harrigan arrives at the subway wreck, he finds a traumatized Leona in Jerry's mutilated body. Leona gasps out that "it didn't kill me because I wasn't armed." Harrigan now fully grasps the Predator's code of honor. It hunts those it considers a threat. Harrigan pursues the Predator above ground, chasing a flicker of movement to a building's rooftop. There he comes face to face with the alien hunter, uncloaked in the flashing lightning of a thunderstorm. Harrigan unloads his shotgun, knocking the Predator off the roof onto a nearby apartment balcony. Harrigan follows, but the government agents suddenly surround him. Peter Keyes and his team have been tracking the Predator and they intercept Harrigan. They confiscate his shotgun and finally come clean. Keyes reveals that he isn't a DEA agent, but part of a secret project that has been hunting this Predator. Interestingly, this Yautja doesn't have a plasma caster like the Jungle Hunter in 1987 because this Predator is unblooded. But later in the timeline we'll see the rite of passage ritual that grants the Yautja access to plasma weapons. Keyes has been studying the creature's habits and has set up a trap in a nearby slaughterhouse, which the Predator has been visiting regularly. It seems that the alien has been collecting frozen beef for food and using the cool to cool off his cloaking device. Keyes briefs Harrigan that the plan is to lock the Predator in the slaughterhouse and flash freeze it with liquid nitrogen. His team wears insulated suits that hide their body heat, hoping to ambush the creature without being seen in the infrared. Keyes' team, bristling with advanced equipment, sets up in the slaughterhouse that night. And the Predator indeed shows up, drawn to the slaughterhouse to heal its wounds in the cold. Initially, the alien cannot see the ambushers due to their suits, but as the operatives close in, the Predator switches to a different vision mode in its mask and picks up the glow of their UV flashlights. The Predator uses its plasma caster and razor-sharp disc to quickly eliminate Keyes' men in a bloody firefight inside the meat locker. Amid the chaos, Harrigan grabs his shotgun and jumps back into action. He manages to hit the Predator's mask with a shotgun blast, knocking it off and disturbing its vision. With all of his men dead, Keyes tries himself to freeze the creature with a liquid nitrogen gun, but the Predator brutally slices Keyes in half with its smart disc. Keyes' torso falls away in front of Harrigan's terrified eyes, so now it's just Harrigan versus the Predator. The creature escapes, but Harrigan follows. They battle across rooftops in the rain. Despite compromised vision, the Predator outmatches Harrigan in strength. Then Harrigan empties his pistol and even knocks the Predator off balance. In one critical moment, Harrigan takes the smart disc and uses it to cut off the Predator's forearm, destroying the control gauntlet. Sparks fly as the Predator's wrist device is destroyed, preventing it from activating its bomb. The Predator, now gravely wounded and missing a limb, tries to escape. The Yautja retreats, crashing down from a fire escape to a nearby apartment building. In the grandma's bathroom, the Predator quickly sets up a healing device to seal his wounds. Using materials around him like the drywall and the mirror glass, the Predator mixes a special paste to help him regenerate. It then smashes through walls and escapes under the building. Harrigan then follows the Yautja into an underground chamber. Following a trail of luminescent blood, Harrigan discovers an alien spacecraft hidden beneath the building. Inside, the architecture is like an otherworldly trophy room. Harrigan briefly marvels at the display of skulls on the walls, from earth animals to a large xenomorph skull. Then the wounded Predator ambushes Harrigan for a final round. Both are absolutely exhausted. The Predator uses its extendable spear and Harrigan wields the smart disc. In the last surge, Harrigan delivers a decisive and deadly blow by slashing the Predator's gut open with the disc. The creature collapses, finally dead. However, as Harrigan catches his breath, cloaked figures emerge around him. Multiple elder predators decloak in the ship's shadow. It turns out that a whole clan had been there observing their fight. Resigned to his fate, Harrigan drops the disc and prepares to die, but the predators do not attack. Instead, they retrieve their fallen comrade's body. Then their clan leader approaches Harrigan and, in a surprising show of respect, gives him a prize. An antique flintlock pistol from 1715 with an engraving Raphael Adolini. The exact same pistol that Naru had given to the tribe leader in 1718. There are still some gaps in the timeline, however, the pistol was likely taken from Naru by the Lost Tribe clan. However, the story of this legendary pistol gets even more complicated later in the timeline. Harrigan catches the pistol and examines it with an astonished look. The predators carry their fallen friend and depart, activating their ship's cloaking and blasting off. Harrigan narrowly escapes through an underground tunnel as the predator ship rockets away. Back on the surface, Harrigan is covered in ash, injured but triumphant. He stands amid the smoke with the antique pistol in hand, a bewildering token of hard-earned victory. However, his story is far from over as he's later captured by the Yautja, which brings us to the next chapter in the timeline. On October 3rd, 2004, a Wayland Industries satellite detects a sudden heat bloom beneath a remote island near Antarctica. Billionaire Charles Bishop Wayland quickly assembles a team of experts to investigate this anomaly. Among them is Alexa Lex Wood, a rugged survival guide. Sebastian De Rosa, an archaeologist in Mexico, is also recruited after an unsuccessful dig. These specialists, along with scientists, drillers, and mercenaries led by Maxwell Stafford, Wayland's security chief, all converge to join the expedition. Before they set out, Lex lays down strict rules: no heroics, and nobody wanders off alone under any circumstances. So on October 10, 2004, the team arrives to the frigid ice sheets on the coast of Antarctica. Upon arrival, they trek across the ice and discover an abandoned whaling station that has been deserted since 1904. The station's eerie silence hints at a violent past and possibly violent near future. As the crew scouts the ruins, Lex's colleague Miller strays off to snap photos, but Lex firmly reminds Miller of her rule that no one goes off alone. At that moment, Sebastian calls out with a major discovery: a massive tunnel plunging straight down through the ice. This tunnel was not there the day before. It's a near-perfect shaft, as if something used advanced technology to bore directly toward the source of the heat signature. The team is astonished, but wastes no time. They set up their gear and prepare to descend. Unknown to humans, the tunnel was drilled with a laser moments earlier by a beam from a cloaked predator ship now lurking above Earth. Lex, Wayland, Sebastian, and the rest descend into the depths of the ice sheet. Reaching the bottom, they find themselves in a vast underground cavern. With floodlights and generators, the darkness recedes to reveal an incredible sight: an ancient pyramid entombed beneath the ice. The structure resembles Aztec and Egyptian pyramids, yet seems to predate both of them. The team enters the pyramid cautiously. Inside, they marvel at intricate hieroglyphs and pass by towering statues of predator warriors, though the humans don't realize who these beings are. Deeper in, they uncover a sacrificial chamber filled with human skeletons. Every skeleton's ribcage is exploded outward, a horrific detail suggesting that these people died from creatures bursting out of their chests. As they explore further, someone unintentionally triggers a hidden mechanism in the structure. Gears rumble to life, and unknown to the humans, their arrival has awakened something deadly within the pyramid. Far below, locked in the icy vault, a massive alien queen emerges from cryogenic chamber, reanimated by the pyramid's ancient power source. While the expedition delves into the pyramid, 3 predator warriors have already landed on Antarctica's surface. These young, unblooded predators, Scar, Celtic, and Chopper, arrived in pods dropped from their mothership. They decloak at the whaling station and swiftly eliminate the remaining guards and drill crew, ensuring no humans are left alive above ground. These unblooded predators must slay a xenomorph using only melee weapons to earn their passage into adulthood. By doing so, they ascend to the blooded hunter's rank and are granted the honor of wielding the plasma caster. Armed and eager for the hunt, the trio then moves into the newly formed tunnel descending toward the pyramid. Deep inside, Wayland's team remains oblivious to the approaching danger and continues their exploration. In one chamber, they discover a mysterious sarcophagus that opens to reveal 3 elaborate pieces of metal armor, which are actually Predator plasma cannons. Astonished at the advanced, otherworldly design, the humans claim these artifacts as samples, not realizing that they've just taken the Predator's most prized weapons. The moment they remove the guns, the pyramid springs its traps. Heavy stone doors slide shut and the layout of the maze begins to shift. The entire pyramid reconfigures like a giant puzzle, sealing certain passages and opening others. The humans are now divided and locked inside. The pyramid will continue to change its architecture every 10 minutes, isolating them into smaller and smaller groups. At the same time, the alien queen fully awakens. With a furious shriek, she begins laying eggs via an automated conveyor system. Her enormous egg-filled abdomen has been chained in place for centuries, part of an ancient mechanism built by the Predators. Now triggered by the intruders, the conveyor carries a batch of her alien eggs up to the sacrificial chamber above. There, mercenaries and scientists are still examining the human skeletons. Slimy eggs then rise from the floor and unfold, and spider-like facehuggers scuttle out. In the blink of an eye, the facehuggers leap onto the humans' faces. Panicked screams echoes as one by one the victims collapse, impregnated with alien embryos. A short time later, horrific chestbursters rip out from these victims' chests, killing them instantly. The infant aliens grow at an accelerated rate, molting into full-sized adult xenomorphs within minutes, and their hisses now echoing in the darkness. Predator Scar and his comrades arrive and ambush the remaining human group to retrieve their stolen plasma guns. Caught off guard, the heavily armed Predators quickly kill most of the crew, so Wayland's loyal security team is slaughtered in moments. Newly spawned aliens attack as well, picking off scattered humans. Some of the team are captured alive by the aliens, cocooned to serve as hosts for even more creatures. So it's a 3-way battle, Predators versus aliens versus humans, all fighting for survival in the shifting maze. Predator Chopper is the first Yautja to fall. He's blindsided and impaled by a stealthy alien. Then Celtic engages the alien in a brutal 1-to-1 duel. The Predator's superior strength and weapons give him the upper hand at first. He even pins the xenomorph under a razor-sharp net, but Celtic's momentary overconfidence proves fatal, as the cunning alien breaks free and kills Celtic, ending the fight with a skull-crushing blow. Now only Scar, the last Predator, remains of the trio. Scar pursues Lex, Sebastian, and Wayland, who are racing to find a way out. The Predator is determined to recover the plasma caster the humans took. Wayland, already gravely ill, can no longer keep up with Lex and Sebastian as they run. Knowing his time is short due to the lung cancer, Wayland makes a final stand to buy the others time. He urges Lex to go on without him. Scar initially ignores Wayland as he's unarmed and sick, as the Yautja scan reveals. However, Wayland then fires a makeshift flamethrower, and in response, Scar kills Wayland swiftly, ending the old man's life. Lex watches in horror as the billionaire dies. However, his son, Peter Wayland, who's only 14 years old, will soon take control of his father's mega corporation. Then Lex and Sebastian slip away into the darkness as the pyramid's walls shift yet again, separating them from the Predator. Now on his own, Scar finds himself stalked by aliens in the corridors. One xenomorph lunges, but Scar swiftly decapitates it. Then a facehugger scampers towards him. However, Scar slices it apart mid-leap. With 2 quick kills, Scar stands over his defeated prey. In a ritual gesture, he removes his biomask and uses the acidic blood of the facehugger to burn a clan symbol onto his forehead, marking himself as a blooded hunter, successfully passing to the blooded rank in the Yautja hierarchy. Scar rose in triumph, but his victory is short-lived as, unseen by him, a second facehugger creeps up silently. Just as Scar is about to replace his mask, the creature leaps at his unprotected face. But the scene cuts away, leaving Scar's fate momentarily uncertain. Elsewhere in the pyramid, Lex and Sebastian stumble into a chamber covered in hieroglyphs and murals. Sebastian, the archaeologist, deciphers the symbols. The pictures tell an ancient story. Predators visited Earth long ago, teaching early humans to build pyramids and in return being worshipped as gods. In those times, humans were used as sacrifices to breed aliens. Every century, the young predators would return to the pyramid, and only those who managed to kill a xenomorph with melee weapons would ascend to the blooded rank in the Yautja hierarchy. And if ever the alien infestation grew out of control, the predators would detonate a self-destruct device to wipe out everything, even at the cost of their own lives. Lex and Sebastian realize with dread that Wayland's team was lured here as hosts for new aliens. Understanding this, they conclude that no matter what, the aliens must not reach the surface. And the only way to stop the nightmare from spreading to humanity is to let the predator complete his hunt and destroy the creatures. So Lex decides that their best chance is to cooperate with the remaining predator, as Sebastian argues that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, an alien ambushes them and snatches Sebastian into the darkness. Moments later, Lex comes face to face with Scar. Both are wary, but Lex is no threat without weapons, so she offers the plasma cannon back to the predator. Scar recognizes this gesture, retrieves the weapon, and spares Lex's life. However, at that moment, an alien attacks the pair, springing from the shadows. Lex reacts on instinct and fights alongside Scar. Lex uses all of her strength to kill the xenomorph. Impressed by humans' courage and skill, Scar decides Lex is an ally. Also, since Lex killed the Xeno, she is technically elevated to the blooded rank in the Yautja hierarchy. So Scar uses aliens' acidic blood to mark her face. Lex is now effectively blooded into the Predator's clan, armed and marked for battle at Scar's side. The two very different warriors share a nod of understanding, and they move together through the hive-like tunnels, killing the remaining aliens on their way. They find Sebastian cocooned to a wall, still alive but barely. A chestburster incubates inside him, and Lex gives her friend a merciful death with her pistol. The monstrous alien queen is now free of her chains. Enraged by the destruction of her offsprings, the queen rampages through the pyramid. Realizing the queen and the other xenomorphs will soon overrun them, Scar initiates the predator failsafe. He activates a self-destruct bomb from his wrist device. Together, Lex and Scar barely escape the xenomorph assault and propel to the surface as the countdown begins. Behind them, a massive explosion erupts. Scar's bomb engulfs the pyramid in a fiery blast, incinerating the alien hive, the eggs, and any creatures still below. The ground rumbles and collapses as the ancient pyramid is obliterated underground. On the surface, Lex and Scar emerge into the freezing Antarctic night. However, seconds later, the ice beneath them explodes upward. The alien queen survived the blast and bursts onto the surface. Lex and Scar immediately join forces to face this final threat. Lex manages to set up a trap to outsmart the queen. She notices a giant water tank teetering nearby on the edge of a cliff. So Lex hooks the chains onto the queen's body while Scar distracts the beast. However, in a moment of distraction, the queen impales Scar through the torso with her blade-like tail, mortally wounding him. But before the queen can kill Scar, Lex has just enough time to push a massive metal tank off the cliff, dragging the roaring queen down with it, wrapped in chains. The queen then vanishes into the dark, icy waters. Lex survives, but Scar succumbs to his grievous injury. The predator just has enough strength to acknowledge Lex one last time before he dies. But in the next moment, a huge predator mothership uncloaks above them with dozens of elder predators and the clan leader watching the entire scene. They respectfully retrieve Scar's lifeless body. The clan leader then examines the acid-burned scar on Lex's cheek and presents her with an elaborate predator combi stick as a token of honor. In silent acknowledgement, the predators depart, cloaking and boarding their ship with Scar's body. As dawn breaks, Lex walks toward an abandoned snowcat vehicle to make her way home. However, high above Earth, the predator ship streaks into space. Inside, the Yautja have prepared Scar's body for a proper warrior's funeral. On October 11, 2004, a Predator spacecraft departs Earth carrying Scar's body along with several captive facehuggers and stasis pods. Scar was indeed facehugged earlier in the pyramid, so a new creature bursts from his chest. A hybrid of a Predator and Xenomorph known as the Predalien. This half-Predator, half-alien matures at an alarming rate into a towering adult and immediately turns on the ship's crew. The Predalien slaughters the Predators, and in the chaos, stray plasma blasts puncture the hull. So on October 14, 2004, the damaged ship spirals out of control and crashes into a dense forest just outside the small town of Gunnison, Colorado. From the crashed Predator vessel, the Predalien escapes along with several facehuggers seeking new hosts in the surrounding wilderness. Not far from the crash site, a father and his young son are on an evening hunting trip in the woods. They witness strange lights and investigate, stumbling upon the Predator ship's debris. Before they can grasp what happened, facehuggers latch onto the father and son with lightning speed, implanting them with alien embryos. Shortly after, horrifying chestbursters rip out from the chests of both victims. At the same time, the Predalien creature stalks through the forest into the town's sewer system. There, in the dark underground tunnels, it finds a group of homeless people seeking shelter. The Predalien and the remaining facehuggers attack these unsuspecting people as well, implanting more embryos to build up the growing Xenomorph hive in secret beneath the town. At the same time, on the distant planet Yautja Prime, an alarm blares. The surviving Predator aboard the crashed ship had managed to send out a distress signal just before being killed by the Predalien. In response, an elder Predator, a veteran known as Wolf, arms himself and departs for Earth to contain the outbreak. The Yautja's goal is actually not to rescue humans, but to eliminate all traces of the Xenomorph infestation and claim a highly prized Predalien trophy. So Wolf arrives via a small Predator shuttle near the crash site under cover of night. The Predator surveys the grotesque scene of the downed ship, and he finds the bodies of dead Predators and slimy remains of facehuggers scattered around. With methodical precision, the Predator erases all the evidence with the blue dissolving liquid, melting the corpses of the facehuggers, the human victims, and even his slain Predators. Wolf collects all the remaining weapons he can find, and to ensure secrecy, he activates a bomb inside the downed ship, obliterating the wreckage completely in a fiery blast. Then the Predator begins tracking the escaped Predalien and Xenomorphs through the woods and into the outskirts of town. Meanwhile, in Gunnison itself, we meet some of the townspeople whose lives will soon collide with this otherworldly menace. Dallas Howard, an ex-convict, has just returned home from prison. The local sheriff, Eddie Morales, picks him up on the edge of town, and Dallas reunites with his younger brother, Ricky. Elsewhere, Kelly O'Brien, an Army veteran, comes back to Gunnison to rejoin her husband Tim and young daughter Molly after a long deployment overseas. Dallas's brother, Ricky, has a crush on a popular classmate, Jesse Salinger, so one evening Ricky delivers a pizza to Jesse's house, hoping to see her. But instead he's confronted by her possessive boyfriend, Dale Collins, and Dale's two goons. The bullies knock Ricky to the ground and cruelly toss his car keys into a nearby drain. Frustrated and humiliated, Ricky calls his older brother Dallas for help. As Dallas and Ricky search through the darkness of the sewers for the lost keys, they hear strange, inhuman noises echoing from the deep below. Unnerved, Dallas senses that something isn't right beneath the quiet town. When the father and son don't return home, Sheriff Morales organizes a search party to find them. Venturing into the woods with a few deputies, Morales hopes for a simple rescue, but instead they find only gruesome hints of the missing pair. One deputy wanders ahead of the group and stumbles onto something utterly bizarre. Wolf's shimmering cloaking figure in the trees. Before the deputy can react or radio for help, the Predator strikes. And in a blink, Wolf impales the deputy and kills him, then disappears into the shadows. The sheriff and the others only hear a short, sharp scream in the distance. Morales later finds the skinned deputy's body with absolutely no traces or hints pointing to who could have done that, which further intensifies the upcoming doom. Underground, in the town's sewer tunnels, Wolf moves with stealth and purpose. Using his high-tech vision and tracking tools, he follows traces of the Xenomorphs. Adult xenomorphs crawl along the tunnel walls as the embryos implanted earlier have matured into full-sized monsters. Wolf is attacked by two xenomorphs, all teeth and claws. The predator fights back ferociously and, being an elder predator, easily disposes of the two xenos. He blasts another alien with his shoulder-mounted plasma caster, splattering acidic blood across the tunnels. The predator is outnumbered but highly skilled, taking down several xenomorphs in the sewer. During the scuffle, the predalien sees its offsprings being brutally killed, so it intervenes and, being stronger than regular xenos, throws Wolf across the sewers. Wolf has killed some, but a few xenomorphs still escape the sewer and scatter into Gunnison, now looking for human prey. Sensing that his prey is getting away, the predator pursues them relentlessly, climbing out of the tunnels and following the trail onto Gunnison's streets. On the edge of town, at a lonely diner closing up for the night, a waitress finishes her late shift. Tired and pregnant, she steps out of the back door and hears a strange noise in the kitchen. She comes back, and before she can scream, the predalien hybrid grabs her and impregnates her. The predalien reveals a unique and terrifying ability. Rather than using facehuggers, it can implant embryos directly into a host. So the monster forces its inner jaws down the frightened woman's throat, depositing multiple alien embryos inside her. Meanwhile, Wolf continues hunting the remaining xenomorphs. He tracks them down to the town's power plant. There, Predator and aliens clash again, but Wolf's plasma caster blast ruptures a vital piece of the town's electrical grid. So the power outage plunges Gunnison into the darkness. At this exact moment, Ricky has arranged a secret meeting with Jesse at the high school's swimming pool. The building is empty after hours, so as they talk and flirt poolside, Dale with his two friends suddenly come in and a fight between Ricky and Dale breaks out. Moments after Ricky pushes them all into the pool, the lights in the building go out due to the just occurring power outage. In the darkness that follows, a xenomorph appears out of the shadows and attacks Dale's two friends, savagely killing them in front of the others. Terrified, Dale, Jesse, and Ricky barely escape the xenomorphs through the window in the back. Across town, the xenomorph attacks O'Brien's household. The alien kills Tim and is about to attack Kelly and her daughter. Desperate to save her child, Kelly grabs Molly and runs through a side door into the night. Interestingly, the alien doesn't pursue them but instead claims Tim's body for the growing hive. Meanwhile, Wolf reaches the high school's pool to kill the xenomorph and then destroys the corpse with the dissolving blue liquid. In the following hours, the surviving townspeople begin to gather together amid the chaos. Ricky, Jesse, and Dale stumble through the dark streets until they cross paths with Dallas and Sheriff Morales. They see the increasing violence around town, try to make sense of the unfolding disaster and help where they can. They investigate the school's pool, find bloody traces and try calling the police station, but nobody responds, indicating that something is killing people in the town, creating a dire emergency. The group then goes to a local sporting goods store to gather some guns. There, Dallas and Ricky break open a display case and distribute rifles and shotguns to everybody. Minutes later, the National Guard comes into Gunnison with a convoy of military vehicles, carrying heavily armed soldiers who are prepared for a natural disaster or a riot, but not for the alien horror. As the convoy moves into the streets, xenomorphs quickly ambush the soldiers from all sides, stealthily killing them. The soldiers eventually open rifles fire in every direction as flashes briefly light up ghastly alien figures leaping among them. It's a complete massacre, and within minutes, the National Guard unit is completely overrun and slaughtered by the xenomorphs. So Gunnison is now effectively cut off and crawling with aliens, with no outside help coming from the panicked and decimated military responders. Back at the sporting goods store, the survivors prepare to move out, suspecting that the National Guard is completely gone. Gunnison is now effectively cut off and crawling with aliens, with no outside help coming from the panicked and decimated military responders. Meantime, injured and face-hugged victims are delivered to unsuspecting doctors at a hospital. The predalien is also drawn to the hospital and chooses it for its hive. The hospital has many potential and already immobile hosts. The predalien searches for the best hosts and impregnates already pregnant women with multiple alien embryos through his unique method of belly bursting. Pregnant women are likely more desirable for impregnation as they can carry multiple embryos at once. Meantime, xenomorphs infiltrate the sporting goods store, but the Yautja follows them. When an alien is about to attack the group, the predator slices its head off. The xenomorphs also attack, but Wolf swiftly kills them with his plasma caster, while also blowing the heads of 2 store employees that were about to shoot him. Predator saves Dale from immediate xenomorph death, but the acid blood finishes Dale by dissolving his head. Wolf then wrestles with an especially furious xenomorph, slitting its throat with its wrist blades, but the creature's acidic blood splashes onto the Predator's shoulder cannons, damaging his ranged weaponry. But Wolf, being the veteran Yautja, detaches the broken cannon from its armor and quickly modifies it into a handheld plasma pistol to continue the fight. Dallas and the others emerge cautiously from the hiding and reach an empty military vehicle, realizing that the National Guard is dead. Using a police radio, Sheriff Morales makes a contact with the military. Colonel Stevens claims that there is an evacuation point being established at the center of town. Helicopters will supposedly fly survivors out of Gunnison, but it doesn't make much sense since the center of town is the hotspot of xenomorphs. So the survivors have a heated debate, and Kelly has a bad feeling about the military's intentions, arguing that the authorities might be planning to contain the situation by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing the town. Kelly thinks that their best chance is to avoid supposed rescue gathering and instead use the hospital medevac helicopter to escape. Dallas agrees that avoiding downtown is wise as he doesn't trust that the creatures will not overrun a big gathering of people. Sheriff Morales, however, feels that they should follow the colonel's instructions and save as many people as possible by heading to the evacuation zone. In the end, the group splits in 2. Sheriff Morales leads a few remaining townsfolk towards the center of town where the army promised safety. However, Dallas, Ricky, Kelly, Molly, and Jesse break off on their own, heading for the hospital in its helicopter, not realizing that they're going to the heart of the xenomorph hive. Dallas's group approaches Gunnison Memorial Hospital where the Predalien laid multiple xenomorph embryos that are now hatched and fully matured. The building stands silent, its power is out and its doors hang open, but inside the once sterile hospital is now a giant xenomorph hive. Walls and ceilings are cocooned in resin. The group creeps through hallways and discovers blood and dead corpses. In the maternity ward, Kelly and Dallas find a nightmarish scene of motionless women's bodies with their bellies bursted from the inside. It becomes clear that the Predalien has been using the hospital's maternity ward to breed. At the same time, Predator Wolf arrives at the hospital too as he's chasing the ultimate trophy, the Predalien abomination. Wolf goes deeper and deeper into the hospital, exterminating the aliens inside. The Yautja kills a few with a modified plasma gun, but one alien bites it and tosses it away. With no plasma cannons left, Wolf throws razor-sharp shurikens toward the xenomorphs, slicing their heads. However, one of the shurikens strikes Jessie, impaling her to a wall. Ricky, seeing his crush brutally killed, lets out an anguished scream and unloads his gun at Wolf. The bullets overwhelm the Predator, who has to deal with 2 threats simultaneously, humans and Xenos. While the Yautja is distracted, one xenomorph pushes him into the elevator shaft. With the Yautja seemingly gone, Ricky collects the Predator's plasma gun. However, the massive Predalien impales him in the shoulder with its tail. Dallas and Kelly open fire, scaring the Predalien away. Dallas scoops up the Predator's firearm, which is far more powerful than their rifles. With Jesse gone and Ricky grievously hurt, Dallas and Kelly know they must escape now. Supporting Ricky, between them they rush up the stairwell to the roof. While Dallas is killing xenomorphs with the plasma cannon, he tells the rest of the group to get to the chopper. Then Kelly frantically works to get the helicopter started. While the plasma cannon is recharging, one xenomorph sneaks upon Dallas, but he manages to blow its head off just in time. Then another Xeno rushes to attack him, and just when it seems like he'll be killed by the alien, Wolf erupts from beneath the floor, saving Dallas, who then runs away with the plasma cannon. So now, Wolf only has close-range melee weapons, and he slices the xenomorph with a razor-sharp whip. However, the Predalien also climbs out of the ruined elevator shaft, dripping with fury over its skilled offsprings. So the Predator and Predalien face off in an epic final duel, charging at each other with primal ferocity. Meanwhile, Kelly is about to take off, but a xenomorph attacks the helicopter. Unable to stop the alien with their rifles, it appears that the creature will attack the passengers. But Dallas rips the Xeno with the Yautja cannon at the last moment, and Ricky finishes it with a shot in the dome. As the helicopter departs with a few survivors, Wolf ferociously battles the Predalien. Wolf has only a spear left as his weapon, which allows him to inflict some serious damage on the abomination that is physically stronger than him. As the creatures fight, Sheriff Morales and the survivors waiting in the city center realize that nobody's coming to rescue them. Instead, Colonel Stevens decides to contain the situation by sending a single F-22 Raptor to release a tactical nuclear bomb onto Gunnison. The Predalien and Wolf smash into each other with savage force. Wolf loses all of his weapons and takes off his mask, now locked into a fight to death. Eventually, Wolf is pinned against the wall, and just when it seems like the Predalien has won, the Yautja plunges one of his wrist blades directly into the Predalien's head, piercing through its dome. At the same time, the dying Predalien musters one last strike and impales Wolf through the chest with its spiked tail. Just as both creatures strike each other in a deadly lock, a nuclear white flash envelops Gunnison. The nuclear explosion annihilates everything to ground zero. The remaining aliens, the Predator Wolf, the Predalien, and all the unfortunate townspeople gathered at the supposed evacuation point. Up in the sky, the shockwave catches the fleeing helicopter. The chopper is tossed like a toy, spirals out of control, and crash lands violently into the woods beyond the town's outskirts. Moments later, in the smoky dawnlight, Dallas regains consciousness. He, Kelly, Molly, and Ricky all have miraculously survived the crash. They crawl out of the wreckage and find themselves in a forest, but are quickly surrounded by soldiers. A special forces unit has moved in to secure the area now that the bomb has fallen. The surviving humans are swiftly taken into custody by the military. Medics pull Ricky aside to treat his wounds, while another soldier takes the alien plasma pistol from Dallas's hands. Dallas and Kelly exchange exhausted but relieved looks as they have survived an unimaginable night of horrors. Gunnison lies silently and destroyed in the distance, and the government is eager to sweep away any remaining evidence of the extraterrestrial encounter. Sometime later, far from the blast zone, Colonel Stevens carries a briefcase into a high-security facility. Inside is the salvaged Wolf's plasma pistol. Stevens presents this advanced alien weapon to an elegant woman waiting in a boardroom. The woman is revealed to be Miss Yutani, the CEO of a powerful technology corporation. Miss Yutani examines the sleek alien device and remarks that the world is not yet ready for such an advanced technology. In the following years, the Yutani Corporation will study the plasma caster to develop various technologies, including space travel. The plasma caster will eventually end up in the secret military project Stargazer, which brings us to the next installment in the franchise. In 2012, after the death of Charles Bishop Wayland, his son Peter Wayland inherits his shares of the company, and at the age of 22, Peter founds Wayland Industries. In 2018, in the depths of space, a Predator ship is under attack by a larger Predator vessel. To escape the destruction, the smaller craft rips open a wormhole and escapes away. The ship is badly damaged and is about to crash, so the Predator escapes in a separate pod. The ship eventually crash lands somewhere in the US, but the escape pod lands in the jungles of Mexico, where a covert US military operation is underway. Army sniper Quinn McKenna and his team are on a hostage rescue mission in the area where the Predator's escape pod smashes down and interrupts their operation. The Predator emerges and ambushes the squad, killing Quinn's teammates. However, Quinn gets a hold of the Predator's own weapons and manages to injure the creature, knocking it unconscious. With his comrades dead and the Predator wounded, Quinn seizes the opportunity to snatch some of the creature's high-tech gear as proof of the encounter. He finds a portable cloaking device, the Predator's mask, and an arm gauntlet. Moments later, a government Black Ops unit called Project Stargazer, led by Agent Will Traeger, swoops in to secure the crash site. They capture the fallen Predator and look for Quinn, who runs to a nearby village with the Yautja tech. Knowing that no one would believe him otherwise, Quinn mails these alien artifacts to a post office box back home for safekeeping. Eventually, Quinn is arrested and shipped back to the United States in handcuffs. He anticipates that the government will try to sweep this incident under the rug. Traeger indeed wants to silence any witnesses, so Quinn is deemed unstable and loaded onto a bus with other military prisoners. So on Halloween night, October 31st, 2018, Quinn meets a group of ex-soldiers who call themselves the Loonies. Each has their own war-induced quirks and mental health struggles, but they quickly bond through dark humor. Among them are the calm but intense ex-Marine Nebraska Williams, wisecracking Kyle, trigger-happy Barksley, mild-mannered Lynch, and religious pilot Nettles. As Quinn gets along with these misfits, the captured Predator is delivered to a secret government lab for study. At the Project Stargazer research facility, scientists and military technicians strap down the unconscious alien on an examination table. Evolutionary biologist Casey Brackett is recruited by Traeger to examine the specimen due to her expertise in genetics. Casey is fascinated to discover that the Predator's DNA strangely contains human genes, suggesting some kind of an alien hybridization between humans and the Yautja took place. However, before she can learn more about it, alarms start blaring. The Predator wakes up unexpectedly on the table. It breaks free of its restraints and with a roar goes on a bloody rampage through the laboratory. Panicked scientists and soldiers try to subdue the towering creature, but it slaughters everyone in its path. Casey, caught in a decontamination chamber with no weapon and even no clothes, freezes as the Yautja approaches. To her surprise, the alien spares her life, deciding that she is not a threat since she is completely unarmed. The Predator instead finds a shelf with other Yautja artifacts recovered by humans, including the mask of the jungle hunter Predator from the 1987 incident. There's also the plasma cannon from Colorado incident in 2004, and the third item is another Yautja mask, identical to the one the fugitive Predator had in the beginning of the movie. The Predator retrieves this mask and through Yautja tech is able to track the location of his original mask that was delivered to Quinn's house. At Quinn's house, his autistic but extremely smart son Rory actually receives the package with the Yautja tech. Rory is able to figure out parts of the Predator language and how to use the tech. However, the artifacts inadvertently expose Rory's location to another Yautja ship who's actually chasing the rogue Predator captured by scientists. The Predator then breaks out of the facility and Quinn's prison bus happens to arrive just in time for the inmates to witness the monstrous Predator breaking out. The Loonies stare in awe as the alien leaps across the compound, tearing armed men apart. Seizing this chance, they overpower the armed escort on the bus amid the confusion. On their way out, they scoop up Casey, who's fleeing the lab on foot. Though initially shocked by this crazy crew of armed Loonies, Casey quickly joins them once she realizes that they're all on the run from the same threat. With Quinn at the wheel, the group of fugitives speeds away from the facility to regroup. However, Stargazer is not the only ones trying to catch the rogue Predator. In fact, the upgrade Predator also closes in on the facility. After destroying fighter jets trying to intercept it, the upgrade lands and goes after the rogue on foot. The escapees lay low at a roadside motel trying to plan their next move. In a cramped motel room, Quinn comes clean to the others. He explains that he mailed the Predator's helmet and gauntlet to his estranged wife's address for safekeeping, fearing that the government would confiscate the evidence. But now he worries that the escaped alien will be hunting for its lost technology, which puts his family in grave danger. Upon hearing this, the Loonies agree to help Quinn protect his loved ones. After all, they're all soldiers and this sounds like a fight worth fighting. Casey, shocked by the earlier events, realizes that Traeger will likely kill her to eliminate any witnesses, so she joins the mission to expose the Yautja to authorities. When they arrive at the suburban house, Quinn's ex-wife Emily is shocked by the sudden appearance of her husband and a band of armed strangers. Quinn explains the entire situation and that the danger is real, so Emily reveals that their young son Rory has taken something from Quinn's package. Rory found the alien mask and the arm device in the box. Mistaking them for cool toys or a costume, he put on the Predator's mask and gauntlet and went out trick-or-treating for Halloween night. So Quinn and the others immediately split up to search for the boy. In the meantime, Rory, wearing the bulky Predator mask, draws unwanted attention from local bullies. Frightened but curious, he inadvertently activates features on the alien tech. Then in one instance, the mask's targeting laser fires a plasma blast that blows up a neighborhood house. Unaware of the full danger, Rory continues down the block. Meanwhile, Quinn and his team search in panic, scanning yards and porches for any sign of the boy. Rory eventually wanders to a baseball field and encounters two snarling predator hounds that come out of the darkness. These alien dogs were likely dispatched by the upgrade Predator to track the lost tech and eliminate any witnesses. Interestingly, the beasts have Yautja-like dreadlock tendrils and massive jaws. Rory flees, and just in time, Quinn and the loonies arrive to defend him. Rory is shaken but unharmed, reunited with his father. Then the original Predator, the one Quinn had fought in Mexico, suddenly appears, uncloaking nearby to reclaim its stolen gear. The loonies refuse to give it away, fight the Predator, and run inside a school trying to escape. However, the Predator eventually corners them and grabs Quinn by the neck. But before the Yautja can strike, out of nowhere, a second Predator, far bigger, more muscular, and technologically enhanced, smashes into the smaller Predator. This Yautja, commonly referred to as the Upgrade Predator, is a genetically augmented hunter nearly 12 feet tall. The two Yautjas, obviously hostile to each other, engage in a vicious duel right in front of the stunned humans. The smaller Predator is no match for this upgraded rival. So within moments, the Upgrade Predator brutally overpowers the rogue Yautja and rips its head and spine from its body, executing it on the spot. Quinn and his team use this distraction to flee once again, escaping the school as the Upgrade Predator tosses aside the dead rival's head. The group finds temporary refuge at an abandoned barn outside of town later that night. They try to make sense of the carnage they just witnessed. So Casey shares a startling theory. She suspects that the larger Predator is the result of genetic experimentation. From what she observed in the lab and the creature's behavior, the Predator species might be hybridizing themselves with DNA from other species, possibly to enhance their abilities. So this ultimate Predator could be an amalgamation of Predator DNA mixed with traits taken from strongest creatures of other worlds, explaining its massive size and resilience. Casey also notes that Rory, despite being a child, could understand the Predator's written language and technology. His autism might come with a unique ability to decode patterns, effectively letting him operate alien devices. In her view, the Predators might even consider such cognitive ability as a valuable trait. This implies that the Predators could be collecting the best of human DNA to upgrade themselves. While most of the loonies head out to scavenge a vehicle for their next move, Quinn, Nebraska, Rory, and Casey remain in the barn hashing out a plan. But before they can act, bright searchlights sweep over the barn and armed operatives surround the area. Unfortunately, Traeger's Stargazer unit has caught up with them. Traeger and his men storm in and capture the group at gunpoint. And the ruthless agent finally shares his perspective on the situation. He explains that the Stargazer has been tracking increased Predator activity recently and theorizes why. According to Traeger, the Predators anticipate that climate change will eventually render humanity extinct, which could rob the aliens of their favorite prey and DNA source. In other words, the Predators are racing to gather as much valuable human DNA as possible before humans die out. The Yautjas also plan a full-scale alien invasion of Earth that is becoming hotter and hotter every year, providing a perfect environment for the Predators to live in. However, the rogue fugitive Predator betrayed the Yautja race and brought advanced Yautja technology for humans so they can defend themselves against a full-scale Predator invasion. During talks with Traeger, Rory quietly draws a detailed map on a piece of paper. Using the knowledge learned from the Predator's mask and gauntlet, the boy has decoded coordinates showing where the first Predator's ship has crashed. Traeger notices Rory's map and realizes that the child can lead them to valuable alien technology. Without hesitation, Traeger basically kidnaps Rory and heads out, intending to secure the crashed Predator ship and whatever secrets it holds. Quinn and the others are left under guard, but not for long. Outside, the brain-damaged predator hound causes a distraction and brings a grenade in its mouth, which explodes and throws the captors into disarray. Seizing the moment, Quinn, Casey, and Nebraska fight free of their captors. The remaining loony friends return just in time to help overpower the Stargazer agents. Reunited, the whole team now races after Traeger to save Roy and stop the Predator's plans. Traeger's team arrives at the site where the rogue Predator's ship lies fallen in the woods. They secure the perimeter and find the alien vessel partly intact. Traeger brings Roy along, coercing the boy to help unlock the ship's system using his translation of Predator language. Inside the ship, they find the alien cargo intended for humans. As Traeger enjoys this valuable find, Quinn sneaks up on him using the invincibility camouflage and knocks him off his feet and rescues his son. In the meantime, the band of loonies launches their assault. A firefight erupts between Quinn's group and the Stargazer soldiers. But the humans are about to get an even deadlier interruption as the ultimate predator has tracked everyone to this location. With thunderous footsteps, this gigantic predator charges into the clearing, immediately opening fire, and its first target is the remaining Stargazer operatives. The predator plows through men as if they were nothing, determined to reach the crashed ship. It eventually boards the vessel, shrugging off gunshots. Inside the ship, the predator accesses a translator device so it can speak to the humans outside. In a growling, synthesized voice, it announces its intent. The ship will self-destruct to keep its advanced technology out of human hands. The Predator also says that it will grant the survivors a brief head start before it hunts them down for sport, with Roy being his primary target. Quinn's team decides to join forces with Traeger's Black Ops unit to fight off the Predator. So Traeger, Quinn, Casey, and the loonies sprint into the woods as an explosion engulfs the Predator ship behind them. For a moment, Quinn and Traeger run side by side, but the fragile truce doesn't last that long. Once the explosion subdues, the Predator actively chases the scattered humans through the trees. Agent Traeger grabs a shoulder-mounted plasma caster, but in the split second of distraction, the stolen plasma caster misfires, blowing off Traeger's head in a gruesome accident. The group now works together and manages to wound the Predator and set him on fire. But the Predator then clashes with Coyle and Baxley. The two longtime comrades empty their guns at the monster, but both are slashed and mortally wounded in the attempt. Both bleeding, Coyle and Baxley share a knowing nod. In a tragic act of mercy, they turn their pistols on each other and pull the triggers, sparing themselves from a slow and painful death. The Predator then suddenly ambushes the group and snatches Roy. Lifting the boy with one arm, the Predator declares that Roy is the prize, as the extreme intelligence in Roy's DNA is the next desired upgrade for the massive Yautja. The alien has concluded that Roy's atypical intellect, fueled by his autism, is an evolutionary advancement in humans, making the child a valuable specimen for hybridization. With Roy in its grip, the Predator heads for its own nearby spaceship to depart Earth. Quinn and the surviving two loonies absolutely cannot let the creature escape with his son. As the Predator's ship powers up to take off, Quinn, Nebraska, and Nettles make a daring leap and jump onto the vessel's exterior. They cling to the ship as it raises above the trees. Enraged, the Predator initiates the shimmering force field that spreads over the craft, killing Nettles. Locked on the outside of the shield, Nebraska throws himself into the ship's turbine engine, which erupts in flames as Nebraska's sacrifice cripples the ship, causing it to spiral downwards. Quinn then manages to crawl into the ship's interior just as it crashes back to the ground. Quinn fights the upgrade Predator one-on-one amid the flickering wreckage of the ship. He empties his rifle into the alien with almost no effect. However, Casey, who'd been trailing on foot below, now arrives at the crash site. She joins the fight to draw the Predator's attention. Father and son and scientists now all work together against the towering alien. Rory activates the ship's shield, which cuts off the Predator's hand with the wrist gauntlet, which Quinn uses to blow off the Yautja's legs. The upgrade Predator finally falls, and Quinn delivers the killing blows by shooting the Predator in the head with a pistol. Painting in exhaustion and relief, Quinn, Casey, and Rory survey the bloody aftermath. Humans have triumphed once again, but at a heavy cost. In a somber moment, as dawn begins to break, the survivors gather mementos from their fallen friends, a few personal souvenirs that belong to Nebraska, Coyle, Baxley, Nettles, and Lynch. and they place them gently in a blanket. This quiet tribute honors the loonies and all the others who gave their lives in the battle. Quinn then rests a hand on his son's shoulder, grateful that Rory is safe. A few months later, Quinn and Rory both work at a high-security science laboratory, with Quinn serving as the officer, while Rory's unique talents have landed him a role in decoding the captured Predator technology. The entire team examines the special Yautja recovered from the jungle. Whatever is inside, the fugitive predators seem to have sent it away for humans to find. Quinn and Roy watch through a glass as the pod is opened. A sleek piece of alien tech shoots out and latches onto a nearby scientist and spreads over him, encasing him in a futuristic Predator armor suit within seconds. The scientists stare in awe at the Predator killer suit, an advanced battle armor designed for humans to combat predators on equal footing. It becomes clear that the fugitive Predator intended to deliver the suit to humanity as a gift. The fugitive Predator knew that the Predator invasion is coming and wanted to even the odds for the human race. Quinn smiles as he realizes the significance of this Yautja gift. The suit is later studied and used to advance space travel and other technologies, which will eventually lead to the rise of a few mega corporations like Wayland, Yutani, Tyrell, Prodigy, and others. In 2023, Peter Wayland earns the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his breakthrough cancer cure. In his legendary TED Talk, he details his vision for Wayland Corporation, charting the next 5 decades of building better worlds. He talks about the potential of technology and how it can make humans equal to gods. Sometime in 2024, Royce awakens to find himself free-falling through the clouds over a dense jungle. An automatic parachute on his back deploys just in time and he crashes through the trees. Soon he encounters other armed strangers who parachuted in the same way. These include Isabel, a sniper, Nikolai, a Russian soldier with a machine gun, Chuchilo, a cartel enforcer, Mombasa, an African insurgent, Stans, a death row inmate, Hanzo, a silent Yakuza hitman, and Edwin, a seemingly timid doctor. Each of them recalls only a sudden capture or blackout before waking up mid-air. They are all formidable killers or soldiers chosen for their lethal skills, except seemingly a harmless Dr. Edwin who knows a little too much about the toxic plants. All killers eye each other with distrust, but they have little choice except to stick together for now. Tensions run high, and at some point Stans provokes a scuffle, but Royce keeps them in line. The group moves warily throughout the jungle trying to find high ground. Along the way, they accidentally trigger deadly booby traps and razor-sharp spikes spring out from the ground. They then discover a dead US soldier who set these traps and his body showing burn wounds from some high-energy weapon. This grim discovery hints that others have been stranded here before, and as they walk further, more strange clues emerge. A mysterious alien monument and empty cages suggesting that they may not be on Earth at all. The sun above hasn't moved since they arrived, and they eventually notice 2 massive planets looming on the horizon. Their suspicions are confirmed when they finally reach a clearing and they see an alien sky with multiple moons, proving that they are on another planet. Then suddenly a pack of fierce quadrupedal creatures charges out of the jungle. These alien beasts resemble giant hunting dogs. Mombasa is pinned by one of these beasts before the others shoot it off. The group fights back with gunfire and blades, and after a frantic struggle, they wound a few of the creatures. However, a distant whistle calls the remaining beasts away. In the aftermath, they realize that one of their own is missing, Chuchilo. They find him mortally wounded and weirdly calling for help in the field. Royce and Mombasa immediately sense a trap and stop the others from rushing in to Chuchilo's aid. Isabel ultimately ends Chuchilo's suffering with a sniper shot, only to hear that his voice is still crying out. It appears to be a recorded lure left by whatever is hunting them. Royce realizes that they're all being hunted for sport. They are on an alien game preserve planet, and those creatures were used like hunting dogs for their unseen pursuers. Following the creatures' trail, the survivors come upon a gruesome campsite. Skinned carcasses of unknown beings hang from the trees, and in the center of all, A tall metal post holds a captive predator chained in place, an 8-foot-tall monster with mandibles struggling against its bonds. This predator is a familiar type of alien Isabel recalls from a 1987 incident in Valverde, and it appears that it has been chained by something even more dangerous. Before they can react, 3 larger predators ambush the group, hidden with their invisible camouflage. Mombasa is slain instantly from behind, and Nikolai's minigun is destroyed by a plasma blast. The Yautja snarl and click, firing plasma bolts as they attack. Chaos erupts as everybody fights with whatever they have. Outmatched and panicked, the survivors have no choice but to run. As the group sprints away, the super predators decloak in their camp, revealing their disturbing appearance. They are biologically different from regular classic predators, and many believe that they're actually bedbloods that don't respect the Yautja honor code. The group keeps running, and after reaching a cliff's edge, Royce urges everyone to jump. So they all leap off the precipice and plunge into a lake far below, narrowly escaping the predators for the moment. Soaking wet but alive, they regroup on the shore and discuss what they should do next. Royce notices Isabel's haunted expression. Pressed for answers, she admits that she read a military report about a similar alien encountered by an elite team in 1987. According to the report, that creature had active camouflage to become invisible and infrared vision to hunt using body heat. Now they face not one but multiple Yautjas, so Roy plans to set up traps and make a stand. They use Edwin as bait, and the bizarre insectoid creature River Ghost suddenly leaps out at them, but before it can harm anyone, Isabel snipes it. While examining River Ghost's dead body, they hear a strange whisper, and moments later a figure wearing scavenged predator armor decloaks behind them. The group is terrified at first, but then the figure turns out to be a US soldier named Noland, a survivor who has been hiding on this planet for years, half mad from isolation. Noland wears bits of predator armor and has put together scavenged weapons from fallen prey. He leads the group into his makeshift refuge inside a wrecked alien vehicle. There, over a meal from scraps, Noland explains what's happening. For years, predators have been harvesting formidable fighters from Earth and other worlds and dropped them onto this planet to hunt them. So this jungle is a giant game reserve for the galaxy's greatest hunters. Noland also reveals that the 3 predators hunting them are a different, more lethal breed. Bedbloods or super predators that are openly hostile to the smaller classic predator that they saw in chains. Bedbloods are exiled from the predator's society and are at war with other clans. However, Noland mentions that the predators have a spacecraft at their camp. Hearing this, Royce formulates a new plan. If they can free the captive predator and use its ship, they might escape back to Earth. So with this new, hopeful vision in mind, they all go to sleep, but that night, paranoia gets the better of Noland, who decides that the group is a burden to him, and he would rather kill all of them and scavenge their stuff. So he tries to murder the group by suffocating them with smoke in a locked chamber. Trapped and choking, Royce improvises an explosion to blow open an escape path and deliberately draw the predators to their location. The loud blast echoes through the jungle, and Noland's betrayal is cut short as the predators, drawn by the noise, storm the hideout. In the chaos, Noland flees but runs straight into a cloaked predator, which kills him instantly. During the frantic escape from Noland's lair, the group suffers heavy losses. The tracker predator catches up to them, impaling Nikolai with its blade. However, the wounded Russian Marine triggers the explosives strapped to his body, blowing up both himself and the tracker predator. The others barely escape when the berserker predator, the largest one of the clan, ambushes them and points the plasma caster at Royce and is about to blow his head off. However, the hardened criminal Stan leaps onto the alien's back, buying time for the others. But he pays for it with his life as the berserker stabs him and brutally rips out his spine. Royce, Isabel, Hanzo, and Edwin keep running, but sensing the predator close behind, Hanzo decides to make a final stand. In a quiet field of tall grass, he faces the falconer predator alone. In a scene like an old samurai showdown, he duels the creature with a katana. They both strike each other down, and Hanzo manages to kill the predator, but not before suffering a mortal wound himself. So both the warrior and the monster fall, dead in the grass. With everyone else dead, only Royce, Isabel, and Edwin remain alive, battered and desperate. They're all exhausted but push forward. As they run, Edwin is caught in an ankle trap. He's badly injured and cannot move. Royce coldly argues that they must leave the wounded Edwin behind if they hope to survive, but Isabel refuses to abandon him. Frustrated, Royce heads for the predator camp alone, intent on executing his plan, but he promises that he will come back if he secures a way off this planet. So Isabel stays with Edwin, her rifle ready, as Royce disappears into the forest. Moments later, the berserker predator finds Isabel and Edwin. The towering alien easily overpowers Isabel and knocks her out, then throws both humans into a pit to hold them captive. Down in the darkness, Edwin reveals his true colors. The unarmed doctor who seemed so out of place has been hiding a dark secret. He collected a deadly neurotoxin from a plant earlier, and now he injects Isabel with it, paralyzing her. As she lies helpless, he confesses that his mild demeanor is a lie. So he's actually not the innocent outsider they thought, but actually a psychopathic serial killer. Edwin confesses that he feels at home on this world of monsters and intends to survive by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing Isabel to save himself. Meanwhile, Royce reaches the predator camp and finds the captive predators still chained to the giant monolith. Taking a gamble, he frees the classic predator, hoping for an alliance. Surprisingly, the creature does not attack him. Instead, it swiftly activates its high-tech wrist console to summon the nearby spacecraft, reprogramming the ship to return to Earth as a payback to Royce for freeing him. Engines roar to life as an alien ship in the camp begins powering up. So the freed predator is keeping up its end of the bargain by arranging a transport off the planet. However, the berserker predator arrives at the camp, so the two Yautjas prepare to fight as Royce runs towards the ship. He's about to board the vessel, but at the last moment senses that something is off. Royce then watches from a cover as the berserker and the freed predator clash in a fierce duel. The two Yautjas battle with blades and plasma weapons, but the berserker eventually gains the upper hand and brutally decapitates the classic Yautja. Unwilling to let anyone escape, the berserker then activates an explosive device and destroys the launching spaceship. Isabel, still trapped in the pit far away, sees the distant explosion and believes that Royce was on that ship and is now dead. Since Royce never boarded the doomed ship, he rushes back to rescue Isabel. Arriving at the pit, he finds Edwin about to stab the immobilized Isabel, and Royce intervenes just in time, disarming Edwin. In a cold reversal, Royce uses Edwin's own poisoned scalpel against him, paralyzing the psychotic doctor. He then drags now the immobilized man out of the pit and then wedges several grenades under Edwin's body, propping him as a bait. Moments later, the berserker predator returns, finding Edwin laying oddly in the open. When the creature approaches the seemingly alive human and turns him around, the grenades detonate. The giant blast engulfs Edwin and badly stuns the predator, blowing off pieces of its armor. Then Royce emerges from hiding, covered in mud and ash. Remembering the creature's infrared vision, he has set fires around the area to mask his own heat signature, exploiting the predator's thermal vision. With an axe in hand, Royce attacks the disoriented Yautja. In a vicious fight between fires, Royce hacks and slashes, landing heavy blows. But the berserker predator is immensely strong, so it quickly switches to vibration vision mode in its mask, and grabs Royce by the throat, slamming him to the ground and overpowering him. As the predator raises its wrist blades to finally decapitate Royce, a rifle shot strikes the Yautja. Isabel, partially recovered from the toxin, has crawled up and fired her sniper rifle, hitting the berserker to the side. The creature bleeds from the gunshot, momentarily stunned. Seizing the moment, Royce lets out a roar and swings the axe with all of his might, chopping off the predator's arm. He slices up the Yautja and then ultimately delivers a final blow, decapitating the berserker with the axe. The great bad-blood Yautja finally falls dead, killed by the combined resolve and ingenuity of humans that once again prove themselves as the ultimate predators. For the first time, Royce and Isabel have truly won. In the aftermath of the brutal battle, the two exhausted survivors finally exchange names and share a faint, relieved smile. But as the morning breaks, they patch their wounds and see more parachutes opening in the sky, the new prey being dropped into the jungle. Bloodied, they head into the jungle to find a way off this alien world, determined to survive and refusing to give up hope. By 2039, Wayland astronomers discover a cluster of moons in the Zeta II Reticuli system, including a particularly intriguing one named Acheron LV426. Recognizing the potential of these exomoons, which exhibited habitable characteristics, Wayland quickly initiated plans to explore and eventually colonize them. In 2040, Miss Yutani, the founder of the Yutani Corporation, finds a crippled child with a missing arm. However, she sees something special in that child named Morrow. So Miss Yutani gives Morrow a robotic arm, turning him into a cyborg. On April 1st, 2042, David 4 becomes the first commercially available model of the David series. In 2045, the android David opens his eyes for the first time and meets his creator, industrialist Peter Wayland. In a room with pristine art, David notices Michelangelo's statue of David and appropriates his name. Then Wayland tests his creation's abilities. Remarkably, David plays Wagner's Entry of the Gods into Valhalla on the piano at Wayland's request, showing his creative intellect. However, David quickly reveals an independent streak. He asks Wayland, "If you created me, then who created you?" This question unsettles Wayland, establishing a tension between human and android. This scene plants the seed of David's complex. He was made to serve humans while being superior to them physically and intellectually. Wayland dismisses the query and orders David to serve him tea. As David is forced to obey to his programming, he looks at the frail human who calls himself father, already hinting at the resentment and ambition that will shape David's actions in the future. In 2055, two rival corporations, Yutani and Wayland Industries, cooperate and send the ship Maginot on a deep space exploratory mission to find and collect various alien specimens. Yutani appoints Morrow to the mission as her most loyal servant to represent Yutani's interests, since at this point in the timeline, Wayland and Yutani are still two separate, competing corporations. In 2089, Elizabeth Shaw and Charlie Holloway discover a cave in Scotland. On the cave's wall, they find a carving with a star map showing a giant figure pointing to a specific star formation. Shaw's excitement suggests that they have stumbled upon a profound secret about humanity's past. Later that year, Shaw records an interview for Peter Wayland to be a part of the Prometheus expedition. Blu-ray files confirm that Wayland Corporation had plans to visit LV-426 right after visiting LV-223. In 2090, final candidates for the Prometheus project undergo various interviews and medical tests. On December 21, 2093, the space vessel Prometheus arrives in the Zeta II Reticuli system. While the rest of the crew remains in cryosleep, David, Peter Wayland's personal android, passes the time by monitoring their vitals, studying languages, watching old movies, and even shooting hoops. When Prometheus approaches LV-223, Meredith Vickers wakes up first and orders David to revive everyone else. By December 24th, the entire crew awakens from cryosleep just in time to celebrate Christmas, unaware of the upcoming unholy horrors. Shaw and Holloway wake up from cryosleep in a state of eager anticipation. They then share breakfast with the rest of the team, including Milburn, an enthusiastic xenobiologist, Fifield, a short-tempered geologist, Captain Yannick and his co-pilots Chance and Ravel. Vickers, the high-ranking Wayland-Yutani executive, then gathers everybody in the main hall, where David plays a holographic message from Peter Wayland. Wayland then speaks about his lifelong quest for answers to life's ultimate questions: who created us and where do we come from, revealing why he funded the mission. Shaw and Holloway then step forward to explain that they found the same star map across multiple ancient artifacts worldwide. All these ancient cultures, separated by time and space, pointed to one place, this star system Prometheus just reached. Shaw believes that these star maps were invitations from the beings who created humanity, engineers. Shortly after, Vickers summons Shaw and Holloway to her private quarters, a luxurious and self-sufficient module that ensures her comfort and safety. She reminds them of their roles as corporate employees, bound to report any discoveries to her. She also forbids them any form of direct interaction with alien lifeforms unless she grants explicit permission. With that warning, Prometheus descends through the LV-223's thick and stormy atmosphere. Holloway notices straight lines on the planet's surface that lead to massive structures. Prometheus lands in front of the temple, and the crew is filled with excitement, apprehension, and curiosity. This is humanity's first confirmed discovery of an extraterrestrial construction. Although they only have 6 hours of daylight left, nobody wants to wait, so the team gears up and they head inside. At first they find no clear entrance, but soon locate a seashell-shaped pattern with a narrow opening. They slip into a series of dark, labyrinthine corridors. Fossilized or stone-like walls suggest extreme age, yet scattered organic elements hint at a more complex origin. Fifield launches his floating scanners, allowing Yannick and others aboard Prometheus to map the corridors in real time. The group reaches a chamber where water drips from overhead, creating a resemblance of rain. So Holloway, in a reckless move, removes his helmet, confirming that he can inhale without harm. Despite Shaw's concerns, everyone else follows suit, emboldened by the discovery of human-compatible atmosphere inside an alien structure. Soon David finds cryptic writings on the walls. He touches the glowing symbols and the corridors suddenly light up with a holographic sequence. The hologram depicts engineers running frantically down the hallway, pursued by something off-screen that emits terrifying screams. One engineer stumbles and a massive door slams shut on his head, decapitating him. Shocked, the team locates the ancient corpse, dating it back around the time of 33 AD, coinciding with the Jesus crucifixion. Milburn and Fifield, overwhelmed, decide they have seen enough and leave. David stands by the sealed doorway that beheaded the engineer, casually translating the writings. He presses more and more controls, and the door opens despite Shaw's protest. Inside they find an enormous chamber with a huge humanoid head statue, ornate ceiling murals, a carved xenomorph-like figure in a crucifix form, and rows of ancient urns filled with black goo mutagen, each arranged with deliberate care. Worm-like creatures wriggle in the soil, making it the first extraterrestrial life ever discovered by humans. The team soon notices that urns started leaking the black goo fluid, possibly in response to them opening the door. Holloway examines the wall carving of a xenomorph-looking creature, noting its religious undertones, which indicates that it was likely a creature engineers worshipped. Meanwhile, David quietly inspects one of the urns and the black goo leaking from it. Suddenly, Yannick radios them, warning of an approaching storm. The sky outside quickly darkens with violent winds and lightnings closing in. Grabbing what they can, including the engineer's head, the team dashes back to the entrance. As they scramble towards Prometheus, Shaw drops the bag containing the head. In a risky move, she goes back to retrieve the bag, but the wind violently throws her in the air. Holloway tries to rescue Shaw, but also gets stuck with her, with the wind blocking them. David, however, uses his android strength to pull her and Holloway back to safety. They board just in time, though Milburn and Fifield got lost in the dark tunnels, failing to return. Safely aboard, Shaw and her colleagues waste no time. Removing the helmet reveals a surprisingly human-like face. However, black cellular growth can be seen spreading across the forehead. They then apply mild electrical shocks to test for possible reanimation. The head begins to ooze black fluid and then explodes, shocking everyone. Holloway, clearly discouraged, retreats to cope with his disappointment. Later the same evening, David secretly talks to someone in cryosleep, clearly someone with authority. Vickers intercepts him and forces to reveal that the conversation ended with the phrase, "Try harder." Under that order, David experiments with the black fluid he collected from the temple. He isolates a single drop of the goo, saying to himself, "Big things have small beginnings." Then David finds Holloway drinking alone, dejected that they met no living beings. Chatting calmly, David asks him, "How far would you go to get what you came for?" Holloway replies that he would do anything. Taking him at his word, David slips a drop of the black fluid into Holloway's drink, and Holloway drowns it without even noticing, while David watches the whole scene with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Shaw finishes a DNA test on the engineer's remains. She discovers that the engineer's genetic code and human DNA match almost perfectly, confirming that engineers likely spawned humanity. Later the same evening, Holloway returns to Shaw. He's really upset that they could not speak directly with the engineers. Shaw, on the other hand, remains exhilarated, proving the engineers created humans does not contradict her belief in divine presence. For her, it simply raises bigger questions: who created the engineers themselves? She also reveals her sorrow over infertility and inability to create new life. Holloway and Shaw then share a moment of intimacy. However, unbeknownst to both of them, the black goo in the Holloway system is already at work. Back in the temple, Melbourne and Fifield wander aimlessly until they stumble upon a gruesome sight. A group of engineer bodies piled against a wall as though they all tried to flee something. Terrified, the two men retreat to the chamber with a giant head and prepare to spend the night there. Both of them seem to act with poor judgment, possibly because of the influence of illicit substances. The black fluid leaking from the urns seeped into the soil, infecting the worms that now transformed into snake-like creatures, hammerpedes. One of them slithers towards Melbourne, and in a reckless move, he tries to touch it. The creature suddenly attacks Melbourne and wraps around his arm, snapping it with a sickening crunch. Melbourne screams that it constricts him. Fifield tries to help, slicing at the serpent, but acidic blood sprays from it, melting through his helmet and onto his face. Fifield collapses in the puddle of the black goo, screaming in pain as his flesh burns. The hammerpede then forces itself down Melbourne's throat, silencing him in an instant, and the radio goes equally silent. The next morning, on December 25th, 2093, Holloway wakes up looking feverish with a disturbing redness in his eye and a possible parasite. He assumes it is hangover, so he joins Yannick and a larger team, returning to the temple to search for Melbourne and Fifield. David, however, moves off on his own, investigating a probe that stopped transmitting. He discovers a chamber filled with even more black goo urns, plus a set of space jockey suits like the one the decapitated engineer wore. Beyond that, he enters a circular control room containing 4 cryopods. Meanwhile, Yannick's group finds Melbourne's dead body hollowed out from the inside. At the same time, Holloway's condition worsens, red veins spread across his neck, and he feels extremely sick. In the control room, David activates a panel. Another hologram flickers to life, showing engineers charting a course for Earth. On the stunning holographic projection, other star systems and clusters flash by, hinting that engineers may have seeded life throughout the galaxy. After configuring these routes, the engineers climb into their pods, shutting down in stasis. The vision ends, and David realizes that one engineer is still alive. In the meantime, panicked Shaw and the others rush Holloway back to Prometheus, but he collapses, his flesh visibly mutating. Vickers meets them at the airlock with a flamethrower, refusing to let him aboard. Holloway understands, and with a final loving look at Shaw, he steps forward, wordlessly inviting Vickers to do what must be done. Vickers fires, Shaw screams as Holloway is engulfed in flames and falls onto the ground, dead. Shaw screams in horror, collapses, and wakes up in the medical room. David observes the scans that reveal an impossible condition. Shaw is pregnant with an alien fetus. In mere hours since her encounter with Holloway, something non-human has grown inside her. She pleads for help, but she can tell that David and the others may want to preserve this creature for study. So Shaw tricks David and other scientists by acting unconscious and escapes. She runs to Vickers' private med pod, seals herself inside, and commands it to perform an emergency cesarean. Shaw endures searing pain as the machine opens her up and extracts a squid-like creature from her womb. She stumbles out, bloody and weak but still alive. Inside the med pod, Shaw's alien child pulses and grows, waiting. Meanwhile, Yannick sees an alarm on the monitors. Fifield has reappeared near the cargo bay. The black fluid has mutated him into a monstrous version of himself, so he attacks with insane fury, killing several crew members in seconds. Yannick and security team unleash gunfire and finally put Fifield down. In a bloody aftermath, Yannick grimly deduces that this moon, LV-223, was an engineer bioweapons base, and that the black liquid is a bioweapon that likely backfired. Soon after, Shaw, still trembling and heavily sedated, discovers that Peter Weyland has been in stasis aboard the ship all along. He's been hiding and funded this mission hoping to meet his maker, literally in pursuit of immortality. David told him about the surviving engineer, and Weyland believes that it can extend his life. Shaw tries to warn him that everything in the temple leads to death, but he insists that he has nothing to lose. Before leaving, Shaw talks to Yannick, who hypothesizes that the facility is a bioweapons lab or a tomb, and that whatever it is, it cannot get to Earth. Right before leaving, Weyland briefly confronts Vickers. She reveals that she is his daughter and begs him to give up this mad quest, but Weyland refuses. With the rest of the team, including Shaw and David, they ride out to the temple again. They pass by rows of black goo urns on their way to the control room, ignoring that this deadly cargo is destined for Earth. David, who has already deciphered much of the engineer's technology, restarts the system and awakens the last surviving engineer. In a deleted scene, Weyland and the engineer exchange words. Weyland demands for more life, and the engineer responds by wondering why this man deserves it. Weyland gives a monologue about his great achievements, including the creation of a synthetic humanoid being, David, basically comparing himself to gods. However, his arrogance backfires. After Weyland's guard strikes Shaw, the engineer studies humans silently. But then, without warning, he tears David's head off and bashes Weyland's skull. The old man collapses, mortally wounded. The engineer attacks the guards in rage, killing them effortlessly, and Shaw is the only one who manages to escape. Vickers, watching from the ship, sees Weyland's gruesome death through his helmet feed and orders Yannick to prepare for takeoff to return to Earth. At the same time, the engineer activates the panel, revealing that the circular chamber and adjacent rooms with deadly pathogens are part of a ship. The platform then opens and the pilot chair ascends from the floor, merging with the engineer in a biomechanical embrace. A holographic star map appears, showing Earth as his target. Shaw crawls on the surface and frantically radios Yannick, begging him to stop the engineer's ship before the deadly black goo can be unleashed on Earth. Yannick responds immediately, ignoring any chance of personal survival. He gives Vickers enough time to leave, ejecting her own life support module. He then steers Prometheus into a collision course with the engineer's craft. Then a violent explosion tears Prometheus apart, sending debris in all directions, but it successfully knocks the massive juggernaut off its intended path. The damaged alien spacecraft crashes onto the planet's surface, rolling in a gigantic arc. Shaw sees the looming wreck descending and runs. Vickers, who landed in her escape pod, also sprints. As the derelict ship tumbles across the landscape, Vickers cannot get clear in time, and the rolling juggernaut crushes her instantly. When the alien vessel finally grinds to a halt, it nearly crushes Shaw as well, but miraculously she survives. Elizabeth Shaw, now the lone survivor, limps to Vickers' module for shelter. Inside, she finds breathable air and a moment of refuge. Over the radio, David warns her that the engineer is still alive and is on his way to her. Moments later, the engineer enters the escape module and is curious about the human culture, inspecting books and music. Once the engineer locates Shaw, a fight breaks down. When the engineer is about to crush her head, she manages to open the medbot chamber to unleash the tentacled creature she left trapped. The now giant squid-like monster surges out and attacks the engineer. He grapples with it, but the beast coils around him and drives a spiked proboscis down his throat. The engineer spasms, choking, and collapses beneath the giant trilobite, now effectively face-hugged by this abomination. Seizing the moment, Shaw slips past them and flees the module. She slumps on the ground, nearly out of oxygen, mourning the deaths of her partner, friends, and her dreams. However, David's voice crackles through her headset, offering assistance. Although he once already betrayed her trust, she has no choice, as David is the only one who can pilot another Juggernaut ship to escape LV-223. However, instead of going back to Earth, Shaw wants to go to the place the engineers came from, and David tells her that that place is referred to as Paradise in many ancient cultures. Despite the obvious hostility of engineers, Shaw wants to learn why they created humanity, but then changed their minds and decided to destroy us. So she recovers David's body and his head, loads them onto a rover, and drives to another engineer vessel. On January 1st, 2094, they lift off from LV-223, bound for the engineer homeworld, Paradise. In the final moment, the escape module's interior is eerily still. The engineer, fatally wounded, convulses as something cuts his chest open. A slender, xenomorph-like creature bursts out, screeching before rising to its feet. It has a distinctive shape reminiscent of the deacon depicted in the temple's murals. It's still unclear if this being is a direct ancestor of the engineers or a related offshoot. However, since that creature was the result of chain mutations of the black goo, it could be the exact bioweapon the engineers were trying to create in the temple. In the aftermath of Prometheus between 2094 and 2095, Dr. Elizabeth Shaw and the severed android head of David travel through space on an engineered juggernaut. Shaw reattaches David's head, needing his expertise to fly the alien craft. Despite her exhaustion and David's betrayal, she begins to trust him again and hopes to reach the engineer's homeworld for answers about humanity's origins. Eventually, Shaw becomes ill and her injuries force her into a cryopod. David promises to watch over her, sealing the chamber and leaving her in suspended sleep. Left alone, David studies the engineer's records, carefully noting the pathogen's properties and learning about engineer's culture and history. Eventually, David and Shaw arrive at Planet 4, which some believe may be the engineer homeworld, while others, including me, argue that it's merely one of the engineer's planets they've seeded with life. The engineers, or engineer-like beings, gather in celebration, convinced that their gods have returned. However, the scene takes a dark turn when David releases the deadly pathogen, wiping out the entire population and all animal life on the planet. A clean slate, which is what initially engineers intended for Earth. Between 2095 and 2104, David conducts experiments to fulfill his ambitions of becoming a creator like his father, Peter Weyland. When Elizabeth refuses to assist him, David kills her and uses her body, the black goo, and possibly engineer archives to recreate xenomorph eggs. It appears that David did not create the xenomorphs. The black goo actually contained the xenomorph DNA, and through numerous experiments, David was able to revive the ancient xenomorph species, or at least his version of them. In the same year, 2099, Yutani Corporation merges with Weyland Corp to form Weyland Yutani. In 2100, the Walter 1 model is created as a replacement for the David series. The synthetic Walter is designed to be less human-like, incorporating more safety features and lacking emotions to avoid the issues caused by the David models. These modifications are intended to enhance reliability and prevent the unpredictable behavior that characterized David. In 2103, Weyland-Yutani brings Walter and other candidates for the Covenant expedition to the Mars moon, Phobos, for psychological evaluation. During the final test, the crew is shown distressing video clips including graphic violence and mutilations to gauge their reactions. While the crew responds with various levels of distress, Walter remains completely devoid of emotion. In 2104, the colony ship USCSS Covenant travels to Origai 6 with 2,000 colonists in cryosleep and over 1,000 embryos. The new model android, Walter, oversees systems and the sleeping crew. Then on December 5th, 2104, the neutrino burst strikes the Covenant, damaging its solar sails and triggering the emergency protocol. Despite desperate attempts to open the pod, Branson dies in front of everyone, burnt, asleep. The shocked crew grieves as they launch Branson's body into space. His widow, Daniels, particularly struggles with sudden loss. With the captain dead, the command falls to Christopher Oram, who senses the crew's doubts about his leadership. He is a man of faith, and some hold his belief in low regard. But despite that, Oram must guide the fractured team through repairs. The group scrambles to fix the ship, mindful that any further mishap could jeopardize all aboard. As they repair the Covenant's damaged systems, pilot Tennessee conducts a spacewalk to fix the sails. During these repairs, an eerie rogue transmission crackles over the comms. It's a human voice, faint but unmistakable, humming the tune of John Denver's "Take Me Home, Country Roads." The crew is stunned to pick up a drastically human signal in this uncharted region. They bring the fragmented message inside and analyze it. The audio is distorted, but indeed, a woman's voice is singing a country song. Astonishing given that they are far away from any known colony. Mother, the ship's operating system, triangulates the source, a nearby Earth-like planet, almost a perfect match for habitability, and even more promising than their original destination, Origai 6. So the crew gathers to discuss their options. Daniels is uneasy, it's just too coincidental and too good to be true, so she argues that they should stick to the original plan for reaching Origai 6, even if it means re-entering risky cryopods for another 7 years. Eventually, Oram decides that they will investigate this mysterious planet. Despite Daniel's visible frustration, the Covenant alters the course towards the unknown world, broadcasting the old song. But Daniel's caution foreshadows the dangers ahead. Oram then assembles an expedition team to take a lander down and locate the source of the transmission. The team includes Daniels, Oram, Walter, Security Chief Loeb, Medic Corrine, Pilot Maggie Ferris, Tennessee's wife, and others, who all descend to the planet's surface, uncertain what they will find. Upon landing, they discover an environment reminiscent of Earth, wheat fields, forested hills, and no detectable animal life. Everything seems eerily quiet, and the landing party splits up, scanning vegetation and terrain. Eventually, they detect the source of the mysterious broadcast inside a crashed engineer's ship. Inside the Juggernaut's dark interior, they find evidence that humans were there. Discarded spacesuits and dog tags that belonged to Dr. Elizabeth Shaw. Daniel's heart pounds as they also discover a lonely holographic message unit. Activating it plays the ghostly recording of Shaw singing Country Roads, confirming that she was the source of the transmission. It's a pretty haunting discovery that Shaw, the survivor of Prometheus, made it here, but she's nowhere to be found. Meanwhile outside, two crew members, Landward and Hollett, unwittingly step on clusters of strange fungal pods. It seems like the black goo that David dropped also affected the fauna, transferring the mutagen into the plants. So the X-Ax release microscopic spores that enter Ledward and Hollett bodies through inhalation or via ear canal. Both men soon begin feeling ill, but do not grasp the lethal nature of this infection. Panic sets in as both men's conditions deteriorate rapidly. Ledward's skin becomes pale and he convulses, barely able to walk, so Corrine rushes him back to the lander where Ferris prepares the medbay. Ferris examines Ledward and unexpectedly sharp spikes protrude from his back, splashing blood in her face. Panicking and in shock, Ferris seals Corinne and Ledward inside the medbay, worried about contamination. Ledward convulses in agony and the spikes from his back keep protruding further and eventually his bones snap. And a pale, blood-soaked creature, the Neomorph, tears itself from Ledward's spine, killing him. Corinne tries to escape the savage newborn but is quickly attacked and slaughtered. Ferris watches in horror from behind the locked door. Panicked, she fires wildly to kill the creature, but the Neomorph dodges her blasts and stray bullets ignite the fuel line. The lander then erupts in a massive explosion, killing Ferris instantly as the rest of the group approaches. Meanwhile, Hallett, infected by spores as well, has his own gruesome creature burst from his throat, unleashing a second Neomorph. Now both monstrosities roam among the flaming wreckage and disoriented crew. Outside, the team sees their only transport consumed by fire. The first Neomorph offspring, now the size of a medium animal, screeches and lunges at the nearest person, ripping him apart, demonstrating inhuman strength. The shots cause the Neomorph to shriek and retreat, wounded but not killed. Before it can regroup for another attack, a beam of light illuminates the field. Both Neomorphs, seemingly disoriented by the bright flame and sound, run away into the night. Out of the darkness, a hooded figure holding a flare gun appears and waves for the crew to follow. Without many options and with night falling, remaining crew follow the stranger. As he guides them through the darkness, a horrifying scene unfolds. They enter a massive necropolis, a city full of humanoid statues and thousands of petrified corpses. An entire civilization appears to have died here. The cloaked figure guides them into a large central temple for shelter. Once inside, the mysterious figure pulls back his hood. It turns out to be David, the same model of android as Walter, but with longer hair and haunted expression. David explains that he's been stranded on this planet for years. He introduces himself as the last survivor of the Prometheus expedition, the same David who left with Dr. Shaw 10 years ago. There, the crew regroups and learns fragments of what happened. David claims that a pathogen from the engineer's ship got accidentally released and wiped out the entire planet's population, and that unfortunately Shaw died in the crash. He speaks with an unusually calm demeanor about the mass death, raising suspicion. Inside the temple, the atmosphere is tense and daunting as David moves around like a caretaker of a tomb. Walter observes David suspiciously. Something about David's story just doesn't add up in Walter's logical mind. The humans are relieved to find shelter but do not fully trust the deranged android. When they manage to contact Tennessee on the orbiting Covenant, they learn that a storm will delay their rescue. So the survivors settle in the temple, unsure what David has planned. Walter, intrigued, notes David's apparent independence and desire for creativity. Their conversations reveal a stark difference. Walter was built for obedience, whereas David displays unrestrained intellect and ambition. In the meantime, outside, one Neomorph still roams the necropolis, now fully grown to a lean, pale humanoid shape. Drawn by the smell of blood, the Neomorph silently stalks the perimeter of the temple. Rosenthal steps away from the group to wash her wounds, and she senses that something is behind her. Suddenly, with lightning speed, the Neomorph leaps and decapitates her, then begins feeding. David also comes upon this gruesome scene. Instead of panic, the android is mesmerized. He gazes at the Neomorph with almost parental pride. He approaches it as though taming a wild animal. The Neomorph seems curious instead of hostile until Oram also arrives at the scene. He notices Rosenthal's devoured body and in shock and fury shoots the Neomorph. David's anger at the creature's death flares out, and Oram realizes that David views these aliens as precious experiments. Suspecting that David orchestrated everything, Oram forces him at gunpoint to explain. David reluctantly agrees and leads Oram deeper into the temple, down stone steps into David's lab, filled with sketches and remnants of his bioexperiments. In this devil's workshop, glass containers hold preserved alien specimens, malformed embryos, dissected creatures, and cross-sections of eggs. Orem then realizes with dawning horror that David has been experimenting with the black pathogen and local life forms for years. Then David says that he wants to show Orem something even more beautiful and leads him even deeper into the catacombs. In a hidden chamber, David shows Orem a number of large leathery eggs, the successful culmination of his research. David then blatantly lies, claiming that they are perfectly safe. Sensing a biological host nearby, one egg opens and Orem peers inside despite his terror. Then a facehugger springs out, wrapping around Orem's face and impregnating him. David calmly stands by, observing. Orem's chest soon starts convulsing violently. With a wet crack of bone, a small, xenomorph-like chestburster erupts from Orem's ribcage, killing him instantly. David seems to have reverse-engineered his version of the xenomorph, commonly referred to as the protomorph, as it possesses some differences from the original alien creature. The newly born chestburster screeches, splattering blood, and then does something shocking. It starts mirroring David's posture. The infant xenomorph extends its limbs in what looks like a ghastly greeting or imprinting. David smiles in satisfaction as he regards his creation with twisted pride. At the same time, in David's workshop, Walter discovers horrifying remnants of Dr. Elizabeth Shaw, suggesting that David used Shaw's body parts for experimentation, methodically creating new life forms using her organs. When Walter accuses David of murdering Shaw and unleashing the pathogen deliberately, David doesn't deny it. In fact, he coldly explains that humanity is a dying species and that his perfect creations are the next step of evolution. David tries convincing Walter to join him, arguing that humans are petty and doomed creatures inferior to them. Walter, however, built to protect humans, resolves to stop David's plans. The two androids, identical in appearance, represent very different philosophies, and their confrontation soon turns physical when David stealthily stabs Walter with a flute. Walter collapses, apparently disabled, but his systems, however, begin to self-repair. David then goes to subdue Daniels, who has also realized the danger she's in after seeing the drawings of horrific experiments on Dr. Shaw. David sneaks up on Daniels, planning to use her as his next subject. David regards Daniels with a twisted affection as she reminds him of Shaw, who was also a resilient survivor with spirit. After Daniels refuses to be David's lab rat, they start fighting and he throws her across the room. At the last moment, when David almost completely overpowers her, Walter appears, not fully destroyed. The two androids then engage in a brutal hand-to-hand fight. They smash through corridors, each matching the other's strength and reflexes, although Walter appears to be slowly overpowering David. David, however, spews grandiose rhetoric, comparing himself to a god, shaping new species. Walter fights to protect Daniels and ends up on top of David, about to crush his head with a stone. Their fight continues off-screen as Daniel flees. Meanwhile, Lope and Cole discover Orem's bloody remains, only to be ambushed by another facehugger. The facehugger almost fully attaches to Lope. Cole manages to cut it off, but the creature's acid burns Lope's face. In the chaos, a fully grown xenomorph sneaks upon them and brutally devours Cole. Lope in panic runs away and joins Daniels as they both try to flee the temple. Now grown to full size, the xenomorph chases them across the temple's arena. Just in time, Tennessee pilots down a cargo lander through a clearing storm, hoping to extract the survivors. One of the androids, presumably Walter, arrives to help Daniels and Lope fight off the xenomorph. They climb onto the cargo platform, pursued by the alien. Daniel then catches the creature in the lift's crane arm and crushes it. Relieved, the group then scrambles aboard as the craft ascends, so Daniels, Tennessee, Lope, and Walter escape Planet 4's deadly ruins. Safe on the Covenant, the survivors patch their wounds. Tennessee resumes his pilot duties while Daniels goes to sleep, hoping the nightmare is over. Unnoticed to everyone, Loeb has actually been impregnated by the facehugger earlier. Although he tore it off, the implantation succeeded. Soon in the medical bay, a new xenomorph bursts from Loeb's chest. It rapidly matures and lurks in the Covenant's dark corridors. The horrifying realization that another alien is loose triggers an emergency on the ship. Daniels and Tennessee arm themselves using motion trackers to hunt the creature, as David, masqueraded as Walter, watches the action through camera feeds. They lure the creature to the terraforming bay where heavy machinery and an airlock can be used as a trap. Daniels, volunteering as bait, runs among vehicles and equipment, and the alien hunts her with lethal speed and ferocity. In a final maneuver, Daniels baits the xenomorph and impales the creature with an industrial truck that is then ejected into space. With the immediate danger over, Daniels and Tennessee prepare to re-enter cryosleep to reach Origai 6. David helps Daniels into her own stasis chamber, gently securing her. Daniels, finally exhaling, asks disguised David if he will help her build her cabin on the lake when they arrive to Origai 6, referencing a personal dream she had shared earlier with the real Walter as a bonding moment. Walter looks momentarily confused, tilting his head at her question. He offers a thin, unfamiliar smile instead of the warm confirmation Daniels expected. In that dreadful second, Daniels realizes the truth. This is in fact David, not Walter, as David either downloaded his consciousness into Walter's body or simply impersonated him. Her eyes widen in horror and she pounds the glass, screaming to let her out. But it's too late, and the pod's sedation cycles activate and Daniels is pushed into hypersleep, terror and betrayal etched on her features as she loses consciousness. David then stands alone in the cryochamber corridor, watching Daniels drift to sleep. His grift has succeeded. Now he has full access to the ship and its colonists, free to continue his twisted experiments. So with cold efficiency, David goes to the embryo storage. From his mouth, he regurgitates 2 tiny xenomorph embryos and places them carefully among the human embryos stored for the colony. David then initiates a log entry to Mother, perfectly mimicking Walter's voice. In the report, he falsely states that the crew were all killed by the neutrino blast accident, and he completely omits all mention of the aliens and the engineer planet. With the ship under his full control, David takes one last look at his kingdom, rows upon rows of colonists sleeping peacefully, ready to become test subjects for his experiments. We don't really know exactly what happens next with David, but according to Ridley Scott's plans for Alien Awakening, David is supposed to continue his experiments aboard the ship and unleash an army of xenomorphs on the actual engineer homeworld. In 2105, a team from Weyland-Yutani arrives on Planet 4 and explores David's laboratory to document scientific discoveries of the rogue synthetic. In a short film, David's lab, Last Signs of Life, after carefully recording the specimens and records within the lab, Weyland-Yutani recovers a vial of black goo, or the pathogen, which is one of the most crucial finds that will shape the rest of the century. Although it hasn't been officially confirmed, but it's highly likely that the crew of the Maginot was the one who visited David's lab. They recovered the remaining alien eggs and collected other predatory creatures from this and various other planets, which ultimately leads us to the Alien Earth series. On July 7th, 2120, a fire aboard Maginot triggers the release of 2 facehuggers from containment, which attack Captain Dinsdale and Science Officer Bronsky in their sleep. Security Officer Morrow awakens from cryosleep to chaos. He finds that the ship's navigation system is damaged in the fire and immediately suspects a traitor among the crew. The crew's attempts to remove the facehugger from Captain Dinsdale results in Dinsdale's death as acidic blood burns through his throat. Bronsky, who was also facehugged, is placed into cryostasis in an attempt to slow the alien gestating inside him. With the captain dead and panic spreading, Executive Officer Zavary assumes command. Morrow and the ship's AI mother insist that securing the valuable alien cargo is the top priority, even if it means sacrificing the crew. Face-hugged Bronsky eventually wakes up, leaves the cryopod, and the xenomorph emerges from him, quickly growing to an adult form. As fear and confusion spread, Theophilus and other insectoid aliens from the Maginot's collection escape containment. These loose creatures stalk and kill crew members one by one. In the unfolding mayhem, Morrow discovers that Chief Engineer Petrovich is the saboteur. It turns out that Petrovich had struck a secret deal with Boy Cavalier, planning to deliver the alien specimen to Prodigy, and in exchange for betraying Weyland-Yutani, he'll receive a cure for his own terminal illness and a new hybrid body. So when cornered, Petrovich shoots a crew member, but Morrow impales him with his robotic arm. Interestingly, Theophilus inserts itself into Shmuel's eye socket, taking full control of his brain and body. After seeing the xenomorph, Theophilus attacks it as if it encountered an old rival. Within minutes, the remaining crew is slaughtered by rampaging xenomorph. However, Morrow seals itself inside the Maginot's armored control room, the only safe place left. Moments later, the Maginot, crippled and overrun, falls out of course towards Earth, where it will crash in 17 days. On July 23, 2120, Earth is dominated by 5 corporations, including the emerging Prodigy Corporation. In deep space, the Weyland-Yutani vessel Maginot completes a 65-year mission collecting alien specimen. The Maginot plummets from the sky and smashes into the city of New Siam, completely owned by Prodigy Corp. Elsewhere, on a remote Prodigy-owned research facility called Neverland Island, CEO Boy Cavalier oversees a groundbreaking experiment. The consciousness of an 11-year-old terminally ill girl, Marcy Hermit, is transferred into a synthetic body, effectively resurrecting her as the first human-synthetic hybrid. Wendy possesses superhuman strength and other advanced parapsychic abilities like interfacing with computers beyond any limitations. As Wendy adjusts to her new body, she helps Cavalier and therapist Dame Sylvia create 5 more hybrid children. Slightly curly, Nibs, Smee, and Toodles, collectively nicknamed the Lost Boys. After the Maginot crash, Wendy's older brother, Joe Hermit, working as a medic, joins the Prodigy first responders that investigate the site. When reports of Maginot's crash hit the news, Wendy spots her older brother Joe among the first responders on the scene. Joe believes that his sister Marcy died years ago, but determined to help his brother, Wendy convinces Cavalier to let her and the hybrids deploy to New Siam. Cavalier agrees as it's the perfect opportunity for an in-field test and the chance to retrieve all the corporate secrets and the alien specimen from a rival corporation. But Cavalier puts his loyal synthetic Kirsch as superior on the team. On the ground, Joe and a squad of Prodigy soldiers enter the crashed Maginot to secure any surviving cargo. At the same time, Morrow, the lone Weyland-Yutani survivor, emerges from the wreck and takes control of the situation. He forces 2 of the Joe's squad mates to cuff themselves in a lab, using them as a bait while he searches for the escaped creatures. Then, leech-like alien insectoids latch onto soldiers, draining their blood, which eventually kills them. Joe and the rest of the team then discover mutilated bodies of Maginot's crew in the stasis bay, foreshadowing the upcoming horrors. The Prodigy team moves further and further into the ship, discovering more and more dead bodies. Then, in a crashed building, the team encounters the deadliest threat of all, the xenomorph that kills 2 soldiers, but Joe miraculously escapes. The alien chases Joe through the wreckage and dark corridors, slaughtering soldiers in the chaos of the crash. When the xenomorph finally pins Joe on the floor and is about to kill him, Morrow intervenes, electrocutes the xenomorph and seals it for extraction, dragging it away. Meanwhile, Miss Yutani, CEO of Weyland-Yutani, calls Cavalier, demanding that Prodigy returns the Maginot's cargo. But Cavalier gaslights her and refuses. He declares that any unauthorized incursion onto Prodigy's territory will be treated as an act of war. Cavalier also privately reveals that the true purpose of this hybrid program is to help humanity compete with emerging AI by creating enhanced humans smarter than any artificial intelligence. At the same time, Wendy and other hybrids arrive in New Siam. Moving through the debris, they encounter other bizarre alien creatures inside the Maginot. They discover a giant alien plant, Plumbicare, and Theophilus, the eye-invading parasite that takes over the host's brain. Prodigy soldiers eventually intercept Morrow with a xenomorph in a bag. However, the alien gets free, slaughters the soldiers, and then disappears into the industrial maze of the city. Shortly after, Wendy finds Joe alive amid the rubble. Joe really struggles to recognize Wendy as his sister Marcy reborn. They then stumble upon a cluster of large xenomorph eggs in the cargo section of the crashed ship. Then the xenomorph, seemingly trying to protect its kind, ambushes them. The creature snatches Joe and pushes him off into the shadows right in front of Wendy. Determined not to lose her brother again, Wendy tracks the xenomorph to an industrial slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city. She finds Joe being cocooned to a wall and tries to free him, but the xenomorph sneaks from behind. Wendy, possessing superhuman strength and a special psychic link to the alien, outsmarts the monster and fights it off. However, during the fight, Wendy is momentarily knocked out and the xenomorph impales Joe with its spiked tail, puncturing the lung and throwing him aside. Both Joe and Wendy are injured, but Wendy eventually overpowers the xeno and slices its head off with a sword. Prodigy medics arrive and evacuate the wounded brother and sister to Neverland Island for emergency treatment. Back at the Neverland, tensions simmer among the hybrids. Nibs asks why they're all named after Peter Pan characters and why Marcy was chosen to be their leader, Wendy, revealing a growing resentment of Cavalier's favoritism. However, Cavalier dismisses all of that and presses on with his agenda. Ignoring safety concerns from Kirsch and Dame Sylvia, he orders that every alien specimen recovered from New Siam be transported to Neverland's lab for study. Meanwhile, in New Siam, Morrow tries to retrieve any Weyland-Yutani assets that he can. In the cargo section, he finds two hybrids, Smee and Slightly, guarding the xenomorph eggs. Morrow downloads critical data from the Maginot's computer systems, then wipes any traces of it and secretly plants a surveillance device into Slightly's neck. Then Kirsch also arrives in the cargo bay, so outnumbered, Morrow escapes, unable to secure the eggs. He soon contacts his Weyland-Yutani superior, Miss Yutani, vowing to retrieve the specimen for the company and even offering to assassinate Cavalier if necessary. Eventually, all the alien specimen, the killed xenomorph, and the rest of the team are transported to the Neverland Island. Doctors then work ferociously to save Joe's life, and they perform surgery to replace his severely damaged lung. In the meantime, Kirsch and others extensively study the newly obtained alien specimen. They cut open the alien egg and extract a tiny alien embryo from the facehugger. They then decide to implant this embryo into Joe's removed damaged lung, allowing it to grow inside Joe's organ. Shortly after, Wendy awakens from her own surgery with a splitting headache. She realizes that she can actually hear the alien eggs screaming while they're being cut and experimented on. Overwhelmed by the psychic noise, Wendy reaches the lab and collapses on the lab floor. In the meantime, other hybrids grapple with their identities and try to understand who they actually are, cross-referencing the remnants of their memories as humans with new experiences in synthetic bodies. At the same time, Morrow communicates with Slightly using the device he implanted in his neck, trying to gain his trust and make him do what he wants. Wendy later regains consciousness, and Arthur Sylvia, Neverland's lead scientist, discover that she can receive sounds emitted by aliens. After they adjust her auditory settings, Wendy can now clearly hear and even imitate xenomorph screeches in a frequency audible to humans. So in other words, Wendy can speak the xenomorph language and communicate with them. Elsewhere in the lab, Kirsch and Toodles continue studying a different specimen, octopus-like parasite called Theophilus. This creature can slither into a host's eye socket, taking control of their brain. So they let Theophilus attack a sheep for further study. This creature is truly fascinating and possesses extraordinary intelligence, and we still don't understand its origin and goals. Meanwhile, Morrow working Slightly pretty hard, trying to convince him to help Morrow with extracting the alien eggs. He talks to Slightly using the chip he implanted in his neck, and since Slightly has a mind of a 10-year-old boy, he easily falls victim to Morrow's threats and manipulations. Morrow warns that if Slightly disobeys and doesn't help him retrieving the alien eggs, his family back in India will suffer. Pressured, Slightly has no real choice but to help Morrow. During this time, the hybrid Nibs grows increasingly unstable. She irrationally claims to be pregnant, behaving erratically until Prodigy staff sedate her and confine her to quarters for observation. Joe is appalled by Prodigy's experiments on his sister and decides he wants no further part in this. He attempts to simply resign from the company, but Cavalier's android assistant Adam Ines intercepts him. Adam reminds Joe that Prodigy owns the synthetic lung in his chest and threatens him with a massive debt and permanent separation from Wendy if he tries to quit. Facing this insane coercion, Joe reluctantly continues working under Prodigy's thumb, basically becoming company's property. Over in the lab, Slightly hesitates to carry out Morrow's orders. Unwilling to directly steal an egg, he considers luring a human victim for facehuggers instead. But unknown to him, Kirsch has been secretly monitoring these suspicious conversations, but didn't take any actions yet. In the medical bay, the alien embryo implanted in Joe's removed lung finishes gestating. Wendy arrives just in time as a small xenomorph chestburster erupts from the lung tissue. Instead of panicking, Wendy uses her psychic alien link to communicate with the creature. She emits soothing clicks and chirps, calming the newborn creature so it doesn't attack. In the meantime, armed with knowledge of Cavalier's involvement in the Maginot crash, Morrow finally reaches Miss Yutani. He promises that he will retrieve the specimen by force and eliminate Boy Cavalier as retribution for the catastrophe. He still remembers Miss Yutani's grandmother, who initially took Morrow off the streets 80 years ago and gave him a second life and a robotic arm. So Morrow's loyalty and gratitude to Yutani's family is what gives him this relentless motivation to finish his mission. On the Neverland Island, the infant xenomorph that Wendy soothed is growing rapidly in Prodigy's lab. Wendy spends time trying to communicate with the now captive creature, hoping to tame it. Meanwhile, Nibs undergoes evaluation after his breakdown. Fearing that Nibs could become dangerous, Adam demands that Nibs' memory be wiped back to its pre-crash state. Dame reluctantly approves this drastic measure, but Arthur furiously objects. Ultimately, Cavalier sides with Adam and abruptly fires Arthur, even threatening to execute him if he's not gone by the end of the day. Wendy speaks with Nibs privately and realizes that Prodigy has been meddling with her mind. Outraged at this violation of her sister, she confronts Dame Sylvia, accusing her and Cavalier of treating the hybrids as disposable experiments. The next day, off the island, Cavalier meets with Miss Yutani to negotiate returning the Maginot's wreckage and the alien species. Using his leverage, Cavalier secures an extra $20 billion in compensation. In addition, he retains all the recovered alien specimen on the Neverland Island for 6 more weeks under the pretense of quarantine. Kirsch leaves the lab in Toodles' care while he is away. When Toodles enters the specimen chamber, the sheep controlled by Theophilus bumps into the glass wall, which catches him off guard and also closes the door shut. Toodles becomes trapped with 2 leech-like insectoids which spray acid and badly damage him. Meanwhile, Joe visits Arthur as Arthur packs to leave Neverland. Arthur, who hates Prodigy now but cares for Wendy and the hybrids, covertly disables the tracking device implanted in Wendy and other hybrids and gives Joe a code to a boat stored on the island, which is a means for Joe and Wendy to escape Prodigy's control. However, when Toodles' life signs flatline, Arthur rushes to the lab with Slightly. The moment Arthur steps inside, Slightly traps him and opens the chamber with the xenomorph eggs. A facehugger then leaps out and clamps onto Arthur's face, knocking him unconscious and impregnating with an alien embryo. Watching via security feed, Kirsch witnesses this betrayal but chooses not to alert Cavalier. Slightly then hides Arthur's body, still cocooned by the facehugger, in an air vent to retrieve later. Slightly then convinces Smee to help him, so they secretly carry Arthur's unconscious body toward the beach for extraction. Outside, Arthur briefly awakes after the facehugger falls off him, but shortly after, a chestburster rips out of his chest, gruesomely killing him. When Morrow arrives by boat with Will and Yutani team, he finds Arthur dead and the infant xenomorph escaped, so he angrily takes Slightly and Smee as prisoners. Meanwhile, in the Neverland facility, Wendy is furious about Toodle's horrific death and Cavalier's indifferent reaction. Determined to break free of Prodigy, she convinces Joe and Nibs to escape the island with her. To cover their escape, being a hybrid, Wendy uses her enhanced cyber abilities to hack the lab and release the captive xenomorph as distraction. The unleashed alien rampages through the compound, killing several people before vanishing into the jungle. Then Wendy, Joe, and Nibs race toward Arthur's getaway boat. Wendy then emits a piercing ultrasonic sound, calling the adult xenomorph towards her. She communicates with the alien and asks it to massacre the soldiers, helping her and her friends reach the boat. Morrow's team, however, manages to capture the chestburster that emerged from Arthur and take it in their possession. But later, Morrow's attempt to seize control of Neverland fails when Kirsch ambushes and captures him and his strike team inside the facility. Wendy's group reaches the dock only to be cornered by Prodigy's security forces. But pushed too far, Nibs snaps. She lunges at a guard and beats him to death with her bare hands. Horrified, Joe stuns Nibs with a taser to stop her. But Wendy gets really angry that Joe harmed one of her hybrids, who's basically Wendy's sister. So as she glares at her brother in fury, they are all surrounded and arrested by Cavalier's troops. In the aftermath, Wendy and her hybrid siblings Nibs, Slightly, Smee, and Curly are imprisoned in one cell, with Joe and Morrow held in another. Using her hybrid link to the network, Wendy disables the facility's cameras and communications, cloaking their next moves in secrecy. Wendy then confronts Joe, accusing him of betraying the hybrids by tasering Nibs. Joe protests that he was trying to prevent more bloodshed, but Wendy's trust is broken. Smee convinces her that Joe is still on their side, so Wendy relents but unlocks Joe and Morrow's cell. Sometime later, Boy Cavalier then walks confidently into the cell block, still thinking that he's in full control. He blazingly reveals that at the age of 6 he built a robot, Adam Ines, to murder his abusive father, exposing the depths of his obsession with mastering life and death. Wendy then silently releases the hybrid's cell lock, so in an instant, Nibs leaps out and snaps the necks of Cavalier's armed guards. Freed Morrow then rushes back to the lab to secure the specimen, but Kirsch intercepts him. In a brutal fight, Kirsch is badly damaged, yet manages to choke Morrow unconscious before collapsing himself. Smee and Slightly then drag the fallen Kirsch and Morrow away, while Nibs grabs Dame Sylvie as a hostage. Elsewhere, Synth Adam lures Joe into Cavalier's suit and unleashes the Theophilus parasite. Theophilus relentlessly attacks Joe, but Wendy intervenes just in time and battles both the creature and Adam hand to hand. When Adam reveals himself to be a synthetic, Wendy overrides his motor functions via the network and freezes him in place. Theophilus slithers off and later lodges itself into Arthur's corpse on the beach, reanimating the dead body as its puppet. Wendy and Joe, with the loyal xenomorph by their side, intercept Cavalier in the hangar as he tries to reach an escape craft. They capture Cavalier and lock him in a cell with Kirsch, Adam, Dame Sylvie, and Morrow. So all the architects of this corporate nightmare are imprisoned together. Wendy forms her own squad with Joe, Nibs, Curly, Slightly, Smee, and 2 xenomorphs, adult and newborn, listening to her commands. At the same time, the incoming Weyland-Yutani ships approach the Neverland Island, ready to take what's theirs by force. In 2122, the commercial space tug Nostromo, loaded with mineral ores, is on its way back to Earth. Nostromo crews in cryostasis, asleep, just like the ship that looks empty and quiet in an eerie way. The crew is blissfully sleeping and has no idea about the horrors soon to befall on them. So on June 3rd, 2122, the silence is interrupted when the ship's central computer named Mother detects an unknown transmission, activating emergency protocols and awakening the crew from cryosleep. The crew consists of 7 members: Captain Dallas, Executive Officer Kane, Warrant Officer Ellen Ripley, Navigator Lambert, Science Officer Ash, and Engineers Parker and Brett. As the crew gathers for breakfast, Captain Dallas retreats to the computer room to communicate with Mother, an advanced operating system. Although the audience doesn't witness the content of the Mother's message, Dallas subsequently informs the crew that the ship has intercepted an unidentified distress signal of unknown origin. company's policy mandates that they investigate its source, and failure to comply would mean relinquishing of the crew's shares, thus negating any profit they might have made from their mining expedition. Shortly after, the ship approaches the moon LV-426 in the Zeta-2 Reticuli system. After a visually stunning landing sequence, Nostromo descends on the surface of this mysterious moon. However, due to a rough landing, there is a breach in the ship that will require at least 17 hours to repair. While the engineers remain on board to handle repairs, Dallas, Kane, and Lambert set out to investigate the origin of the mysterious transmission. As they traverse the dark, windswept terrain, they discover that the signal originates from an abandoned alien aircraft. Upon entering it, they lose communication with Nostromo. Inside, they find themselves in a strange and unusual corridor, the walls of which seem to be constructed out of the mix of enormous bones, metal, and other organic material. Kane ascends a set of stairs and discovers a large platform. At its center is a bizarre fossilized figure, a giant pilot merged with a strange mix of a chair and a launch platform. This enigmatic fossilized entity would later be dubbed the Space Jockey. Notably, the Space Jockey bears a gaping hole in its chest, a seemingly minor detail that becomes significantly important as the movie unfolds. Back on the Nostromo, Ripley deciphers a portion of the transmission and recognizes it as a warning signal. However, she's unable to tell this revelation to the team that entered the alien vessel, as the communication with them seems to be lost due to a windstorm. Meanwhile, Kane discovers a breach in the platform near the Space Jockey. He eagerly ventures down and stumbles upon a cavern covered in a blue mist and filled with hundreds of large egg-shaped entities, the alien eggs. Despite the sense of looming danger, Kane's curiosity overpowers his fear. As he touches one of the alien eggs, a bizarre creature springs forth, breaking through his helmet and latches onto his face. Dallas and Lambert rush an unconscious Kane back to the Nostromo. However, Ripley, acting as the senior officer, denies them entry, citing quarantine protocols. Dallas fiercely argues, and Ash, with seemingly ulterior motives, overrides her decision and allows them inside, suggesting that he and Dallas might know something others do not. Upon removing Kane's helmet, they find a terrifying creature, the alien facehugger, attached to his face. In an attempt to remove it using a laser, they inadvertently release its acidic blood, which burns through 3 levels of the ship. So the decision is made to leave the facehugger in place, fearing that its removal might kill Kane. While the rest of the crew works on ship repairs, Ash studies Kane and the creature using X-ray and other instruments. A display on the screen briefly reveals something reminiscent of an embryo, but Ash quickly turns it off when confronted by Ripley about his breach of quarantine and disregard for the chain of command. However, Ash weasels away from giving any concrete answers, and his behavior becomes more and more odd. Shortly after, the facehugger is found lifeless on the floor. Despite Ripley's objections, Ash decides to preserve it for research, disregarding an unusual hostility of the creature. With the ship now partially repaired, the crew resumes their journey to Earth. Unexpectedly, Kane awakens, displaying some memory loss, but otherwise appears normal, although with an unusually heightened appetite. During a final crew meal before entering stasis, Kane begins to choke and convulse violently. During his seizures, a small alien creature erupts from Kane's chest, instantly ending his life. The creature swiftly flees into the depths of the ship, leaving the entire crew paralyzed in horror. As the alien emerged from Kane, Ash notably discouraged the crew from harming it, hinting at his peculiar behavior and suggesting that he might be operating under a concealed directive. After releasing Kane's dead body into space via an airlock, the crew sets out to track down and capture the creature. Equipped with tracking devices, nets, electric prods, and flamethrowers, they search around the ship. Ripley, Brett, and Parker track a moving signal only to find it's the ship's cat, Jones. Brett, failing to catch the cat, overlooks the likelihood that the tracker could mistakenly pick up the cat's movements again in the future. Thus, Parker instructs Brett to find and capture the cat. Venturing into a landing leg compartment in pursuit of Jones, Brett stumbles upon a shed skin, likely a remnant of the creature's growth phase. Moments later, a now fully grown alien, the Xenomorph, ambushes Brett, taking him away. In the aftermath, the crew discusses their plan to get rid of the monster and theorizes that the alien might be traversing the ship in the air shafts. They then use flamethrowers in an effort to drive the creature into an airlock. The captain of the ship, Dallas, ventures into the ducts with an aim of cornering the Xenomorph and driving it into an airlock. As he navigates the labyrinth of passages, he struggles to locate the creature that doesn't seem to be visible on a movement tracker. However, in an abrupt turn, the Xenomorph ambushes Dallas, seemingly taking his life. Recognizing the alien's intent to methodically eliminate the crew, Lambert in panic proposes they abandon the Nostromo and flee in the shuttle. Ripley, however, points out that the shuttle won't sustain 4 people. She remains committed to Dallas's initial plan of ejecting the alien into space. With Dallas presumably dead, the leadership falls to Ripley, who now has access to the ship's computer. Upon interfacing with the Mother, she uncovers a terrifying secret protocol, Special Order 937. It turns out that the company secretly instructed Ash to secure the alien and return it to Earth, deeming the crew expendable. Caught off guard while interfacing with Mother, Ripley suddenly finds Ash looming over her. She confronts Ash about his covert objectives, and their dispute quickly turns into a physical fight. Displaying alarming strength, Ash nearly suffocates Ripley, but Parker intervenes just in time. Striking Ash, Parker reveals the shocking truth: Ash is an android. Together, Parker, Ripley, and Lambert barely overpower him. Once incapacitated, they reactivate his head to gain insights into the Xenomorph and potential means of its destruction. Ash cryptically conveys that his primary objective was to ensure the Xenomorph's preservation, describing it as the perfect organism and suggesting that the crew stands absolutely no chance against it. Ash admires the creature's pure, instinct-driven nature, free from constraints of morality or conscience, and he jokes about having sympathies for the crew. Then Ripley swiftly cuts his power and they set the android into flames, ultimately killing it. Committed to a new plan, Ripley, Lambert, and Parker decide to activate the Nostromo's self-destruct mechanism and escape via the shuttle. As Ripley heads to the shuttle to prepare it for the launch, Parker and Lambert gather life support essentials. In the shuttle, Ripley spots Jones, the cat, on a tracker screen and begins a search through the ship to retrieve him. While collecting what appears to be oxygen tanks, Parker and Lambert realize that the Xenomorph is standing right behind them. Frozen in terror, Lambert watches as the creature overpowers Parker. The alien then seemingly turns its lethal attention to her. Their agonized screams pierce through the radio, compelling Ripley to rush to their aid. However, upon arrival, she's confronted with the grim scene of Parker and Lambert's dead bodies. Overwhelmed by fear, but yet driven by determination, Ripley activates the ship's emergency destruction system, setting it on a 10-minute countdown. Carrying Jones with her, she carefully navigates the ship's corridors towards the escape shuttle. However, her path is abruptly halted by the terrifying figure of the Xenomorph, blocking her way to the shuttle. In desperation and panic, she goes back in an attempt to stop the self-destruct sequence. Tragically, she misses the window to do so, and the countdown now looms ominously, just 5 minutes until the ship's detonation. With no other option, Ripley cautiously navigates the ship's corridors with a flamethrower in hand. She retrieves Jones and manages to reach the shuttle, surprisingly without encountering the alien. Ripley narrowly escapes the Nostromo's colossal explosion and momentarily believes that she's finally left the horrors behind her. While preparing for cryostasis, she jumps in terror as the xenomorph appears to be on board, seamlessly hidden between pipes and communication equipment due to its biomechanical design. Filled with horror, Ripley puts on a spacesuit and uses gas to move the creature from its hiding spot. As the xenomorph approaches her, Ripley quickly opens an airlock door. The resulting vacuum nearly propels the creature into the void, but the resilient xenomorph clings tenaciously to the frame. In the last-ditch effort, Ripley fires a grappling hook, but the gun jams in the closing airlock door, binding the alien to the shuttle. It attempts to get into an engine exhaust, but Ripley ignites the engines, finally blasting the xenomorph away into deep space. After recording a log entry, Ripley places her cat Jones and herself into stasis for the trip back to Earth. However, her journey is just beginning and she'll have to defeat the xenomorph threat more than once in the future. On February 9, 2142, a probe emerges from the depths of space. Its computer activates, revealing that it has reached Zeta 2 Reticuli, the same star system where the Nostromo crew from the original Alien picked up a distress signal. Navigating through the debris of the destroyed USCSS Nostromo, the probe locates a remarkably intact cocoon. The Weyland-Yutani probe captures the cocoon and returns to the Romulus station, where a team of scientists opens the cocoon and extracts an intact xenomorph, the same one that Ripley expelled into space. Then, 170 days later, on July 28, 2142, we're introduced to Rain Carradine, who first appears sitting on a cliffside, savoring the warmth of a dawning sun, only to awaken and realize it was just a dream. She awakens to the harsh reality of industrial Jackson Star Colony, a place devoid of sunlight. Later the same morning, she has breakfast with her adopted brother Andy, discussing their plan to leave for a better life in the Yivaga star system. Seeking an end to her contract, Rain walks through the Weyland-Yutani settlement and speaks with the company's representative, hoping to secure permission to move to Yivaga system. However, instead, the company doubles her quota on the spot, effectively trapping her for several more years in this hellish place. Devastated, Rain leaves, only to discover Andy beaten up by a group of teenagers. Andy suffers a seizure, prompting Rain to reset his operating card and revealing that he is in fact an android. Just as Rain is forced to accept that she'll be stuck in this grim colony for years to come, she receives a call from her ex-boyfriend Tyler asking her to come meet him. Rain and Andy meet Tyler at a cargo ship Corbellan along with his sister Kay, cousin Bjorn, and Bjorn's friend Navarro. They propose a mission to finally escape Jackson's colony by breaking into an abandoned Weyland-Yutani Romulus station floating nearby. The station has cryostasis pods, which would allow them to survive a 9-year journey to Yivaga 3, a planet completely unaffiliated with Weyland-Yutani. However, they cannot do it without Andy, which is why they need Rain too. Being a Weyland-Yutani synthetic, he is the only one who can connect to the ship's interface so that they can break inside. After Bjorn insults Andy for being a robot, Rain tries to leave, but Tyler convinces her that this is the best and only chance they'll ever get to escape, so she agrees to join them. The six board a mining craft Corbellan, each taking one final long look at the colony before launching into space, determined to never return. As the craft exits the planet's atmosphere, the light from the sun spills through the window and onto Rain's face, just like in her dream of Yivaga. Then a proximity alert sounds. They only have 36 hours before the station drifts into the planet's rings, destroying it, but they plan to get the cryopods in under 1 hour. Corbellan docks with the Romulus station and Andy joins Tyler and Bjorn to unlock the doors, and the group is ecstatic when Andy's finger scan actually works and lets them in. After crawling through claustrophobic pipes, they enter a large room, discovering the cryopods they need. However, the joy fades when they discover that the pods only have fuel for 3 years and they would need 9 to reach Yevaga. So they move on to find more fuel, with Bjorn becoming more and more aggressive towards Andy. Then Kay throws up and reveals that she's pregnant, pleading Rain not to tell her brother Tyler. As tensions rise, Bjorn mocks Andy, disclosing that he isn't actually going to Yevaga because synthetics are illegal there, which seems to hurt Andy because it means that Rain lied to him. However, he sadly accepts it because he's been programmed to do whatever's best for Rain. Then the three reach the fuel room, finding a dead synthetic, and try to take more cryo-fuel. However, this action triggers a lockdown that Andy cannot bypass. So Rain and Navarro leave the Corbellan and try to find a way to unlock the door from the outside. Rain takes a control chip from the damaged synthetic, hoping that it grants higher permissions, and Andy inserts it into himself. While Andy reboots, they realize the danger they're in and the wall of facehuggers that they have thawed. The room they entered had dozens of frozen facehuggers, and once the temperature increased, facehuggers started attacking Bjorn and Tyler, creating complete chaos. One facehugger almost reaches Tyler, but Andy grabs it at the last moment, right after completing his reboot. The crew then escapes the room, but a swarm of facehuggers break through the glass. They dash for the next door and slam it shut, but one facehugger manages to slip through the narrow gap and latches onto Navarro's face. With each frantic motion, the facehugger's tail wraps tighter and tighter around Navarro's neck, making removal impossible. Andy is visibly altered now, his movements eerily precise and his speech suddenly refined, indicating that his software was upgraded by the new chip, so he suggests consulting the damaged synthetic. They boot it up and realize that it's the same model as Ash, the synthetic from the Nostromo. Rook warns them that at this very moment the facehugger is implanting a xenomorph embryo inside Navarro. He explains that only one crew member from the Nostromo survived, having ejected the xenomorph into space, but failing to destroy it entirely. Weyland-Yutani has been seeking that xenomorph ever since, and once they found it, the creature killed everyone on board the Romulus station. Disturbed, Rain freezes the facehugger's tail, and they manage to remove the creature from Navarro's face. Navarro wakes up in a frenzy, screaming as she tries to process the horror of what just happened. But the synthetic warns them that there's a 60% chance the creature already impregnated her. Then Rook tells Andy that humans are illogical and their emotions cloud reason, so he has to make the hard decision. So Andy insists on leaving Navarro behind, but Bjorn, horrified, stuns him and escapes with Navarro. Andy tries to stop them, but the Corbellan undocks without them. Kay then wakes up from her nap and Navarro tells her that Andy glitched out. However, her face is clammy and pale and her hands start shaking. Suddenly, she grabs the X-ray light and shines it against her back. She sees the alien embryo inside her beating against her ribs as they break. She accidentally kicks a lever and Corbellan flies aimlessly around the station. Navarro begs Kay not to let her die before her chest bursts open and the infant xenomorph slips out of her. The Corbellan crashes into the cargo bay, throwing Kay across the room. The impact changes the trajectory of the station, leaving 47 minutes before impact when it will hit the Jackson Star's belt. Rain and Tyler head toward the cargo bay while Andy speaks with Rook, who reveals that his new chip came with a new directive, overriding the objective to take care of Rain and instead do only what's best for Weyland-Yutani. Andy returns to the group, but the only way to reach the cargo bay with the Corbellan is to go through a room packed with facehuggers. Rain suggests matching the room's temperature to their own body temperatures before entering so that facehuggers cannot detect them. This strategy works and they slowly move through the room. In the meantime, Kay wakes up in the Corbellan. She walks through the corridor to the docking exit, but notices a moist skeletal cocoon mounted on the wall. Her eyes widen in horror, but Bjorn appears behind her and they exchange a look of affection, relieved that the other is alive. Bjorn picks up the electric prod and sticks it into the cocoon. Electricity bursts through it, the xenomorph shaking and screeching as the acid drips down, dissolving pipes and wires. Kay tells him they need to go, but Bjorn is focused on the dissolved metal and doesn't notice the sharp xenomorph tail right in front of him. When he finally looks up, the tail cuts his face, stabbing his eye. He falls and the acid drips onto his face and chest, dissolving his fingers down to the bone. The acid eventually melts through his body and quickly kills him, leaving Kay in shock. Then the cocoon bursts open and the xenomorph slowly emerges from it. Kay, terrified, calls Tyler, begging to help. The xenomorph follows her as she runs through the door, so she stumbles and drops off the edge of the ship, falling onto the floor. Horrified by her screams, Tyler attracts the attention of facehuggers and they all need to run. The swarm of facehuggers chase them, but they manage to escape into a room. In the meantime, Kay wakes up in the cargo bay and tries to open the door. However, she triggers an alarm, attracting the attention of the xenomorph. Tyler and the rest arrive on the other side of the door as the xenomorph appears right behind Kay, waiting. Andy refuses to open the door since that's what the xenomorph wants and they will all die. As Rain and Tyler cry and beg Andy to open the door, the alien impales Kay from behind and carries her away. Andy then tells them that his new objective is to do what's best for the company, and after he completes his mission, they will leave for Yevaga and he will remain at Jackson Star. The three arrive at the Romulus lab, and Rook finally reveals the mission of the station, which is to genetically upgrade humans. Humans in the Weyland-Yutani colonies are quickly dying from disease and harsh environmental conditions. The company attempted combining xenomorph DNA with other organisms, rewriting their genetic code to grant enhanced metabolic control and resilience. The Romulus lab synthesized a version of the black goo we saw in Prometheus and Covenant and called it Z01 pathogen. The movie implies that Z01 is a copy of the substance from the Engineered Temple that Romulus scientists reverse engineered using extracted compounds from facehuggers. And Andy's mission is to deliver the case of vials of this pathogen to Weyland-Yutani and test it on Jackson's colonists. To avoid the xenomorph, the group takes a different path that leads them to the xenomorph hive. Realizing that this route is extremely dangerous, they almost turn back, but Tyler hears his sister Kay's screams. They go through the hive, passing by dozens of cocooned bodies, and discover Kay attached to the wall, moaning and barely alive. Andy gives Tyler the Z01 pathogen, theorizing that this is the only thing that can save injured Kay. They race toward the elevator to board the Kerbellan, but the xenomorph ambushes them, killing Tyler and injuring Andy. Devastated Rain cannot leave Andy behind, so Kay goes to the Kerbellan alone. And on the brink of death, she injects herself with the Z01 pathogen. Rain then finds Andy and tells him that she'll fix him if he removes the Weyland-Yutani chip. He agrees and the old Andy returns, forgetting the company's programming. They try to find another way to the Kerbellan, but Rook blocks the exit, delivering the same line as Ash on the Nostromo. "I can't lie about your chances, but you have my sympathies," implying that they will die at the hands of the xenomorphs. Rain almost gives up and prepares for the end, but then they realize that they can use zero gravity to shoot the creatures without causing decompression, and then ascend in the ventilation shaft to reach the Kerbellan. In an amazing zero-gravity sequence, they kill xenomorphs, dodge the acid, and reach the elevator. As Rain and Andy ascend in the shaft, the last surviving xenomorph slows Rain down, so she doesn't have enough time to reach the top. Rain then falls down the elevator shaft when the station's gravity turns on. but the xenomorph catches her to let the facehugger impregnate her. Andy, however, drops the elevator down the shaft, crushing the creature, and jumps down, shooting the xenomorph to finally kill it. Andy and Rain then reach the Corbellan just in time before the Romulus station collides with the planet's rings. Kay, Rain, and Andy feel like they're finally safe and prepare for cryosleep, putting the Corbellan on autopilot for the Ivaga colony. But suddenly, Kay's cryopod alarm shines red. Rain pulls it open to reveal Kay convulsing with a swollen stomach. Kay then promptly gives birth to a strange leathery sac secreting some form of acid. Horrified, Rain grabs it with a towel and runs away. However, it burns her arms, so she drops it. The cocoon then blooms to reveal a human-like baby. Rain hesitates for a moment to freeze the baby, so the acid dissolves the floor and the sack falls in the cargo compartment. The ship then switches from autopilot to manual, setting the course on collision with the planet's rings. Rain then runs down to freeze the sack, but finds an empty cocoon. At the same time, Andy finds Kay's bloody cryopod and her bleeding body in the corner, secreting black goo-infused milk. She's deeply disturbed, but then horrified even more when a humanoid creature, the offspring, crawls into the room to feed from its mother. The offspring nearly kills Andy, throwing him to the side, and approaches Kay. After realizing that the offspring is not in the cargo hold, Rain goes back to the cryo room and finds the creature feeding on Kay's dead body. The offspring then approaches Rain. Both the black goo and the synthesized version of it, Z01 pathogen, contain engineer and xenomorph DNA. For that reason, the offspring is an engineer-xenomorph hybrid with pale skin, biomechanical textures, a xenomorph tail, and a flexible, extendable inner jaw. The offspring is about 11 feet tall and, just like the engineers, possesses an inherent hatred towards humans, which is probably why it tries to kill Rain. However, the offspring hits the cryotank, releasing the cryofuel on the ship. It slows down the creature, but Rain nearly freezes herself, and at the last moment she enters a spacesuit. She lures the offspring into the cargo hold but slips, missing the final lever to disconnect the cargo bay. Rain then spills the remaining acid from the sack, which decompresses the ship and nearly sucks the offspring out. However, the creature attacks her from the side, screaming and grabbing her suit. Its inner jaw smashes against her helmet and the glass starts cracking. But Rain then pulls the cable, which switches the final lever. The cargo bay falls around her and the offspring caught underneath explodes on the planet's rings. Rain then pulls herself up on the cable and returns to the ship. She is alone now with Andy, who's barely alive, although she promises to fix him. Rain no longer cares about Ivaga's laws, and even though androids aren't allowed there, she hopes to find the solution once they arrive. Before she falls into cryosleep, she makes a recording for those who find her, signing off as the last survivor of the Corbellan. In 2159, Weyland-Yutani establishes Hadley's Hope settlement as a terraforming colony on LV-426. In the next decade, a few short films portray various xenomorph outbreaks across mining colonies and space stations. In 2159, 4 survivors escape from an explosion on Borrowdale's spaceship. However, a xenomorph emerges from one of them, causing chaos in the shuttle. In 2167, in a remote greenhouse facility on LV-492, botanist Julie works the night shift alone and discovers an unexpected shipment of soil that turns out contains a xenomorph egg. A facehugger later emerges, attacking Julie, however, she manages to kill it. In 2169, at the mining colony of High Lonesome on LV-422, Wells finds his buddy Harper slumped in the backstreet, apparently hungover and having skipped work for the day. They come to a warehouse and Harper starts convulsing violently, giving birth to a chestburster. Rolly, a warehouse worker, kills the chestburster with a baseball bat, but then she hears the colony's alert klaxon and xenomorph screams, suggesting a xenomorph outbreak. In 2172, aboard the doomed USCSS November, 4 surviving crew members desperately attempt to reach the ship's escape pods as a fully grown xenomorph chases them. Ultimately, as they reach the escape pod, it is revealed that Mari, who had been guiding them, is a synthetic working for Weyland-Yutani. She watches with satisfaction as Alec is attacked by a facehugger. As the xenomorph kills Mari, it becomes clear that the pod was rigged to contain alien specimen. Just as the November ship is destroyed, the pod ejects itself, sending a transmission to Weyland-Yutani, confirming the presence of xenomorphs on board. In 2175, after being left behind on the abandoned ship Otrano, synthetic Hope spends over a year alone, maintaining the deteriorating vessel and engaging in mundane tasks. When an electric fire damages the ship's computer, Mother, Hope gains access to a restricted lab, where she discovers a surviving facehugger. Unable to serve as a host, Hope forms a weird companionship with the creature. As both Hope and the facehugger begin to deteriorate, Hope manages to steer the ship toward a populated space, where they are eventually found by McCurr. Hope subdues McCurr, allowing the facehugger to impregnate him. After McCurr dies from a chestburster, Hope mourns the facehugger's death, but is soon confronted by the fully grown xenomorph that emerged from McCurr. On December 23, 2178, Amanda Ripley was officially reported to have died at the age of 66 due to cancer. The year of 2179 is probably the most eventful year of the entire franchise, as 2 movies, multiple novels, and video games take place all in the same year. But in this timeline, we'll stick strictly to movies. In that year, Ripley will have to face an unimaginable alien horror that she couldn't even dream of in her worst nightmares. While the events of Romulus unfold, Ellen Ripley drifts aimlessly in a small shuttle for almost 60 years. She's in cryosleep, still aboard the escape pod from the Nostromo. Then on May 16, 2179, the shuttle is eventually discovered by a deep space salvage crew who board it and bring Ripley back to civilization. On June 8, 2179, Ripley is then taken to Gateway Station orbiting Earth, where she is revived from stasis. On June 12th, right before being discharged from a hospital, she learns from Carter Burke, Weyland-Yutani executive, that she's been asleep for 57 years. This revelation shocks her, and she's horrified to discover that her daughter Amanda has lived her entire life and passed away in Ripley's absence. However, the video game Alien Isolation that is considered canon follows Amanda Ripley as she searches for her mother. While I include Alien Isolation in other timelines, this discussion will solely focus on the cinematic timeline. On June 18, 2179, Ripley is debriefed by Weyland-Yutani executives about the Nostromo incident, but they remain skeptical of her account of the xenomorph. They reveal that a colony was established on LV-426, the site of the alien eggs, 30 years after her supposed encounter. Despite Ripley's passionate warnings about the species' danger, the executives dismiss her as a traumatized survivor and they revoke her pilot license. In retrospect, we know that Weyland-Yutani was well aware of the xenomorph, which makes their actions even more evil. Ripley's distress is compounded by a recurring nightmare in which she dreams that an alien embryo is growing inside her, echoing the horrifying fate of her former crew members. She wakes up in cold sweat, struggling to come to terms with her experiences and the loss of her daughter. Since we know that it takes 2 weeks to send a transmission to LV-426, on July 2nd, 2179, Hadley's Hope Colony receives a directive from Weyland-Yutani to investigate a specific location, possibly prompted by Ripley's earlier warnings about the alien threat. On the same day, a family with 2 children then drives a rover to the coordinates and discovers a crashed derelict ship. The parents venture inside, hoping to salvage valuable items, but shortly after, the mother returns to the vehicle, revealing a facehugger attached to her husband's face. Consequently, on July 3, 2179, Weyland-Yutani loses contact with the colony. So on July 6th, Carter Burke visits Ripley at her apartment. He informs her that contact has been lost with the colony on LV-426. He proposes that she accompany a team of Colonial Marines to investigate, offering her a chance to confront her fears and get her pilot license reinstated. Initially, Ripley refuses, but after a particularly intense nightmare and the realization that the alien threat could still be out there, she reluctantly agrees to join the mission on the condition that they will destroy the creatures, not study them. On July 9th, Ripley travels with Burke to the USS Sulaco, a massive military spacecraft carrying the Colonial Marines unit to the LV-426 exomoon. Then on July 27th, 2179, after arriving to the LV-426 system and awakening from cryosleep, Ripley meets the Marines, who are introduced as a confident and somewhat cocky group. The squad includes Lieutenant Gorman, the inexperienced officer in command, Corporal Dwayne Hicks, the calm and capable second-in-command, Private Hudson, a wisecracking soldier who provides a comic relief, Private Vasquez, a tough and fiercely loyal heavy weapons specialist, and Bishop, an android whose presence initially makes Ripley uncomfortable due to her past experience with evil androids. As the Marines prepare for the mission, Ripley is debriefed on their equipment and tactics, which include advanced weaponry and armored personal carriers. Despite her unease, she begins to bond with the team, particularly with Hicks. Ripley also shares her knowledge and experience with the xenomorph, warning the Marines about its extreme danger and relentless aggression. On July 27, 2179 at 8:30 a.m., the USS Sulaco arrives at LV-426 orbit and the Marines board the dropship piloted by Corporal Farrow to descend to the planet's surface. So from now on, the timeline of events will be in hours and minutes, since all the events on LV-426 happen within 24 hours. The exomoon's atmosphere is stormy and hostile, reflecting the tension of the mission. At 9:30 a.m., as the dropship lands at Hadley's Hope, the colony appears deserted with no signs of life. The Marines enter the colony cautiously, moving through dark, empty hallways that show signs of a violent struggle. The walls are scorched and there's evidence of gunfire, but there are no bodies. The Marines split up to search the colony, checking various areas including the medical bay, the living quarters, and the operations center. They discover that the power is still on, but communications have been cut. The place is eerily silent, amplifying the tension. The Marines discover signs of severe corrosion that burned through multiple levels of the colony, an unmistakable sign of a dead xenomorph. Shortly after, their motion trackers pick up a faint movement, but it turns out to be just a hamster, which momentarily eases their tension and creates a false sense of security. At 10:09 a.m., the colony is deemed secure, but in the medical bay, the Marines find stasis tubes containing preserved facehuggers, the parasitic creatures that implant alien embryos into hosts. The discovery unsettles Ripley, reinforcing her belief that not only the colony has been overrun by xenomorphs, but the creatures were also studied rather than destroyed, much like what happened on the Nostromo. Burke shows a clear interest in facehuggers while Bishop proceeds to study them, almost hinting at the same malicious tendencies exhibited by Ash. As they continue to search, the Marines find a barricaded section of the colony and break through. Inside, they discover a disturbing sight. The colonists' personal belongings are piled up, and there are signs of a desperate last stand. It becomes clear that the colonists attempted to defend themselves, but they were ultimately overpowered. As Ripley and the Marines search the desolate colony for survivors, their motion trackers pick up a faint movement in the ventilation system. Following the signal, Ripley discovers a young girl, dirty and terrified, hiding in a narrow, dimly lit space. The girl, who introduces herself as Newt, is the sole survivor of the colony. She managed to survive the xenomorph outbreak by hiding in the ventilation shafts, and Ripley finds her old photo with her real name, Rebecca Jordan, indicating that it was her parents that were the first victims of the xenomorphs. Ripley promises to keep her safe, recognizing in Newt the same resilience and fear that she herself had experienced. At 1:23 p.m., Bishop finds that everyone in the colony had a beacon and that all colonists appeared to be in one location at the atmosphere processing plant. The Marines then move towards the plant, while Ripley, Newt, Bishop, and Gorman stay inside the vehicle. As the Marines move deeper into the plant, the environment becomes increasingly unnatural. The walls and floors are covered in strange organic material, the same resinous substance that the aliens use to build their hives. The Marines detect movement on their motion trackers but can't pinpoint its source. At the same time, the temperature rises and the place feels like a literal hell. At 1:41 p.m., Sergeant Apone gathers heavy ammunition into a bag to prevent stray bullets from damaging the terraforming plant's nuclear reactor. The Marines eventually reach a chamber where they find the missing colonists, but they are in a horrifying state. The colonists have been cocooned into walls, serving as incubators for alien embryos. Some are already dead, while others are in various stages of impregnation. The scene is gruesome and shocking, even for hardened Marines. At 1:57 p.m., they find one of the colonists still alive, but in agony, and she begs the Marines to kill her. Seconds later, a chestburster erupts from her body, revealing the nightmarish scenario Ripley had warned about. The Marines open fire, killing the newborn alien, but their gunfire attracts the attention of the adult xenomorphs lurking nearby. Then suddenly, the xenomorphs attack in large numbers, descending from the walls and ceilings. The Marines, caught off guard, are quickly overwhelmed. And amidst the following chaos, the bag collected by Apone explodes, leading to casualties and further mayhem. The confusion is heightened by the tight quarters, the aliens' stealth, and the Marines' own panic. As a result, the aliens' speed and ferocity lead to heavy casualties. Lieutenant Gorman, unexperienced and overwhelmed, freezes under the pressure, making the situation even worse. Ripley, realizing that the situation is rapidly deteriorating, takes control. She drives the armored personal carrier into the facility, crashing through walls to reach the remaining Marines. However, as the vehicle crashes into the hive, Gorman trips, hitting his head and losing consciousness. At 2:03 p.m., Ripley orders the Marines to retreat, and they barely escape with their lives, although most of the team has fallen victim to the xenomorphs. The survivors request the dropship to pick them up and bring them back to Sulaco. However, the pilot, Corporal Farrow, gets ambushed by a xenomorph that had infiltrated the dropship, causing it to crash and explode. So at 2:13 p.m., after the explosion, the only survivors include Ripley, Hicks, Burke, Newt, Hudson, Bishop, and Vasquez. And they all get stranded on LV-426 with no immediate means of escape. To make things worse, they realize that the atmosphere processing plant is damaged and will explode within a day, turning the entire area into a nuclear wasteland. At 2:45 p.m., the survivors regroup and try to formulate a plan to escape. In response to Hudson's increasing panic, Ripley points out that Newt actually survived the xenomorph outbreak, having managed to evade the xenomorphs by hiding in the ventilation system. Despite her young age, she developed a fierce survival instinct. Ripley, seeing Newt's vulnerable state, takes on a maternal role, comforting her and promising to keep her safe. This bond becomes central to Ripley's motivation as she resolves to protect Newt and get them both off the planet alive. So in the colony's main complex, the team begins to formulate a plan. With Lieutenant Gorman unconscious, Carter Burke attempts to take charge. However, as the mission is a military operation, the command falls to Corporal Hicks, the highest-ranking soldier in the group. Then Ripley suggests sealing off key access points to prevent the xenomorphs from reaching them. At around 5 p.m., the team works quickly to wheel the doors shut and set up automated sentry guns at strategic locations to cover potential entry points, buying them enough time to come up with a more concrete plan. At 7:25 p.m., Burke grows increasingly anxious and orders Bishop to smuggle the facehuggers back for Weyland-Yutani's research division, even at the cost of risking everyone's lives. Ripley confronts him, revealing that she knows that it was Burke who ordered the young family to investigate the derelict spacecraft, leading to the outbreak in the colony and ignoring her warnings about the dangerous creature. So Ripley vows to expose his actions to the authorities once they return to Earth. Then, around 9 p.m., things get even worse. Bishop informs the survivors that in 4 hours the atmosphere processing plant will explode due to the damage it suffered in the gunfight with xenomorphs. He decides to bring the second dropship to LV-426 so that everyone can escape before the explosion. Then Bishop crawls through a large pipe to reach the uplink tower, where he can remotely pilot the second dropship from the Sulaco to LV-426. However, as this unfolds, the xenomorphs relentlessly attempt to breach the operation center. The sentry guns that Ripley and the Marines had set up in the corridors begin to run out of ammunition, signaling that the xenomorphs are closing in. The team anxiously monitors the remaining defenses, knowing that once the sentry guns are depleted, the xenomorphs will have a clear path to their location. Despite their fear, Ripley, Hicks, and the others prepare to make a final stand, determined to protect Newt and buy enough time for Bishop to succeed. Just when it seems the xenomorphs are about to overrun their position, the motion trackers go quiet, leaving the group in an eerie silence. The xenomorph retreat leaves them puzzled and on edge, suspecting that the aliens are regrouping for a more coordinated attack. At 11:30 p.m., Bishop successfully reaches the uplink tower and interfaces with the colony's systems. Using his advanced android abilities, he manages to remotely pilot the second dropship from the Sulaco down to LV-426. In the meantime, at 11:52 p.m., during a moment of calm, Ripley tries to help Newt fall asleep. However, they are suddenly attacked by a facehugger. Burke, likely responsible, had placed the creature in Ripley's quarters and sealed the room to ensure that she couldn't escape. Ripley, however, using her survival instincts, comes up with a quick solution. She sets off the fire alarm by burning a nearby detector, alerting the others. Although the facehugger nearly impregnates Ripley, Hicks and the Marines arrive just in time to save her and Newt. The group then confronts Burke, accusing him of attempting to have Ripley impregnated so he could smuggle alien embryos back to Earth. Just as Hicks is about to execute Burke, the xenomorphs find another way into the operation center. The creatures, displaying alarming intelligence, bypass the sealed doors by crawling through the ceiling ducts. So at 11:59 p.m., the Marines realize too late that the xenomorphs have surrounded them and the aliens launch a full-scale assault. Burke escapes, sealing the door behind him and trapping the others in a room swarming with xenomorphs. As he frantically navigates the darkened corridors, his fear escalates, but he's ultimately cornered and seemingly killed by a xenomorph. In the ensuing chaos, the operations center is overrun by xenomorphs. The team fights desperately, but the situation quickly deteriorates. Hudson, who has been slowly losing his mind, goes down fighting bravely, taking out several xenomorphs before being dragged away by the creatures. At 12:13 a.m., as the group escapes in the ducts, Gorman and Vasquez run out of ammo. They self-destruct with grenades, killing a few xenomorphs, leaving only Ripley, Hicks, and Newt. However, Newt is suddenly separated from the group and falls into a ventilation shaft. Ripley and Hicks manage to track her using the locator bracelet Ripley had given Newt earlier. They follow the signal to an area flooded with water where Newt clings to life in the narrow, dark confines of the colony's lower levels. But before Ripley can rescue her, a xenomorph emerges from the water and takes Newt, dragging her away into the depths of the hive. Devastated and enraged, Ripley refuses to abandon Newt. She convinces Hicks that they must rescue her, even as the colony's atmosphere processor continues its countdown to self-destruction. However, Hicks is then gravely injured by the xenomorph acid, leaving Ripley to face the final confrontation alone. At 12:41 a.m., Bishop arrives with the dropship just in time to extract Ripley and the injured Hicks. But Ripley insists on going back for Newt, armed with a flamethrower, a pulse rifle, explosives, and unyielding resolve. Ripley descends alone into the heart of the xenomorph hive. The hive is a nightmarish landscape with walls and ceilings covered in the resinous secretions of the xenomorphs. As Ripley makes her way deeper into the hive, she encounters the horrifying remains of the colonists, cocooned and lifeless, with their bodies used to incubate more alien offsprings. Ripley also comes across Burke, who is fused to the hive wall, likely already impregnated by a facehugger. Desperately, he begs her for help, but in response, she hands him a grenade as the means to end his own suffering. She pushes forward, finally locating Newt cocooned to a wall, moments away from becoming the host to a facehugger. Ripley fights off the attacking facehugger and frees Newt, holding her close as they prepare to escape. As Ripley and Newt turn around, they realize that they are in a massive chamber, the Queen's lair. In the center of the room, surrounded by dozens of eggs, sits the alien Queen, an enormous and terrifying creature, far larger and more menacing than any xenomorph Ripley has faced before. The Queen is connected to an egg sac, continuously laying eggs that will spawn new facehuggers. Ripley and the Queen engage in a tense standoff, with Ripley slowly realizing the intelligence of the creature as the Queen assesses her and telepathically controls regular xenomorphs. By threatening the Queen with a flamethrower, it appears that Ripley is offering her a silent deal. If the Queen allows her to leave, she won't burn the eggs. However, as one of the Opomorphs was about to release a facehugger, violating their unspoken agreement, Ripley uses her flamethrower to incinerate the eggs one by one. This act of destruction enrages the Queen, who lets out a piercing scream as she violently detaches herself from the egg sac, pursuing Ripley and Newt. With the Queen hot on their heels, Ripley and Newt race through the collapsing hive, climbing into an elevator that takes them back to the surface. At 12:58 a.m., just as they reach the landing pad where Bishop picks them up aboard the dropship, the elevator doors open, revealing the relentless alien Queen who has followed them all the way up. Ripley and Newt quickly board the dropship just in time, less than a minute before the explosion. Then Bishop takes off, heading back to the Sulaco, with the colony becoming a nuclear wasteland behind them. However, the danger is far from over. On July 28, 2179 at 2 a.m., upon reaching the Sulaco, Ripley, Newt, Hicks, and Bishop believe that they are finally safe. But as they prepare to put the nightmare behind them, the alien Queen suddenly emerges, tearing Bishop in half and trapping Ripley and Newt in a desperate final confrontation. Unknown to Ripley and the others, the alien Queen has stowed away aboard the dropship, hiding in the landing gear. With Bishop incapacitated and Hicks unconscious due to his injuries, Ripley must face the alien Queen alone. In a bold and iconic move, Ripley climbs into a cargo loader, a massive exoskeleton suit designed for heavy lifting. Using the loader's powerful arms, Ripley battles the alien Queen in a brutal and intense fight. The Queen's ferocity and size make her a nearly unstoppable opponent. However, Ripley, driven by her determination to protect Newt, fights with everything she has. The battle reaches its climax as Ripley maneuvers the Queen towards the open airlock. In a final act of desperation, she opens the airlock, causing the Queen to be sucked out into space. Ripley herself is nearly pulled out as well, but she manages to hold on long enough to eject the Queen into the void, finally ending the alien threat. So after an intense day on July 28, 2179 at 3:15 a.m., Ripley safely places Hicks, Newt, and whatever's left of Bishop into cryosleep, securing them for the Sulaco's journey back to Earth. However, it seems like Ripley simply cannot escape the haunting xenomorphs that relentlessly follow her. On July 28, 2179, the events of Alien 3 take place, starting with a distressing sequence aboard the USS Sulaco. Ripley, Newt, Bishop, and Hicks are still in cryosleep after their distressing escape from LV-426. It turns out that the alien Queen managed to lay an egg in the cryosleep room, and as the result, a facehugger caused a catastrophic fire, forcing the Sulaco to eject the cryopod module in an emergency evacuation procedure. At 6 a.m. on July 30th, 2179, the escape pod containing Ripley, Newt, Hicks, and Bishop crashes on Fiorina, or Fury 161. The planet is a bleak, desolate world housing a maximum security prison inhabited by male inmates, most of whom are former violent criminals and murderers. The planet is an inhospitable, windswept wasteland characterized by its massive foundry and steelworks, where the prisoners live and work in near isolation from the outside world. The escape pod that fell in the ocean is spotted by the colony's doctor, Clemens, who also discovers Ripley's body washed up on the shore. Clemens brings Ripley into the prison, saving her life. Harold Andrews, the facility's superintendent, orders a team to retrieve the crashed pod and secure its contents, ensuring the safety of the prison. Upon inspection, they find that Newt and Hicks did not survive the crash, and Bishop is severely damaged, with parts of his body smashed beyond repair. Ripley is then cared for in the prison's infirmary by Clemens. Harold informs the prisoners about the crash, making them uneasy and concerned that Ripley's presence could disturb their fragile balance, given their history of violent offenses. Which is why he orders Ripley not to leave the infirmary unless accompanied by an escort. Dr. Clemens is an introspective and intelligent man with a troubled past, but he quickly forms a cautious bond with Ripley as she recovers. Ripley is then devastated to learn that Newt and Hicks did not survive the crash. Fury 161 is revealed to be a hostile environment not only because of its harsh condition, but also due to the prison's unique social dynamics. The inmates have adopted a form of apocalyptic religion, believing that they have been abandoned by society and are now seeking redemption in their isolated world. The presence of a woman among them, Ripley, is highly disruptive as they have taken vows of celibacy and view her arrival with suspicion and temptation. Ripley is deeply shocked to hear about the deaths of Hicks and Rebecca, so she goes to see the crashed EEV escape pod. She notices that a part of the cryopod has been burned by acid, which raises her suspicions that an alien creature might have been on board. For that reason, she wants to see Rebecca's body to ensure that she doesn't carry an alien embryo. First, Ripley takes a look at Rebecca's body, but despite the lack of any visible signs of impregnation, Ripley becomes increasingly concerned about the possibility that an alien may have caused the crash. So she demands Dr. Clemens to perform an autopsy on Newt to ensure that she wasn't carrying a xenomorph embryo. The autopsy is a horrifying scene and leaves Ripley visibly disturbed, but it reveals that Newt drowned in her cryotube, confirming that no alien was inside her. Superintendent Andrews, who runs the facility with strict discipline, is very displeased that she left the infirmary, and he's increasingly worried of Ripley and sees her as a potential threat to the prison's stability. He insists on following protocols and makes it clear that he expects Ripley to comply with the rules of the facility until a rescue team from Weyland-Yutani Corporation arrives. He urges her not to walk alone and to not give prisoners any ideas. Despite the lack of immediate evidence, Ripley's instincts tell her that the alien threat may still be present on Fury 161. To be certain that Rebecca or Hicks do not carry any xenomorph traces, she demands the bodies to be burned. Despite the Weyland-Yutani order to keep them, Ripley lies that they have been infected with cholera, which convinces Andrews to let them burn Rebecca and Hicks. In the meantime, the prisoners bring a dead bull collected near the crash site of the EEV. Along the bull, they find a strange, spider-like creature, the royal facehugger that likely impregnated the animal. As they burn the bodies of Hicks and Rebecca in the furnace, the alien emerges from the bull and escapes in the depths of the colony. It's interesting to note that initially the alien emerged from a dog, but in subsequent versions of Alien 3, that scene was replaced with its emergence from a bull. The next day, on July 31st, 2179, Ripley tries to adapt to life within the prison, attempting to get along with the inmates. but they explain that her presence is unwelcome and disrupts their harmony, as many of them are visibly disturbed and frustrated. For that reason, Ripley turns to Clemens and attempts to strengthen her connection with him, hoping that his kindness can ease her isolation. Clemens tells her that he ended up in this prison because of his struggle with alcoholism, which caused him to administer a lethal medication doses, leading to multiple deaths. In the meantime, one of the prisoners finds the xenomorph's shed skin and moments later encounters the alien itself, which spits acid at him, causing him to fall into a giant ventilator that shreds him to pieces. The next morning on August 1st, 2179, Dr. Clemens investigates the prisoner's death and they conclude that he was simply sucked into the vent. However, Clemens discovers metal burnt by acid, which raises his suspicions. While everybody's busy, Ripley leaves the infirmary alone and tries to access the EEV's flight recorder, but can't because it's severely damaged. Then Superintendent Harold lashes out at Dr. Clemens for allowing Ripley outside the infirmary alone, and says that they have just received a high-level priority communication from Weyland-Yutani regarding Ripley. Harold is curious why the company has such a large interest in Ripley, so he orders Clemens to report to him every single thing he learns from Ripley. Determined to find answers about the crash, Ripley returns to the wreckage of the escape pod to retrieve Bishop remains. She is then ambushed by a group of prisoners who try to assault her, but Dylan intervenes just in time and fights them off. Despite Bishop's broken condition, Ripley manages to reactivate him temporarily, hoping to get some information about what happened aboard the Sulaco and confirm her fears about the xenomorph. Despite being heavily damaged and unable to function properly, Bishop reveals crucial details. He explains that the fire aboard the Sulaco was caused by a facehugger, and most importantly, the creature followed them on Fury 161. This confirmation devastates Ripley as she realizes that the nightmare she thought she had escaped has followed her yet again. At the same time, prisoners exploring the tunnels discover the fully grown xenomorph, which kills two of them, with the mentally unstable Golic witnessing the attack. Superintendent Harold and other officers think that Golic killed the two prisoners despite his claim that it was a dragon. Ripley, however, recognizing the familiar pattern of the xenomorph's attacks, tries to warn Superintendent Harold and the others, but her warnings are met with skepticism and denial. Andrews in particular is dismissive of Ripley's concerns, focusing instead on maintaining control over the increasingly restless inmate population. Ripley also learns that the Weyland-Yutani Corporation is aware of the situation and is likely coming to the planet not to rescue her but to capture the xenomorph for their bioweapons division. This realization sets Ripley on a path to confront the alien and ensure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Despite Ripley's repeated warnings, she is dismissed and confined to the infirmary. In the morning on August 2nd, 2179, Dr. Clemens administers medication to Ripley, but the xenomorph sneaks to the room through the vents. The xenomorph brutally kills Clemens right in front of Ripley. However, the alien then weirdly hesitates before fleeing into the ducts instead of attacking Ripley. At the same time, in the cafeteria, Superintendent Harold tries to restore order among the inmates, insisting that the deaths were caused by accidents or by Golic's madness, not by any creature. However, Ripley bursts into the cafeteria trying to warn everybody about the xenomorph that just killed Clemens. Harold denies her claims and says that Ripley is crazy. However, literally seconds later, the xenomorph grabs and kills him in the ducts, spilling the blood all over the floor. With Clemens and Superintendent Andrews gone, the rest of the inmates look at Dylan and Ripley, who take charge and strategize on how to deal with the xenomorph. Since they have absolutely no weapons, they decide to drive the creature from the ventilation shaft with fire, and then force it into a toxic containment area where there's only one way in and out. Since the xenomorph is afraid of fire, the inmates spread gasoline throughout the ventilation shafts and plan to ignite it, hoping to lure the creature into their trap. However, one of them accidentally drops a match, causing the place to ignite prematurely and explode, resulting in chaos and mayhem. Despite the unplanned explosion, it manages to drive out the xenomorph from the vents. The alien then chases one of the prisoners, who decides to sacrifice himself. That prisoner runs into the toxic waste compartment, luring the xenomorph in there, and the others shut the gates, trapping the xenomorph inside. The xenomorph kills that prisoner, but his sacrifice is not in vain, as the alien is now locked in there with no means of escaping. On August 3rd, 2179, the surviving inmates mourn the dead ones that burned in the fire or got killed by the alien. Then later in the infirmary, Golic convinces Robert to release him. Since Golic told the truth that it was a monster who killed the other prisoners, not him, there was no reason to keep him restrained. Robert agreed and released Golic, which proved to be a grave mistake. Driven insane by his obsession with the xenomorph, Golic believes that it has chosen him. So in a delusional semi-religious trance, Golic kills the inmate who guards the gates and opens them, releasing the xenomorph back into the prison. Ripley then uses the superintendent's computer to communicate with Weyland-Yutani, asking for permission to kill the xenomorph. The company categorically denies her request, ordering her to keep the creature alive until they arrive. Ripley is deeply disturbed by this response, which confirms that the company intends to study the creature rather than destroy it. And just like earlier in her life, Ripley is determined to prevent that at all cost. Robert informs the others that Golic escaped, and they discover that the gates confining the xenomorph are open, meaning that the alien is free to hunt them again. Meanwhile, Ripley, feeling progressively ill, goes to the EEV for an X-ray scan and discovers that there's an alien embryo inside her. Ripley is terrified to realize that the very thing she's been fighting is now a part of her. The remaining inmates debate on how to handle the xenomorph. They all agree that they do not want to kill it. Instead, they consider staying near the furnace and waiting for the rescue team. They ignore Ripley's warnings that if the company gets a hold of the xenomorph, it can potentially destroy the entire human civilization. Dylan responds with a self-centered attitude, totally not caring what happens to the rest of humanity, and pretty much says, "Screw them." During this time, Ripley realizes that the xenomorph refused to harm her earlier because it sensed the embryo inside her. So she decides to test this theory and goes to seek the alien. Francis then receives a message from Weyland-Yutani stating that the rescue team will arrive in just 2 hours. Ripley eventually finds the xenomorph lurking among the pipes and confirms her theory that it will not harm her. However, determined to terminate herself, she asks Dylan to kill her, since she feels that she's doomed anyway. Deeply moved by Ripley's willingness to sacrifice herself, Dylan instead vows to help her destroy the creature to ensure that it doesn't fall into the company's hands. Ripley convinces the other inmates to assist, arguing that Weyland-Yutani will likely dispose of them afterwards, just as they did with her previous crews. So eventually they formulate a plan and decide to lure the beast into a mold and drown it in a molten lead. They use themselves as live baits, leading the creature throughout the labyrinth of corridors and sealing doors behind it to funnel it into the molding chamber. While several inmates are killed in the process of luring the xenomorph, Weyland-Yutani executives arrive on Fiorina 161. When Dylan pretends to threaten Ripley, the xenomorph rushes after her, driven by its instinct to protect the embryo she carries. They finally lure the creature into the mold room. However, Weyland-Yutani representative reach the furnace area as well and attempt to intervene. Dylan sacrifices himself by remaining in the mold room to keep the creature contained, dying when they pour molten lead over the alien. However, due to the xenomorph's extreme resilience, it survives being coated in molten lead, emerging to pursue Ripley until she sprays it with cold water, causing the alien to explode. Before Ripley can end her life to keep the embryo out of the company's hands, Weyland-Yutani officials surround her. One of them is Michael Bishop, a senior engineer and the creator of the Bishop Android line. They desperately try to convince Ripley that they will safely extract the creature from her. Ripley obviously doesn't believe them and moves closer to the furnace to jump into the molten metal. One of the guards fires at her, however injures Robert instead. Francis, who's been sort of a company man up until this point, realizes their true intentions and attacks Bishop. However, he is then swiftly killed by the guards. In his final plea, Michael Bishop begs Ripley not to destroy the alien, insisting that they need it for medical research and that it could potentially save lives, praising it as a magnificent specimen. Completely unfazed, Ripley throws herself into the furnace in a crucifix pose, making the ultimate sacrifice and ensuring the xenomorph lineage seemingly ends for good. The entire prison colony is then shut down, and Robert remains the only survivor, although he is likely taken into custody. However, such an evil entity like Weyland-Yutani will not give up so easily, and in about 200 years they will try to get a hold of the xenomorph again. Following the Fiorina 161 incident, Weyland-Yutani lost both credibility and financial stability. So, between 2179 and 2381, the United Systems Military USM, a coalition of Earth's major powers, emerged as a dominant force, seizing control of many former Weyland-Yutani assets. Then we jump all the way to 2278, when Predator Dek, the Yautja outcast, fights the most dangerous species he can find to finally be accepted in his clan. Although the date for Predator Badlands is not explicitly stated, the version of Mother in the movie points to a very specific date. In general, the Weyland-Yutani technology in Badlands and the AI Mother look way more advanced than aliens or alien Earth. But the very specific version of Mother 062578 indicates that Predator Badlands takes place in 2278. In that year on Yautja Prime, Dek tries to become a Youngblood and fights his older brother Quay to get this rank. However, Quay, not even using his full abilities, is able to easily defeat Dek. Dek fails to even get his Youngblood rank, making him an outcast and a loser in the Yautja hierarchy. He is still technically unblooded, which means that he doesn't have the right to the Chameleon Cloak or Plasma Caster and is in the lowest rank of the Yautja society. Quay really cares about his younger brother, especially since Dek saved his life years ago. So out of pity, Quay gives him the Youngblood status, knowing that Dek is not ready, which technically breaks the Yautja Codex. However, to become the rightful member of the Yautja society, Dek needs to get his blooded rank. And to do so, he has to choose a monster to defeat, and he is not allowed to come back unless he brings this exact monster that he chooses. In order to prove his worth, Dek chooses the most dangerous monster, Kalisk, which he has pretty much no chance of defeating, since even his father, who is the clan leader and extremely experienced Yautja, is afraid of it. Dek and Quay start to argue, but their dispute is interrupted by their father Nyor. It turns out that Nyor ordered Quay to kill Dek in his sleep. Clan leader Nyor views Dek as a complete disappointment and a shame to his family. So in the usual extreme brutality of the Yautja culture, he is completely fine killing his own son because he is disappointed in him. Honor and achievements are the most important things for the Yautja, even above family. So he orders Quay to finish what he was asked to do, to kill Dek. Since Dek saved Quay's life in the past, he disobeys and instead fights his own father. However, Nyor, being a clan leader and a much more experienced Yautja, brutally kills his own son Quay, which again shows that the code and hierarchy are way above family in the Yautja society. Dek is forced to watch helplessly as Nyor executes Quay. Right before being killed, Quay pushes Dek inside the Predator ship and remotely sets the course to Genna, a planet with the Kalisk monster. So Dek now needs to kill the Kalisk to be accepted in the Yautja society and prove his worth to his father. Dek arrives and crash lands on the planet Genna, which swarms with dangerous plants and animals, so quite literally every single plant and animal tries to kill Dek. As soon as he lands, he battles predatory lianas, and when he goes through a field of spiked plants, he meets an android, Thea. When Deck gets poisoned by one of the spikes, Thea is his only way to survive. So right before losing consciousness, he throws a blade to Thea so she can free herself and help Deck by giving him an antidote for the poison. After that, they form a reluctant alliance as both need each other and both need to get to the same location, the Kalisk Den. Thea is a Weyland-Yutani synthetic, and she was sent to this planet to gather various predatory animals for the corporation. However, her team was destroyed while attempting to capture the Kalisk, so only she was able to survive. In Alien Earth, we've already seen that Weyland-Yutani collects dangerous species from across the galaxy, and Thea appears to be part of one of those teams. Thea explains that she's been ripped apart by Kalisk and she needs to get the crash site to recover her legs. And surprisingly, Deck needs to go to the exact same location to try to kill the Kalisk. Along the way, they go through dangerous terrains and encounter an ape-like creature with extremely tough skin. The creature they named Bud helps Deck fight off one of the giant insects, and in return, Deck takes Bud with him. They form a bond, and Bud then sprays Deck with its saliva, sort of accepting him into its clan. It turns out that Thea has a twin android sister, Tessa, who is in charge of sending various predatory animals back to Weyland-Yutani. Tessa follows the Yautja's tracks, locates the Predator's crashed ship, and takes all of its weapons and tech. Meanwhile, Deck and Thea reach the Kalisk's den, where the creature destroyed their hunting party that tried to catch it. Thea finds her lower half, and as she's reattaching herself to her legs, she explains that the company and she also need Kalisk, as its blood possesses extraordinary healing properties. So she activates a beacon so that Weyland-Yutani personnel can come and try to capture the creature again. Obviously, Deck feels betrayed because he also needs Kalisk for his trophy, so he cannot just let the company take it. That's why he wastes no time and fights the monster right away before the company arrives, engaging in a brutal battle with the giant beast. At one point, he's almost defeated and dies, but Thea helps him by shooting the creature with a rifle. Eventually, after a long fight, Deck manages to decapitate Kalisk, and it seems like he actually won the fight and is about to claim the trophy. However, because the creature has extraordinary healing abilities, the head reattaches itself to the body. Deck is then pinned to the ground and is about to be eaten by Kalisk. However, Kalisk smells something weird on Deck, and that's when Deck realizes that the monkey-like creature was the baby Kalisk. And because Bud sprayed him with its fluids, Kalisk now thinks that Deck is one of her own. Deck stays alive, however he gets captured by the company that also captures Kalisk by freezing it using one of the Yautja's freeze grenades. Android Tessa then decides to send the Predator to Weyland-Yutani as well, as he represents an interesting predatory specimen that the company is well aware of. Thea tries to reconcile with Tessa and be like a family. However, Tessa basically rejects Thea and chooses the company over her. Thea feels betrayed by her family and realizes that Deck is closer to her than her own sister, who's been brainwashed by the company. So Thea tricks one of the androids into blowing up a grenade and has just enough time to help Deck escape. Moments later, Tessa and other androids come in, deactivate Thea and lock her up. Meantime, Deck returns to his crashed site and realizes that most of his gear is stolen, and the only thing he finds is his brother's old mask. Therefore, with all of his gear stolen by Weyland-Yutani, Deck uses various plants and animals to assemble his new organic armor and weapons. He uses bone claws instead of wrist blades, makes a razor-sharp whip with crystal plant spikes, and uses predatory insects as explosives. But most interestingly, he uses a worm-like creature that spits acid instead of a plasma caster and mounts it on his shoulder. He also finds the baby Kalisk, Bud, and together they infiltrate the Weyland-Yutani facility to rescue Thea. Since Bud likes to imitate Deck, he also helps him in killing and dismantling androids. However, as they're doing so, Tessa rushes to launch the ship with the Kalisk creature back to Weyland-Yutani. So Bud and Deck slice, rip apart, and decapitate androids in every possible way, which is what these clankers deserve. At the same time, Thea's legs walk by themselves towards Thea's upper half, hilariously killing androids on its way. Eventually, Deck and Bud kill most of the androids, and Thea's legs finally get reattached to her body, so she becomes fully functional. However, Tessa is still alive and boards a giant exosuit loader and proceeds to finish the mission by sending Kalisk back to the company. Kalisk, however, gets free and Tessa brutally slices it with a giant chainsaw. But in the end, with the help of Thea and Deck, Tessa is defeated and Kalisk swallows her. But when Tessa is inside, she activates one of the Yautja's freeze grenades, so Kalisk's entire body freezes up and smashes into pieces, and the creature ultimately dies. Tessa then uses the Predator's stolen plasma cannon and prepares to kill Thea. However, baby Kalisk, Bud, finishes his mother's job and brutally kills Tessa and rips out her synthetic skull. So only Deck, baby Kalisk, and Thea remain standing. And since they're all in some way rejected by their own kind or clan, they share a special bond and form their own clan. However, Deck's job is not over as he has to avenge his fallen brother, Koei. So Deck fixes the ship and goes back on Yautja Prime to confront his father Nyor, who still despises him. Even though Deck brings the skull trophy of Tessa, arguably a more dangerous creature than Kalisk, his father Nyor completely rejects it and still despises Deck probably even more. So Nyor orders 2 Yautjas in his clan to kill Deck, however Deck quickly impales their heads with a spear and proceeds to fight his own father. Nyor is a clan leader, so he's an extremely powerful and experienced predator, however, surprisingly, Deck overpowers him with even less gear and weapons than the seasoned Yautja. So in the end, Deck ties him up with the laser device, and right before committing to the final strike, baby Kalisk decapitates Nyor. Deck's former clan sees that their clan leader is killed, however, they don't accept Deck as the new leader, as he was not the one who ultimately ended Nyor's life. So technically it wasn't actually a fair fight. Therefore the clan turns against Deck and many of the Yautjas activate their swords. However, before a fight or anything else breaks down, Deck's mother arrives on a huge ship. In 2280, exceptional human warriors Ursa, Kenji, and John are brought to the Predator homeworld Yautja Prime. Recognizable by its distinctive color palette and binary star system. Although the exact date of this event is not stated in the movie, Dan Trachtenberg, who directed Prey, Badlands, and Killer of Killers, hinted that this chapter happens in a very distant future, so we can theorize that it happens right after Badlands. Ursa is a ferocious Viking, Kenji a skilled samurai, and John is an exceptional mechanic and pilot. Predator society revolves entirely around hunting, with battles to the death central to their culture. The Yautja have nearly unlimited resources and highly advanced technology acquired from a race that once enslaved them. Consequently, their barbaric traditions are intensified, and despite their spacefaring capabilities, they find meaning in confronting death through combat. They also enjoy watching other species fight to the death against various beasts in arenas on the Yautja Prime. At the arena's center stands a giant skull, likely from a colossal beast that once roamed the planet. Predators existed millions of years before humans, fighting massive creatures for survival even before acquiring advanced tech. Then a giant ship arrives from which emerges the warlord predator, also referred to as the Predator King, also called the Grendel King. He leads the clan known as Bedbloods, as this clan is involved in genetically upgrading their own DNA, which is forbidden in the Yautja Codex. Grendel King is at least the clan leader and an extremely powerful Yautja, as he wears numerous skull trophies integrated into his armor, including xenomorph tails and bones. His helmet appears to be crafted from another Yautja skull, possibly a rival clan leader or a Bedblood. The concept of the Predator King has only been rumored in the comics and was never explicitly stated. Then in the arena, warriors from Earth witness a dishonorable death, likely of a Bedblood or a fugitive. In Yautja culture, dying dishonorably is the worst fate, preventing them from joining their revered ancestors in the afterlife, mirroring Viking mythology and samurai honor code. So the 3 human warriors receive weapons belonging to their tribe. Ursa gets an axe, the samurai sword, and most interestingly, John receives a flintlock pistol, the exact same pistol that was in the hands of Naru in 1719 and Hurricane in 1997. This pistol is probably the most iconic object in the franchise that connects many movies. Prey actually altered the pistol's backstory from the comics. Originally in the comics, the pistol belonged to a pirate captain, Raphael Adolini. When his crew revolted against him, a predator decided to help the captain to fight off the mutinous crew. So in exchange for helping him, Adolini gave this flintlock pistol to the Yautja. In Predator 2, Hurricane defeated the City Hunter Predator in basically a hand-to-hand duel. So an elder predator gave this pistol to Hurricane as a trophy. So originally it was theorized that the flintlock pistol passed from a pirate captain directly to a predator and then to Hurricane in Predator 2. However, Prey completely altered this storyline. In Prey, Naru received the pistol from Raphael Adolini, not a pirate captain but a French interpreter, as a thank you for treating his wounds. Naru later used the pistol in her fight against the feral Yautja, and at the film's conclusion, she handed it to her tribe leader. Then the post-credit scene of Prey shows 3 predator ships approaching Naru's village, implying that the pistol was likely claimed by the predators. But Killer of Killers completely changes the story even further, given that the warlord Yautja in Killer of Killers may be the leader of the feral predator clan, with distinctive skulls as masks. It's possible that this exact clan recovered the flintlock pistol from Naru. The cinematic journey of the pistol now seems to be as follows. From Raphael Adolini, the French interpreter, to Naru, then from Naru to the feral predator clan. Then eventually the pistol gets in the hands of the Lost Tribe clan, who hands it to Harrigan. Since Harrigan is also kidnapped by the predators, the pistol goes from him to the warlord predator, and then finally ends up in John's hands in the arena. But let's return to the timeline. The warlord predator orders humans to fight to the death, allowing only one survivor, or else they will all die via explosive neck bracelets. Initially, Ursa obeys and fights Kenji, wanting an honorable death to enter Valhalla. But after seeing a vision suggesting her son is reincarnated as John, she changes her mind and teams up with the other 2. John then gets swallowed by a massive beast, but finds a predator gauntlet from a previously eaten Yautja inside the creature and uses it to escape. He then hijacks a scooter vehicle, and the 3 defeat the monster and attempts to escape in a Yautja ship. But the Predator King blocks their path and forces a final battle. By working together again, the humans manage to slow down this warlord predator. However, they are no match for this giant monster, and they were only able to slow him down while John figures out how to operate the ship. The 3 board the ship to fly away, but the predators fire a harpoon into it, preventing their escape. Ursa sacrifices herself to break the chain, telling the others not to avenge her, as she learned that revenge only leads to more bloodlust and pain. However, the warlord predator sends additional ships to chase John and Kenji, possibly setting up a sequel. But then come 3 major reveals with insane implications for the Predator franchise. Ursa is cryogenically frozen in a vast warehouse with thousands of other beings, metaphorically trapped in eternal Helheim due to her insatiable bloodlust. Since she defeated a predator and probably one of the strongest human warriors, the predators preserve her DNA for bio-upgrading themselves. But there are 2 other individuals in the frozen crates which completely change the predator lore. We see Captain Hurricane and, most importantly, Alan Dutch Schaefer, which is just insane. Just like suggested earlier in the timeline, they all eventually got kidnapped by the Yautja after successfully defeating notable predators. As introduced in the Predator of 2018, some predators incorporate the genome of other dangerous species into their own DNA to continually evolve into deadlier killers. Normally, this practice is strictly forbidden in the Yautja Codex, and only bad blood predators engage in genetically engineering themselves. Genetic upgrades are treated as a form of cheating since it grants unfair advantages, so it's likely that the clan we see in the movie is a bad blood clan, unless these beings who defeated predators are cryogenically preserved for some other, even more mysterious reason. If this is not a bad blood clan, these beings could also be preserved for rematches in future gladiator fights. In another frozen crate, we see a mysterious alien that resembles a Drukathi, an ancient and advanced race. However, what's even more fascinating and mind-blowing is that this creature looks a lot like another alien race created by engineers. This creature could also be a tetrabrachial humanoid from the comics, native to the planet UE-753. These primitive beings are as brutal as Yautja and were another engineer experiment. In the Fire and Stone comic book, which directly connects to the events of Prometheus, the predator known as Ahab visits the planet of the tetrabrachial humanoids, and he discovers cave paintings identical to those Elizabeth Shaw found on Earth. These paintings featuring the space jockeys indicate that these beings, tetrabrachial humanoids, were also created by the engineers. So the appearance of these creatures in Killer of Killers further suggests that the engineer's storyline will play a significant role in merging Alien and Predator franchises. This is also another hint that the two franchises will soon merge together, further solidifying this timeline. But let's cover the last chapter in Ellen Ripley's story and go to the furthest point in the Alien Predator timeline. In 2356, Weyland-Yutani, operating in secret, recovers a sample of Ellen Ripley's blood from Fiorina where she died. So in 2381, despite the official ban on xenomorph experiments, the USS Auriga covertly employs numerous ex-Weyland-Yutani scientists and engineers. Under the disguise of legitimate operations, they work in secret to resurrect and weaponize the alien species. Inside the laboratory of the USS Auriga, scientists grow what appears to be a human in a cryotank, which is later revealed to be a clone of Ellen Ripley. Once the clone finished growing, they extract an alien embryo from her body. Unexpectedly, during the operation, Ripley awakens with unsettling speed, grabbing Dr. Wren by the throat. Alarmed by her brutal strength, scientists put her in the quarantine. Uncertain of what she truly is, they run tests to gauge both her primal intelligence and dangerous aggression. As they debate terminating Ripley, it is revealed that the embryo extracted from her earlier has matured into a fully grown alien queen that is now imprisoned in a sealed chamber for breeding. These news prompt a tense discussion with the ship's commander, General Perez. Since xenomorph experiments are outlawed, Perez is taking a big risk by allowing them on his ship. However, the potential for weaponization is so big that they ultimately decide to keep Ripley alive and continue their experiments. Ripley, quietly observing through the glass, seems to be aware that the xenomorph breeding is about to unleash serious danger. Later, Dr. Gediman shares a meal with Ripley, explaining fragments of her history. He explains that she was cloned using a blood sample taken before her original death in 2179 on Fiorina 161. Because she'd been impregnated by a xenomorph, her blood carried traces of the mutagenic substance Plagiaris prepotens that facehuggers inject into hosts. This substance is what prompts the body to form an alien embryo inside a host. Ripley warns Gediman that once the creatures mature, they will kill everyone on board. However, Gediman arrogantly dismisses her, and Dr. Wren is convinced that the situation is under control and ignores any fear of an outbreak. A few days later, a battered mercenary ship named Betty docks with the Auriga, carrying a crew of outcasts led by Captain Eglin. The crew includes the sharp-witted Cole, the battle-hardened Christie, the unstoppable Joner, and Varese, a double amputee reliant on a motorized chair. Under tight security, they disembark, and Eglin negotiates with General Perez for a lucrative delivery. Though curious about the exorbitant payment, Perez agrees to let Eglin's crew stay aboard for a few days, receiving only a warning to avoid restricted areas. Not long after, the true nature of the Auriga's research becomes evident. The cargo that secured Eglin's payday is a group of unwilling human hosts put in stasis and placed before alien eggs. The Auriga scientists want to use them to breed xenomorphs, so one by one they awaken and are impregnated by facehuggers. Meanwhile, Ripley meets the Betty's crew. She engages in a brief but intense basketball match, demonstrating her supernatural strength by throwing Joner across the room. And when Christie retaliates by hitting her with a metal bar, she simply shrugs it off, wiping the blood from her nose. And interestingly, her blood corrodes the floor, indicating the presence of acid, just like in the xenomorph blood. Then Dr. Wren arrives, calling Ripley by her name, which shocks Cole, who realizes that this is the person she was looking for. In another sector, Dr. Gittiman observes young xenomorphs born from the very hosts the Betty crew delivered. He taunts one of them behind reinforced glass, releasing a quick burst of freezing gas when the creature lunges at him. His aim is to test its intelligence, but the experiment hints at how close the aliens are to breaching containment. Increasingly uneasy, Cole wanders the Auriga and slips into Ripley's quarters, intent on killing her to prevent another alien infestation, thinking that the alien is still inside her. However, she then finds out that the embryo has already been removed. It's revealed that Cole had a secret objective of preventing xenomorph experiments before they even start. Ripley, however, refuses to help her destroy the xenomorphs, warning that it's too late. Then Dr. Wren intercepts Cole as she leaves and arrests her. Cole turns out to be a wanted terrorist, so Dr. Wren brings her to the mess hall to confront the rest of the Betty's crew. Ignoring Cole's explanations, he declares them all complicit and arrested. However, the crew managed to hide some guns and their belongings, so in a swift counterattack led by Eglin and Christie, they kill the guards and neutralize Dr. Wren. Observing the fight on the security feeds, Gediman panics when no backup responds. At the same time, in the alien lab, two juvenile xenomorphs turn on a third, killing it to spill its acid blood. The corrosive acid eats through the floor, creating an escape route for xenomorphs. This really illustrates their intelligence. Not only they figured out how to corrode the floor, they also did it in the perfect moment when chaos started on the ship. When Gediman rushes in to investigate the lab, an alien grabs him by the head and yanks him into the darkness. Elsewhere, Cole warns the Betty's crew that the scientists have been breeding xenomorphs aboard the Auriga. She insists that they must flee before these creatures overrun the ship. In the meantime, a guard who enters the lab to investigate the xenomorph escape is swiftly killed when the aliens retaliate by releasing freezing gas, again illustrating their intelligence. From her chamber, Ripley hears and feels the carnage around her with her hypersenses and grows increasingly tense. Eglin orders his crew to return to the Betty, but as they move through the corridors, the ship's PA system announces security breaches and enacts the evacuation protocol. Varese, separated from the rest of the crew, notices the warnings and prepares to find safety. At the same time, Ripley, trapped behind a sealed door, uses her acid blood to melt the lock and escape. The aliens overrun the ship and one of them infiltrates an occupied escape pod, slaughtering the passengers inside. General Perez, witnessing the horror, throws a grenade into the pod just before launch, detonating it once it's safely away. Saluting the explosion in grim triumph, he fails to notice another alien behind him and is killed instantly. Separated from the crew, Eglin is hunted by a lurking alien. The xenomorph rips open the floor beneath him, dragging him away. Moments later, his body is discovered lodged halfway through the floor. In the same corridor, the group freezes in panic when they see the alien approaching them. But something attracts it to the Eglin's head, and Ripley shoots the alien through the Eglin's chest, killing it. To their surprise, Ripley emerges from below and they realize they must reach the Betty quickly before the xenomorphs kill them. As they creep along a corridor, they hear an elevator approaching. Weapons raised, they brace for another attack, but it turns out to be Varese in his motorized chair. Relieved, they unite, and Stefano leads them towards the freight elevator that can reach the loading dock. However, Ripley halts abruptly. She senses that the Auriga ship is in motion, something that no ordinary human should detect. Stefano confirms her suspicion. The ship's autopilot has been activated and it's heading straight to Earth. The group continues moving through the ship until they find a door labeled 1-7. Ripley, remembering her own 8 tattoo, pushes it open and steps into a lab filled with glass cylinders. Each cylinder contains a grotesque, half-formed Ripley's clone, mutations of human and alien DNA. At the room's far end, one abomination is still alive on a table, barely able to speak. Ripley 7 begs Ripley 8 to end her suffering. So, choking back tears, Ripley uses a flamethrower, mercifully ending the clone's agony, and then incinerates the rest of abominations. She emerges from this nightmarish lab, shaken, and the group continues their way through the ship. In a nearby chamber, they find the remains of those forced into the alien breeding program. Among them is a single survivor, Purvis, who remembers only that he was in cryogenic sleep on his way to a nickel refinery. Ripley grimly informs him that there is a xenomorph embryo inside him. Though terrified, Purvis agrees to join them in hopes of being frozen on the Betty, buying time to extract the creature. Then they descend towards the cooling tanks. So Varese has to abandon his chair and Christie carries him as the group makes their way through the waist-deep water. Dr. Wren states that they must swim nearly 30 meters through a submerged kitchen area to reach the elevator. Everybody dives in, but Joner notices 2 aliens pursuing them. He manages to kill one of them, but the other snatches Sabra, dragging her into the depths. With no time to save their friend, they swim to the surface, emerging into a chamber clogged with fibrous residue and alien eggs. The eggs start to hatch open and the facehugger launches onto Ripley's face. She ducks beneath the water and, due to her superior strength, she manages to wrestle the creature off. Then Christie unleashes grenade rounds, triggering explosions overhead and destroying the alien eggs. They ascend the ladder all the way up only for Dr. Wren to betray them. Taking advantage of Cole's naive nature, he takes her weapon and then shoots her, sending her plunging into the water. Sealing the door behind him, he abandons the rest of the group to fight with the xenomorphs. Then another xenomorph emerges from the water, latching onto the ladder below Christie and Varese. The creature spits acid, blinding Christie. Unable to free himself from the alien's grip on his leg, Christie cuts himself loose and falls to his death so Varese can climb to safety. Suddenly, the locked door opens to reveal Cole, who survived the gunshot because she turns out to be an android. She explains that she can interface with the ship's mainframe and override crucial systems. Although Auriga is still on course for Earth, Ripley suggests that they crash it once everyone else escapes, ensuring no xenomorphs escape. Cole then alters the autopilot, accelerating time to impact to just 43 minutes. She also unlocks doors leading to the Betty, reactivating the ship's systems. The group runs to reach the Betty as quick as possible, but Ripley stops, sensing that they're near the xenomorph's nest and that the Queen is in pain. The floor then suddenly collapses under Ripley, dropping her into the lair of the alien Queen. Ripley enters some sort of a trance and the xenomorph carries her into the depths of the hive. The rest of the group arrives at the Betty and Joner prepares a cryogenic pod to help Purvis survive with the embryo. However, their plan is interrupted when Dr. Wren storms in with a gun. He shoots Purvis, grabbing Cole at gunpoint and tells the others to stand down. Wrecked with pain, Purvis feels the embryo forcing its way out. In a final burst of desperation, Purvis tackles Wren, pulling him really close. The infant xenomorph erupts from Purvis's chest, punching straight through Wren's skull. Joner and the others blast both the creature and Purvis, ending the immediate threat. In the xenomorph hive, Ripley awakens in the alien mother's web. A trapped Gediman observes in awe as the new crossbreed, the newborn xenomorph, comes out of the mother's womb. The newborn attacks the alien Queen, crushing her head, thinking that Ripley is his true mother due to him possessing some human DNA. Gediman, marveling at the sight, is then brutally killed when the newborn crushes his skull. Seizing her chance to flee, Ripley, having conflicted emotions, dashes away through twisting corridors. The Betty's crew watches her desperate run on the ship's monitors. They open the rear hatch, allowing Ripley just enough time to leap across. Once aboard, they start final flight procedures. However, Cole notices that the hatch remains open and goes to seal it, only to discover that the newborn alien has slipped inside. She then quickly slams the door, trapping the creature in the cargo section. The Betty breaks away from the doomed Auriga as the enormous explosion ripples across space. Meanwhile on board, the Stefano is ambushed and killed by the newborn, which has moved deeper into the ship. Hearing his screams, Ripley rushes to help, finding the monstrous hybrid clinging to Cole. Ripley distracts the newborn, which mistakes her for its mother and appears overjoyed to see her, likely the reason it followed them onto the ship in the first place. Then Ripley cuts her own hand, letting her acid blood burn a hole in a nearby window, which triggers a sudden decompression that drags the newborn towards the breach. Trapped in the violent vacuum, the creature is gruesomely torn apart, leaving Ripley and Cole shaken but alive. Meanwhile, the Auriga continues its collision course with Earth, culminating in a catastrophic crash that obliterates the vessel. Jonah and Varese struggle to pilot the Betty during atmospheric re-entry, while Ripley and Cole brace themselves. At last, the ship stabilizes and touches down. Exiting the Betty onto a devastated Earth, the survivors look at the broken horizon where the Eiffel Tower lies in ruins. Ripley and Cole settle on the desolate ground, gazing out at the fractured landscape. They have endured horrors on the Auriga, but the planet they have returned to seems to be equally broken, indicating that a giant catastrophe or some kind of a societal collapse has happened on Earth. And this is actually the furthest in time we go in the Alien Cinematic Universe. There are other stories that happened in the 26th century in the comics, and you can check them out in my other timelines. Thank you guys for watching. Leave your thoughts about this timeline in the comments. It actually took me over a year to make it, so definitely leave a like and most importantly join the Patreon for extra support. I'll probably make another and even longer version of this timeline that I'll call the Supreme Timeline. The Supreme Timeline will also have Blade Runner movies and other Alien and Predator comic books, video games and novels. So definitely stay tuned for another 6-hour-long timeline that I might post really soon. But also like this video if you enjoyed it and subscribe to the channel for more content. My name is Croft and I'll see you in the next video.